Futures back in negative territory once again this morning, coming off a volatile but negative session on Thursday, as well as we look to end off the week with maybe a bounce. We'll cross our fingers, at least. It is a red pre-market, however, on Snap earnings that is dragging the rest of the social media stocks to the downside, and anything basically that is ad sensitive going to be under pressure today, unfortunately, with this big move for Snap shares. 28% at one point in the pre-market here for Snap, after they said they're expecting zero growth in the current quarter for Snapchat. So we'll talk about that coming up, obviously. Meta down, Alphabet is down, all of the ad-related stocks, as I mentioned, Pinterest, even the Trade Desk, TTG, ad-related stock as well. So that is going to be the main story of the day. We're also looking at higher yields once again, both the 2-year and the 10-year back to high. U.S. dollar strength coming through this morning as well, all kind of piling on to a negative look for equities to kick off a Friday. It is October 21st, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. And there we go. Look at negative numbers. As I mentioned there, 1.3 already for the NASDAQ, leading the way at this point. The S&P 0.8, 0.77 for the Dow. TSX futures here in Toronto pushing to the downside as well. More negativity, bottom end of the board here for cryptocurrency markets, Bitcoin and Ethereum. Dragging to the downside as well. A ton of Elon-related headlines to kick off a Friday morning, as per usual. Good morning, guys. Welcome in to what should be a bit of a wild ride. I don't want to start quoting Prad within the first minute of the day, but could be a free fall Friday.
Nah, scratch that.
Yeah, so I knew that was going to come out. It's been
Never a great day when we start quoting Prad.
Do you know how, although it was a pretty good day on the floor, because before we came on air, it was probably the loudest on the trading floor that it was at any point in the week, and it was all over a discussion about LeBron James and the Lakers. Fahad.
What a great team again. Another big victory last night for the Lakers.
Thrilling victory.
Another great victory
Westbrook,
for the Lakers.
The chemistry between LeBron and Westbrook
it's amazing.
is unbelievable.
LeBron is such a great leader for the Lakers right now. It's fantastic. He steps on the court. He puts that team right where they need to be, right in the W's.
The decision making. He should, you know what? As a matter of fact, in addition to being a perennial league MVP candidate, he should just be executive of the year as well. Because
probably he's really built that team really great.
Pretty much.
So, I don't know. At least there's a future for him, you know, in case he loses all those billions of dollars that he has.
But an actual leader out there is back in the news. So, look, it would be if even with the Snapchat news and the earnings that were terrible. Well, the earnings actually weren't that bad, but the revenue issues and the ad issues, you would have had Twitter down anyways in normal circumstances, but then this potential investigation into Elon Musk as a security risk has Twitter trading down. The interesting thing about that is it's the only way that he probably gets the financing done. So if that happens, the only way the deal wouldn't happen is if somehow regulators or the government could find a reason not to put the deal through, and that would be into him himself, because it's a public, they're going private. So it's not as if there's antitrust issues with that deal. And they're trying to close it next week, which makes it very interesting. It's trading at $50. I mean, if it were to close next week, that's 8% in essentially 1 week potentially. But that one's going to be wild today. It's already bounced. Like, it had a $3 bounce in it. Snapchat has not had any bounce whatsoever, and Tesla is within spitting distance of 200. So it is going to be a wild one today. Like, I don't expect us to have a sleepy day. He's kind of like, today is going to be like that Thursday night football game. There's going to be fire. You may not be happy with the way it goes, and you certainly weren't if you were a Saints fan. But yeah, there's going to be fire anyways.
Yeah, today's going to be a great day. And shout out to all the Lakers fans out there. We're just kidding. You guys have a great team. We were talking about Norman Powell. I didn't even realize he was on the Clippers. Yeah, thanks for the.
That's how it started, actually.
Thanks to everybody out there. Yeah, this is the fresh gear today. It's Friday, so we're going to wear a little bit of it. We don't wear the white too often. But now that I see the white kind of gets like whited out a little bit.
No, it's actually, that's only on our program.
Okay, hopefully it looks okay for you guys there. What's up, guys? Yeah, fantasy, everything. Looking good in white. Okay, thank you. let's get ready to rock and roll. It's going to be an exciting day, as we said, man. Snapchat's down 28%. Meta's rocking and rolling. It's Friday. We're all jacked up here. We're ready to rock and roll. Revlon down to the pink sheets. We'll talk about that a little bit. New symbol today, RevRQ. So if you did have Revlon shares, the only thing is I've never had this happen to me, so I don't know how long it takes, but your shares should go. If you go into your brokerage account today and you don't see them there, it may pop in at 9:30 or something like that.
Or it could take 2 or 3. Sometimes it takes a few days.
I don't know, but you do have a new symbol.
It never happened to me, but I know somebody personally, and this was years ago, and it was like 2 or 3 days later that they finally were able to get out of their position, which kind of sucks because if you just wanted to get out of Dodge
How
on
long
the first
later?
day.
What did you say?
This was 10 years ago.
Oh,
though.
10 years? Okay, I thought you said they had to wait that long.
No, they waited. It was like 10 years ago, and they had to wait. I think it was 3 days.
Yeah.
But then that was a broker who knows if they even exist anymore.
I feel like it would be better now.
I feel like
it happens a lot more now.
I'm sure it's better now. Like being able to trade out of it in 1 day is what people would expect. But yeah, if you're wondering what's going on, then we suspected this might be the case, and it is.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a ton of people late in the day yesterday certainly wondering that very thing, what was going to happen, A, and then B, what to do about it. So it's going to be broker specific, unfortunately. This is a look at yields right now. Parabolic, to say the least, on this side of the board here. This is the 10-year this morning. 4.33 right now for the 10-year, guys. The 2-year back to highs, essentially, 4.65. These are 4-hour charts. So we did make a new high there. 4.65 was the 2-year. This is the US dollar, meanwhile. DXY back to almost 114, 113.8. Big move to the upside to kick off what could be a bit of a negative Friday here as a result.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? I keep adding some charts in here, and I've been looking at, I used to always look at oil, but I only look at that if I'm trading oil futures, but I've been kind of making sure that I have my my USD yen up there, so I can, just anything crazy happens, I want to be able to understand what's going on, in addition to having TLT, which, I mean, I don't think this is a shock to anybody, right? Like, this has been trending down pretty much all week, and that's what we're living with. And when the rates are, look, when yields are going higher and bond market is in pain and the US dollar is strong, it's just a difficult environment for stocks to rise. You throw in what basically is happening here with Snapchat, but it's not just Snapchat. And this happened the last time there was any weakness in the ad space, right? It's like the first to report brings everybody else down. Google goes down a little bit. Meta goes down a little bit more. Pinterest a little bit even more than that. So it's like 1, 2, 3. They all just get smacked to the downside. The trade desk as well under pressure, and all of these names are sort of already just hanging on by the balance in front of support. It is Friday, and a lot of times everyone's like, oh yeah, sell on Friday. But I kind of look at it this way. If you have these recent bottoms, and these are really, like Meta 120, like this stock was 200 when they did the name change. Until you break that kind of a low, sure, there's room to the bottom, but some of these bottoms can still hold, right? Like we haven't actually broken the low on a few of these. Like I looked at the Pinterest chart, I'm like, wow, that's nowhere near its low. So as much as things don't look good today, there are pretty significant support levels. Like Pinterest support is pretty significant where it happens to be sitting right now. So it's held $20 and been in a nice solid consolidation from 20 since August, since it broke it in the beginning of August and then found support down there. So you get down to these prices and there's always a decent chance that you can have bounces off some of these levels, especially when it's the bigger names like Alphabet or Meta maybe finding some support. That being said, I mean, look, if Tesla gets to 200, I'm definitely going to short that through 200. Can't stop.
Man, I didn't even look at Tesla today. I'm having some FOMO here. But we will look at Tesla for sure. Tesla was a great trade for me yesterday. It was the trade of the day. So you got to go back to the well. Yeah, that 200. Yikes. Someone said that they hear that the market's going to reverse and rip higher more often than they see their mother. Well, you should see your mother more often, I think, if that was the case. Shout out to whoever. Oh, it's right there. Tank Gans. What's up, man? I want to quickly show you here. 4.32%. I mean, you want to know what one of the problems with the market is? This is the 10-year Treasury right here. So this is now at 4.32%. There used to be something called TINA. If you know what that stands for, put that in the chat. TINA. What does that stand for? But right now, look, it's you know, it's not your ex-girlfriend or anything like that. This is talking about market conditions here. What does that mean when someone says that? You know, you've almost tripled in a year here, from 1.5 back last November. I don't get, you know, to be exact, it's like 1.148, something like that, to 4.32. Yeah, there it is right there. There is no alternative. Yeah. Tuna would be a good one as well. I don't know, I got to figure out what the U it would be. But yeah, Tina, there is no alternative. Well, guess what right now? You could just park your money and grab 4, right? So, I mean, when the rates are down here at 1.5, everyone, you know, it's no problem. Money's cheap. It's no problem to get it. So people are going out there buying stock. You know, I can beat the market at 1.5%, no problem. Now you're up to 4.3%. Mortgage rates ripping, interest, loans, everything, cost of capital, everything going to the upside. And then all these companies that all of a sudden have no profits to show for, then your money is tied up, being lost into R&D, into everything, you know, customer acquisition, you know, you guys, whatever these newer companies are spending money on right now. And it's just simply costing us more money to do that, right? And so to wait around, and that's part of the problem. That has nothing to do with Snapchat, but that's why you're going to see, I mean, many names. I mean, I'm going to call ARK, but I mean, ARK is just one of those examples because it holds pretty much everything, and that's the point of ARK. And this is the thing. People can sit here, and I've sort of thought about this, and I haven't bought, like, I bought ARK way long ago, and I actually don't even have ARK. I have the ARK KQ one, same disaster. But the point is that this is not, like, you can sit here and hate on Cathie Wood, and it's easy to do that, right, because of what this looks like. But the thing is like, you guys should be hating on yourselves, really, for investing in this. Like, if you knew that this was going to happen, which we obviously didn't know. I mean, no one would invest in something, you know, right here if we knew it would be chopped in half. But the thing is, in this environment, stocks that Cathie Wood puts or this kind of an ETF hold is a problem. I mean, and that's the problem, is that it's not the names that she's buying, it's the purpose of the fund. And I mean, if you're gonna go into an innovation fund in this kind of environment, it is going to bleed like this. Now, the performance has been pretty bad. And I mean, a lot of that, we've already talked about Tesla. You wouldn't have thought Tesla would have got cracked, what, 40% in 2 weeks? So a lot of that is hurting a lot of these flagship ARK, you know, ETFs and whatnot. But at the same time, when you're investing in these innovation ETFs and you get the 10-year like that, you get the strong US dollar, all this talk that we're doing, it's going to create names, DraftKings, Teladoc, Roku, like a lot of these names that really don't have as much cash sitting around there to return to shareholders, and you're basing a lot of it on future, you're going to get killed. Now, whether or not you think that 10 years is going to reverse course, if it does, man, you're going to have a good opportunity to buy ARK. You don't have to step into it now, but the minute this starts turning around and the Fed sort of pauses on these rate hikes, there are going to be names to pick up. So I just, you know, now that we were talking a little more macro there, Neil did some currencies there. We talked about the 10-year. There are names to look at when this all gets better, Brendan. The problem is, when the hell is that going to be?
Very good question that nobody seems to have the answer to at this point. Yeah, worth a note here, guys. Peggy, it's been a few days, but Pineapple Energy doing things right now on heavy volume. Just remember, this is a 4 million share float. I don't see any news on it as of yet. I will keep looking, but seems to be just one of those low float type early runners on decent volume, though, for Peggy. Let's bring in Michael Noss, chartered market technician from Trade Ideas, plural, because there's many good ideas. Michael, great to see you as always on a Friday.
Great to see you.
Hope you've had a pretty good week here. It's been a volatile one, to say the least, once again, as we try to test some of the lows. We're going to talk a little bit about the market itself here, but also, I mean, we've been discussing this relative strength idea, and depending on your time frame, obviously that's going to affect the way you approach the market from an intraday basis through to a swing trade basis. But when the market seems to only want to go down here, it's tough to really sink your teeth into anything on the strong side of things.
Yeah, and I love when I hear you guys talk about relative strength on the intraday basis. I think it works the same, if not even better, on longer term basis and longer term charts. I know Sean was just talking about ARK there, right? If you want to talk about relative weakness, that would be ARK. But yeah, regardless of your time frame, basically the concepts of relative strength make perfect sense, where basically, we know that institutions take a long time to get into and out of things. So when we're looking for relative strength, we're looking for that institutional flow, right? If I'm going to buy a stock and I'm a $10 billion hedge fund, I can't, like retail traders can, and even prop traders can, just punch in and punch out all the time. I need to have an investment committee. It takes me a long time to accumulate without moving the price. And that's what creates the relative strength, that and tax loss harvesting, which I won't bore anybody with. But I love relative strength so much. Actually, one of the reasons I was in Toronto talking to you guys 2 weeks ago, I think, was all about relative strength to the CMT community. So it's kind of my thing. And I built an algorithm in Trade Ideas we've been using the last 2 years. And I'm going to talk about that today, followed by a wicked sale we have. Last week, we talked about the test drive. A lot of you guys took it. A lot of you guys are liking it. We have an early bird adopter sale. It's going to be super cool. So, but first, let's just get into the market. There was a lot of, again, I always have the show up. I'm always watching the show. There's a lot of bearishness going on in the morning already. I'm going to come at it from a completely different angle, where the first chart I have here is just a chart of the S&P 500. I talked last week about how I did some analysis on that candle, and that really, really long candle with a massive gap down to run up, generally speaking, marked a bottom for at least a period of time. So I spent all of Friday in that kind of zone, that box that I have, accumulating relative strength and relatively strong names. And it's been doing great so far. So I'm going to continue to do that, and I'm just setting this as my low. I could certainly be wrong. Anything can happen in the markets. Anyone who tells you they're 100% right, run. But this is what I'm going to use as my stop loss. So what do I mean when I say relative strength? This next chart here is just XLE. So this is anytime you see these charts, because you're going to see a couple of them in this presentation, the blue line is whatever I'm talking about, and then the pink line is the SPY, right? So just so you guys know. So in this relative strength system we have, we're basically looking for what I've kind of highlighted here on the market. We're looking for things that are holding strong and moving to highs as the market's selling off. You can see new lows there on the SPY line chart, whereas the XLE is holding strong and pushing higher. And this is a chart type that you can obviously build in Trade Ideas. So just year-to-date return of the relative strength system is about 9%, which in this market, being a long-only swing trading system, I think is fantastic. You could use leverage or whatever, but this is not something that's, you're scalping all day. You're buying and you're holding for a week or two with this system. And it's, again, just always cycling into the strongest names. So forgetting about Peloton, forgetting about Zoom, forgetting about all these ones that are dead and probably not coming back, and changing your mindset and saying, okay, well, what's moving now? So as always, I always give you guys actionable ideas so we can get right back into those. So for each of these charts, I have one of these comparison charts, and then I have the actual stock chart so we can see what's going on. First one here is Frog, which is a computer systems design. You can see still relatively weak year to date to the overall market, but if you look at these last few months, it's been in a nice solid uptrend when the market's been trending down. So this is a name I'm interested in. If we go into the candlestick chart, I've said it many times before. This is something my friend from JC taught me from All Star Charts, is you buy smiley faces and you sell frowny faces. And this is starting to look like a smiley face to me. So I like this one if you can kind of get over 23. Next one here is Bowl. It's a bowling company that's an IPO, breaking out to new highs as the market's selling to new lows. That's kind of what I like to see. On the intraday chart, it seems like the candlestick chart, it seems like 14 is the number. So just in the next chart there, yeah, $14. As long as it stays over 14, I'm interested in this one. Full disclosure, I'll always say this, I am in some around 14 already, but I'm looking to add if this little bull flag can break. Next is STLD, which is just Steel Dynamics. Again, close to making new highs as the market's making new lows. A lot wider range on this one, so be a little bit careful. But on the candlestick chart, we're just seeing a nice tightening pattern. So a wedge or a bull flag or whatever it is you want to call it. But the yellow line from yesterday is earnings. So earnings are out of the way for this quarter, which I already like. Had a strong day yesterday. If I can get some continuation over that high, that's where I'm interested. And now we are into our early adopter sale. Now, between me and just the many thousands of close friends that are watching, this isn't just for test drive people. If you're interested in trying Trade Ideas, maybe you missed our test drive, 30% off for your first month or year. If you did like the test drive and you want to convert now, again, you'll be able to use this special as well. And I will say, is if you go to tradeIdeas.com/tradertv, we have an FAQ section. We actually just built this in for you guys yesterday, where I have all of the layouts that I've been sending to the traders on the desk and basically access to those. So you guys can just copy and paste and load up those links so you can see exactly what it is that Sean, Neil, Prad, and the others are seeing.
Great stuff. As always, excellent information. And guys, I mean, a great opportunity to say the very least. If you want any of what you just saw from Michael as well, hit him up on Twitter and he'll help you out explaining in great detail. You're going to have a busy day, I feel, Michael, but explaining in great detail how you can create some of those layouts and charts like we just saw. Great stuff as always. Have a great weekend. We'll talk again next week.
Thank you very much. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you very much. As always, you'll Snapchat.
I want a percentage of that, man. I want a percentage of that. I mean, you're giving away our layouts.
Oh, also, by the way,
Come on, Nos boss.
That Bolero, it's 8.5% short. I looked it up there, so, and it's only been around for a year.
Let's go bowling. I mean, we've already seen what Fahad can do on, and he's been practicing. You know, so I think that'll be a really good.
We're gonna go. I thought we were going go-karting.
Here we go. Oh yeah, go-karting. That would be a good idea. Excuse me.
50
For some reason here, Snapchat. All right, so I don't know what happened there. We got a 47 fill. Don't know why that was so bad. Breaking through 750 right now. Some nice volume came in. We just touched 30%. I don't know what. Again, maybe there's some news coming through. I doubt it. I mean, what's out is out right now. This is just a very, very small position. I remember last time, one of my worst trades, I think it was it of September? What month are we at? Maybe it was August when Snapchat. Yeah, there was Snapchat. There was like really bad. It was like news like this, and it was really bad. It could have even been their last earnings report. I don't even remember. And we were going short, and we got run over in the pre-market. And I was like, never really going to do that again. But it just broke 750, so we did take very, very small trade. I'm actually going to get out if we retrace back here to 775, something around here, just because I don't know what that move was all about. I thought someone was coming in there, maybe selling in. We could take it down near that $7 mark. But Snapchat right now continues to get hit. I mean, it's down 30+%. It was a big move right there. The all-time, I was going to say the 52-week low. Guess what it is? $9.34 before today. So every single move down is a brand new 52-week low for Snapchat. And I mean, it's just, I know the only person around here uses it is Lucas, but I mean, Snapchat is very, very popular amongst.
No, he doesn't.
He said apparently.
He does?
Fahad told me yesterday that he used it. He used it. He's young, man, young kids. I think I think Baxter uses it as well. And I'm not, look, I'm short. I'm not trying to say that Snapchat is a win here, but it's just funny how this company that, like, what is their market cap right now? Like, we know they're not executing very well, but it's taking down behemoths like Google, and I know that it's a look at advertising, and so I know,
which is a problem, by the way,
which is a big problem, and I know that it's a problem for everybody here. But I mean, where is their market cap? Snapchat's market cap is still, I guess this is before today, $18 billion. So you take down 30% of that, you know, you're near that, what, 12 or so billion? We'll see what it comes out at after today. But it's just, this is really affecting the market huge right now, including names like we just talked about Google. Meta has its own issues. This is not really affecting Google. I mean, down 2% with the market down 1.27. It's getting dragged down here, and I just wonder if there's going to be better. I was looking long on here, not to say that the day's going to be long, but there are going to be some opportunities here in a name like Google, in a name like Microsoft. More Microsoft than Google. Microsoft, I think, has a little bit of I keep saying this, a moat around it as far as being able to protect itself against sales and all that kind of online advertising and things like that. Microsoft doesn't really, I mean, sure, they have Xbox and they do help with some online advertising. They're big in the cloud. And whenever, you know, tech names start to get hit, I always want to look to Apple and to Microsoft and to Google, just because those are the leaders over there. So I wrote down 232 here for Microsoft, possible bottom picking to happen here for this name today. So there are some bottom names that I like coming through. I mean, Microsoft can get a hell of a lot lower. We know that as well. I mean, that was a 215 or 220 print right there. So I don't think anything is safe today, but we'll start our short here in Snapchat. And again, I just wanted to to take it because it broke 50. We're definitely not digging in this. I actually have an order to go long 5 times the shares that I have right now if we break $8. So I actually like the long squeeze for a temporary push up early on, but let's hold the short and see what happens here with Snapchat. And I know we still want to go. Let's throw it back to Brendan because we haven't even really discussed Snapchat yet, other than looking at the charts and making.
But the thing was, we were saying this before. Snapchat had done 10 million shares in a tight range, like 20-cent range with this much volatility. To me, it was a break in either direction. It was 60 was the bottom. That's why I have it here at 57s. But $8, it's like it breaks either direction. There was no chance it was going to hold that consolidation forever. As simple as that. And man, Twitter. Well, we'll get to Twitter as well. But there's so much to talk about. Brendo, not surprised to see a certain name on the downgrades, right?
Things before we get to that. ARK, guys, picked up 13.7 million in Tesla shares yesterday. CNBC just doubling down on the whole idea that Elon will have to sell more Tesla shares to fund this Twitter deal. So that was from CNBC. So just a heads up, there was a downtick there on Tesla, already over 1 million shares as well. So very active in the pre-market. Here comes some analyst moves for you this morning. We put Bank of America here, but there's 6 or 7 negative on Snapchat today. So just be aware of that. This IMUX had a psoriasis treatment that failed. So yeah, 74% for IMUX today. Lennar is on here. Nutrient, Moderna, Juniper, that Green for Life company, and SAP.
I think, look, if you're... And without even looking, IMUX, you have a failure like that, it's probably the only drug in their pipeline, and that's why you get an extreme action like that. That's the risk of some of those bio firms. But Moderna, just quickly on Moderna, it's not to say upgrades, the stock has to go up or the stock has to go down on a downgrade. But 125. And yesterday, this high on Moderna, and then nice little V-shape. Well, it's a V-shape in the pre-market, which is low volume, obviously. But you still have a chance for this 125 breakout. And look at the size of the gap fill on Moderna. So that makes it worth watching off that 125. You always want to have some ideas in the other direction. If you think we're going down, fair enough. There's certainly plenty of things that are setting up for shorts today. But if you look for something that is holding some strength, up 8% now, and a breakout potential at that 125, if it's retesting the lows, not very interesting at all, though.
I just saw someone, darn it, who was it? I sat back down there and got some water. Yeah, no, I'm going to go long and short on this name. I forget. Anyways, I don't know who it was on there, but yeah, you did bring up a good point. Microsoft, long time ago, I don't know, was it a decade ago, they purchased LinkedIn, right? So Microsoft with LinkedIn, that does make sense to me as well, that you could have some flow through to Microsoft on that, because LinkedIn does have obviously ad supported. I haven't been on LinkedIn in forever.
But the percentage of revenue
find me
is
on
like...
LinkedIn. That's what I'm saying. It's not... Yeah, I'm glad that someone brought that up. I don't think it's necessarily a huge thing for LinkedIn for that, but I don't, like I said, man, I don't really know what Microsoft's ad revenues or dependency on that is for LinkedIn. So, but anyways, yeah, good point there. So that does make sense. So now we're thinking about that as well. Robert Gomez, y'all sleeping on Meta? I mean, I'm not.
Really.
I've been buying. Look, I haven't bought Meta in a while because, quite frankly, I don't know when to start buying it. Yeah, no, look, Meta's been in my portfolio literally since day one, but also haven't really gotten out of much of this. I probably did get out something last year. I mean, we had some great runs, obviously, in the name last year. I'd have to look back. I mean, I managed the portfolio, but it's more of a passive portfolio my longer term. I'm just waiting for stocks to drop and do what you're supposed to do, right? The funny thing is that we actually psychologically, we do things the other way around. It's like, when the market's at all-time highs and valuations are pretty high, we're actually thinking that it can go higher. Like, we don't really want to sell anything because it's like, why would I want to sell this? Like, this stock's going to the moon and it's going higher and higher and higher, right? And then when the stocks are down like this, we never want to buy because we think that the stocks are going lower, lower, lower. So instead of like building a position when stocks are down, we actually either sell for loss, which is fine because there is tax loss and things like that. But this is really the time when you should be probably what you were saying there in the chat there, oh man, now I forget the name again. Was it Robert Gomez? Saying there that, yeah, at some point, there are going to be levels where you are going to want to come in here and start to buy up some of these names. And I think that if you do have, and you got to figure out your time horizon, 1, 3, 5, like for me, hopefully 20 years, then I feel like you don't have too much to worry about a lot of these names. But if you're going to be throwing around serious capital and money that you're trying to trade with and you might need in the next 3 to 6 months, then yeah, some of these names you're going to still want to wait for earnings. You're still going to wait for some of these to come out. But if you're going to talk about building a portfolio, like for myself and anybody that maybe has a longer time frame, I think I already highlighted this the other day when I looked at Procter & Gamble being down here at 124, 125. Sure, it's back down there today, but I think this is another name that you could probably buy. We've seen Pepsi, things like that, even IBM, big data that hasn't really been hit that much. Oracle, things like that you can buy, right? But I do believe in Meta. I do think that there is a sleeping giant there. But with these reports coming out from Snapchat, not giving guidance. I mean, has we even gone over Snapchat yet? Not really. I mean,
not really.
Brendan hasn't even really dropped all the news. But again, not a great quarter. We'll get into more details about that. But we do have the man, the myth, the legend, the futures king, Mr. Arun on deck. So let's not make him wait too much longer. Let's see if he has the hoodie or if he has the Arun shirt on.
Well, we already know.
A few things of note here, guys. We'll touch on European markets to kick things off before we get into the futures. This is what is happening over in Europe right now. Full percent to the downside for the most part right across the board. Spain leading the way, 2.4 in negative territory. Turkey holding on to. That is the social sentiment board. A lot of negativity coming back in. Snap, obviously, the big one today. We'll touch on all of these coming up here. SPY, Tesla negative as well, once again, on these Elon comments. Again, CNBC, if you missed it, CNBC reporting that Elon will, in fact, have to sell more shares. So Tesla negative today. There's Twitter positive. Mullen, AMC, both back in green. NIO positive as well, back in green. That's Amazon at the top there. So a bit of a mixed start as far as social sentiment is concerned. Here now comes Arun to let us know what we need to be aware of for Friday, Arun, as far as the market's concerned.
Well, the market just did a quick U-turn here. I'm quickly looking at the board. We got the New York Fed speaking in the next few minutes. So I don't know if he's already said something, but the market has done a sharp turn here, almost, over 25 points here. We were underneath 50. Now we're at 70 and change and moving aggressively. The trade initially was going to be, remember, we're looking at that 65, 36, 65 level. And then you get that breakdown, you take the short, you write it down. Well, it's already done its move. So although it's coming back into that previous support that was broken, with this aggressive move, you got to respect the strength to the upside. There are some pockets of resistance, but again, I'm gonna respect whatever is happening right now, whether it's comments from the New York Fed or if it's something else. Regardless of what it is, the strength is there. So back off from the short idea. Let the strength go to the upside. We've got that 37.05 that we can potentially work with. That was the level I was kind of tracking as we were moving down yesterday. So there's still a potential for a short, but whatever this trade is, this has to burn out, because now we're into the 80s and 83s. So this is definitely an aggressive move, news-based, I would imagine. And once this burns out, and if it sets up on the short side, then maybe take a shot on the short side against the 37.05. Otherwise, you just let it go to the upside. Flip side is, if you break 37.05, so we're right back into trying to play that wide range. There's like 37.80 up top, trying to catch a long there, see if we can get back into the 40s. That would be the first checkpoint. So a lot of action here in the pre-market. Obviously, we're going to get some clarity after the market opens, and hopefully we get some, documentation, or at least get a transcript of what's being said and what's moving this market right now. But for the time being, respect the strength to the upside, but be aware that there is pockets of selling up here in between 70 and 05. So all the way up for a good 35 points.
Thanks, Arun. Yeah, it's this move seems to be front-running the overall comments that were scheduled there. I haven't seen anything yet. Here's the treasuries as well. The 2-year just absolutely tanked on that move in the market to the upside. The 10-year as well did go red there on the 4-hour chart, but back to the upside currently. But I will keep my eye out. Let's get into what else is happening so far this morning. That's a link to the watch list, guys. Make sure you grab that every single day before you come join us in at 8:30. Has everything you need to know to get you started for the day. And you come join us, we get you set as far as how to approach trading some of these to kick off the morning. Let's go to Snapchat to kick it off, but we'll talk also, guys, on some of these other ad-related stocks coming up here. But as far as Snap specifically is concerned, what do we do with this thing today after this?
Well, my favorite saying is, if it doesn't break the low, there's only one place to go. And it's trying to go to the upside here. So if it breaks the channel to the upside, I have my stop. I actually set mine at $7.85 because I'm not waiting to $8. But it broke the bottom. It was $7.60 to $8 was a target range in here. And if it does hold that low, it broke it, now you got a wick bottom, then it could be a bit of a jailbreak. I remember I thought it was a different symbol. Maybe it was Snapchat, the one that halted up at the open when we were shorting it.
I think it was.
Maybe
Something
it was,
went crazy.
for some
Snapchat
reason,
doesn't have much liquidity.
I thought it was Peloton, but
no.
okay, maybe it was Snapchat. But either way, the premise was it was so heavily shorted, and this one isn't a huge short float. It's only like 5%, but there were so many people short that at the open, when everyone just started covering, you ended up having a jailbreak to the upside. So my stop is for about a 30-cent hit here. I want to take that chance. It can get down to $7. But the overall ad thing, forget about the fact these have been under pressure since the Apple news and since Apple made their change. And start thinking about it. If online advertising was taking dollars away from like TV, which died, and like your regular source streams, then when the juggernauts like Netflix come along and have an ad-based product, where do you think where's that gonna pull from? There's only so many ad dollars out there, and that's just yet another piece of pressure on all of these online social media companies. So obviously Snapchat, it's not a good quarter, but it's already down 30%. So I recognize the fact that if it breaks out here, I mean, the gap fill opportunity and then any shorts wanting to cover, that is tremendous. It does break out through 8. You got to look for some longs in there. As a day trader, that's just what you have to respect. And I'm also watching Pinterest pretty heavily because Pins has deal rumors underneath it as well, and it's had this good support at like $20. Man, shorting this thing at 25, 26. Every single time it gets there, it's an easy one. But onto the $20 level. If that bounces off 20, that's where I'm looking for longs. If this stock takes out 20 to the downside, it's got a huge gap to be filled. So that and Pinterest are probably top of my radar. Meta, I was more looking at like the low 120s. I'm not sure we get there. And then if it popped, I was waiting for 131. So 131, kind of this gap fill, 30s to 31. It has support from last week at 22. It might be that Pinterest comes in, but Snapchat, just be careful whenever you're short at the bottom.
So Brandon's saying this came out earlier, but I just saw this. So we do have Fed speak today, but debate size of future rate hikes. So I feel like that kind of talk, probably sparked. This was just, it says that article came out, 6 or 7 minutes ago, what I saw. That looks to be sparking it right now. You're getting, whether or not it's that article, I'm out of Snapchat, by the way, I know we're talking about it. I got out there at 63, put it in the chat there when it came out. You can see I'm no longer in it. There's my out on Snapchat. We did take an average at 62, out right there at 63. Now it's starting to go upside. I like an $8 break on this. I just feel like it's too overdone. Doesn't mean that I like Snapchat at all. Of this move to the downside here is going to cause some covering, right? If you were short yesterday heading into earnings and I told you could have 20% profit, would you take it? Well, now you have 29 if you act right now. So that's the way that I think this is going to go. And by I mean acting right now. I just, whether or not it's happening now or at the open, I just feel like you're going to cover, right? So the shorts win today on Snapchat, but you don't win until you cover. So that's the one thing that I think could happen. It's basically a short squeeze. It's only 4 to 5% of the initial float. So I think it's just people aren't going to necessarily be squozed. They're just going to have to cover the shorts in order to capture that profit, right? So that's what I'm thinking is going to happen here off the open. And I just wonder if you don't have to duck, man. You can get famous. I really think that you would want to get an $8 break and then just see what happens. Like that's what I'm going to do. It could rip to 830, 840, 850, something like that, and then we'll cover and then we'll leave it alone. So I'm wondering if you can get a snap kind of a move when we break through 8 right there. That's kind of the play that I'm looking at. But you want to talk about what's moving this market right now. Obviously, it's going to be something that's more broader based. I mean, USD, well, everything, the 10-year,
everything.
It has to be rate. It has to be what I showed to some extent because everything is ripping. The US dollar making the move, the treasury, I mean, it was just at 10.42. I don't even know what it's at right now. I'll find that for you guys in a minute. But look at Apple. Apple before, like 10 minutes ago, Apple was 141.75. It's 143.75 it just went to right there. So you're up $2 straight on Apple. Apple turns green. Look at this market. The market was just down 1.3%. 8's breaking right now?
It could. It's got so close.
Okay, so
my stop was at 85 on Snap, and it just went to 90.
Oh, good.
That didn't happen. I was watching the level 2. My stop was 85. I got triggered. I got filled at 89.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
It never printed 05s here. That top was at about 96 or 97. I was watching the level 2 the entire time when that happened. So it actually has not broken 8 yet. But that's the problem with dark pool wicks, right? Like you can get triggered when the stock doesn't even go there.
E-Signal has it going there, but
really, but I was watching the level 2. I never saw anything about it.
They have it going to 807 there for some reason. But yeah, like you said though, and that's the problem with taking something pre-market. So I don't have this trade yet. Like I told you, I'm waiting for it. I mean, look, I just said, that's so funny. Like we just talked about Snapchat. I'm like, they're gonna buy this thing up, and then it just rips up huge there. I don't know. Sometimes you got to get long before these ideas come through. But again, so many shares here, 18 million shares. Let's watch it. I think we'll take a baby long now for Snapchat just to start this party right here. So let's take a long now. It looks like it wants to try 8. I think it's going to try it with more gusto come the open there, Brendan.
Seems like more and more outlets picking up on that headline now. Wall Street Journal specifically seemed to kick off that rally. So we will see what happens with the overall market. I mean, that's nothing that we haven't heard in the past, though, that they're going to debate going forward. But the Wall Street Journal reporting that now. Let's go to Twitter. Twitter, I mean, it was down huge to begin with, but made a nice move back higher. The Biden administration reportedly considering investigating Elon specifically on this deal and some other transactions, and whether or not there's a national security issue to deal with when it comes to him buying Twitter as a whole, but also the funding, where the funding is coming from. If it's international investors that are coming on to this deal, that could propose an issue, guys.
Yeah, and look, if the deal's not going to happen, there's only 2 possible reasons that it doesn't happen. 1, funding, and then 2, that you can make the case, the regulators can make some kind of a case, the administration can make a case to pull it for national security reasons. So Tesla does a lot of business in China. So that could mean, this is their logic. This is not my logic, it's their logic. And that can mean that Elon could be compromised in his decision-making with a platform that has that much pull. And then you throw in whatever relationship people like to speculate that he has with other countries and leaders. But the way I want to treat this is, if that report that they're saying, and I guess another program was talking about this, that Elon has to sell Tesla shares if this deal goes through and he has to sell some more. Well, that tells me, where you're pricing Twitter at $50, this is getting closed next week. It should be obviously back at 52 to 52.5. So if this spikes up and the ARB trade and the smart money decides that the higher likely that this is going to be getting done, then wherever Tesla sits, it's probably an easy short. And then if we do get a massive flush down, then that'll tell me that, oh, something's happened that nobody thinks this is going to be going through next week, and that might be an awesome buying opportunity on Tesla. There'll be Tesla will have trades on for its own merits, but if there's anything crazy that happens on Twitter and I miss the move, the first place I'm going to is Tesla. And if Twitter's a big spike up by $1 or $2, then I want to be fading Tesla. If it tanks, I want to be buying Tesla. So that's what I'll be watching today, in addition to keeping your ear to the ground for any specific news on Twitter itself.
Yeah, I don't really have much to say about Twitter. I have a frog in the throat. That's why we went to get this water. Everything is jamming.
You should buy J-Frog.
I got to shout out to Rob, because Rob keeps dropping off these hauls. I'm going to have one of these in a minute. Okay, I just want to say, first of all, I think, are we going to, we have the rundown. Okay, so we're talking about ad stocks next. I just want to say, Neil was just talking a little bit there. Tesla did make a nice little run up there to 206, and then now coming back in as the market sort of digests some of that news there. It's still the same story, man. Like, nothing's changed. This is the crazy thing about the Fed. Like, we could sit here and talk all we want about rate hikes and rate and decision making. But until they make the actual decision, it is going to be 75 basis points, and then followed up by probably 50, I would say. And then at that point, you can start to look the other side, because you still have 2 more CPI readings to come as well. So before the end of the year, so that's gonna change everything depending on where that goes. I mean, imagine the CPI number still stays pretty high, PPI high, CPI high. If this is, the Fed's already said they're data dependent, right? So I feel like until something really does change, it's hard for us to sit here and buy like that. We already know what the story is going to be. Until there's a complete pivot, like until I see J-Pow come out and say like, you know, this is now what we're looking at, and we're happy with the current direction of what the economy is saying to us. I mean, we just got a great print also on jobs, so I don't really know what's happening there. Straighten out this hat a little bit here. I wasn't sure. I should take this. You know, some people keep the stickers on, but I thought for a 40-year-old guy, we don't want to do that.
Yeah, that's
yeah. You know, my kids would be like, "Dad, what the hell are you even doing?" They already say that anyways. But
right?
Yeah. I don't know. These guys crazy. You know, I had to pick up my 8-year-old from gymnastics yesterday at 9 p.m. It's a damn school night.
That's too late, man.
It's a damn school night.
My daughter's ends at
9
8:10, and
PM.
I think that's bad enough.
That's probably worse because she's only 5, right?
It's ridiculous. You should see what it's like having 5-year-olds in a gymnastics class that late. Like by the end of it, they're just doing whatever the hell.
The thing is, she has so much energy by the time it's over with, and that's the problem because
you can't get them to sleep.
They're tired and they have energy. Like it's a double whammy. Ooh, I look 22 in this hat. Thank you. I'll take 32. I'll take 32.
22. That's
I gotta figure out this gray situation here. But like I always say that to my kids, but now they're getting too old. I mean, the joke used to be I used to tell them I just had like makeup and stuff in my beard, and it was just like dust from work, but. You know, they see me on the weekend and after showers and stuff like that. So, all right.
Oh, more to get to.
Yeah. But you're older than me, Rob.
So just, by the way, a couple of times here, just if the stream like hiccups or anything like that, just try to hit the refresh.
Is it hiccuping
if you can.
again?
It looks like for a couple people were saying there was a little bit of a hiccup. But
damn you, Lucas.
Hit that refresh if you can. Look, if it's fine, it's fine. But if you have any issues with it, refresh usually helps.
Here, Henry, you guys, just before we go back to Brendan here, because we have lots going on here. Here, Henry, you want to see the full fit. Here, this is what we're wearing today, right here. We talked about this on Twitter. Shout out to everybody. 97 likes. Thank you so much for that. And you could see, I just noticed this, you could see my breath. In here. Beautiful fall tree right here. It's my favorite. Skeletons. We already got, my house is littered with Halloween stuff right now. There's the coffee. We got it right here. Here's the coffee cup right now. This was me this morning, all fitted up, all geared up here, kitted up, and that's ready to rock and roll. So follow me at Trader TV, Sean. I was tweeting you guys yesterday because Justin wanted our information. I don't even know if that was real, what I tweeted to you guys, because I had 700,000. Let me see that again. Thank you guys for continuing to support everything that we're doing. But I had, what was it? Was it 300,000 or 700,000? Yeah, 370,000 profile visits last month. So thank you so much. And Neil as well, and Brendan, all of us are going way up here. So we want to thank everybody for continuing to support Trader TV Live. You can find all 3 of us on Twitter. You can find Trader Pratt on there as well. So join us all. I tweet all weekend long. So follow me at Trader TV Sean if you want to. But let's follow Brendan to the promised land. What else do you want to talk about?
I'm going to follow you, Sean, with a 20-year reduction with that hat. So I need to get apparently one of those hats for a 20-year reduction. I would like one of those.
Yeah, Brendan.
Why did he have to just give up his age like that?
Yeah, Brendan. Okay, so Brendan, guys, Brendan looks
that's a foul
Brendan
right
also
there.
looks 22 in that lovely white shirt.
I'm just saying I need one as well, clearly, because that's impressive.
Just age, man.
I'm the same. I don't care. I don't like people. Whatever. Let's go to some of the. Don't worry, Fahad. Fahad's talking in our ears right now. Yeah.
You better ease up on that talk.
He literally walks around like a 75-year-old man. Like he can't even get up these 2 steps that are right over there. Come on,
Fahad.
Come on, son.
Damn.
Get out of here with that shit, son.
Let's talk about some of these ad stocks. Yeah, there's trading to be done today. I mean, obviously, Snap saying zero growth to come in the current quarter. So all of these downside on that. Google, Meta, Snap, Pins, pick one. Even the Trade Desk, advertising related, but TTD getting hit on that. Again, Snap's forecast driving everything downside.
So I'm going to try to get Fahad's comments on the air because I think that'd be hilarious if you guys heard those.
Yeah, it's
little
unfair.
clips. Not everything he says, but little things like that would be really funny because he was telling us that he thought we were 62 years old, and then that started it all off. So I think, you know, I'll put on the producer hat, and if we can get those comments on the air, I think that would be even more hilarious and give people another reason to watch the best damn show
Well, he can put it in the
on
chat if you wanted
YouTube
to.
right now. So, no, I just think it'd be funny, like, if they heard it, but I don't know. Anyways, don't do Fahad like that. What do you mean don't do Fahad like that?
No,
now this guy has support. You don't even know.
It's because we respond to what he says, and you don't hear what he says. He says all kinds of nonsense in our ears, and then we respond to it, and you guys think that we're just being mean to him. But I love Fahad, but I'm just being honest about it. Like, he's talking so much trash in our ears. It's hilarious.
There you go. See, I look 50. There you go. Thanks. Thanks, Jets fans.
I don't think you look 50.
Jets fan. Okay.
Good luck
I see what's happening. Zach Wilson, right there. Hide your kids, hide your wife, hide your moms around Zach Wilson.
Elijah Moore is asking for trade. Maybe Zach Wilson slept with his mom.
Elijah Moore should go to the Packers, actually. I mean, that guy's talented high draft capital. I like Elijah Moore. Didn't he get drafted pretty highly?
Second round.
Yeah, high draft capital. Already requesting. They have Garrett Wilson over there. They have Corey Davis. Let's get Aaron Rodgers some.
If Aaron Rodgers got
here.
him, it's over.
Anyways,
Facebook. Look, if you're looking at this entire group, there's going to be a couple of buckets here. The overall market and growth stocks are going to be responding potentially to that news we saw, and they'll move in concert. But I feel like all these ad-related names are also going to move together. So if you're trading Snapchat, if you're trading Pinterest, you got to have your eyeballs on Meta, and you have to have your eyeballs on Alphabet, which have not reported yet. So I expect that if we see a breakout on Meta at 127, then Snapchat could also have a pretty strong move through that $8 level as well. If I see 131 or 130 to 131, I'm shorting it on Meta today. There's almost no way I don't take a shot at it off those levels. Same thing with the bid. I'd rather just wait for that bid to come in. But diddling in the middle, I'll diddle in the middle on Snapchat because I think if it breaks out, it's got more room to go. But I'm not going to diddle in the middle on Meta here.
All right. I kind of want to diddle in the middle. So I'm sitting down here near 125. I mean, I just think that, again, there's going to be some opportunities, I feel like, to buy it. I mean, Meta's been in trouble. We know that. And it was 131 right there, like what Neil's saying. I mean, if we can get up to there, fine. That's still $5 away. I would love to get to that move. But look, like yesterday, I'm trying to zoom out a little bit more here just so we can see what Meta did yesterday. This is the open, right? So this is why we try to stay away from these kind of plays and why I'm actually out of Snapchat right now. Because even though Snapchat's only an $8 stock, I trade it with like 8 times the shares that I would on a Meta, right? Most of the time, because again, it's risk to reward, knowing that these moves could happen. So right here, Meta yesterday, basically at this time was 134, right? Then off the open, it went all the way down to 132.50. So that's $1.50 down before making the move all the way up $4 or $5 and stopping and then fading out the rest of the day and then eventually taking down. We said that was the biggest opportunity missed right there, was hitting that short. And then that went all the way down to 131. It gave us another $1 and then hovered around 131.50, 131 all afternoon. So that's fine. So I feel like Meta's pretty stable, obviously, yesterday afternoon after a pretty wild ride, but just going right back, going up, coming right back to where it stood, right? So stood there all day, fine. Look at Snapchat just going back and forth here. Now down 12 cents. It's back into the 60s. Like, maybe I should have held the short. But again, then it gets dropped down here on that news, right? So let's wait to see. Like, 75. Snapchat didn't stop there. So I feel like if it wanted to keep going down, and again, I do stop the chart. So, it could have gone a little bit lower. I could double check on all that. But I'm really looking at 125 flat as an area for me to try to support. So I am bidding right now ahead of 125. It's on the sticky note. And I think that this is worth it, man. I'll get out if it breaks 125 and reassess. So what I want to do is put on a decent sized position like a normal one, whether that's 1,000 shares for you, 500 shares, 5,000 shares, whatever is comfortable. I think you could do that in front of 125 there, and then just get out if it breaks it. Give yourselves a little bit more room, and then we'll play off of that. Like, if the market's gonna tank here today, then you are gonna wanna go short. But I said on the sticky note as well here, is that you wanted to make sure that you watched the open. I think that that's gonna be the biggest key here. Let's see what this market wants to do off open. You just saw it retrace up 1.5% in 10 minutes on what was a Wall Street Journal report that A, is paywall protected, and B, was out before. So I know that there's not that much liquidity here right now for positioning, so just be careful with it, but I like, quite frank with you, I actually like a 128 break long as well. So I think that you can go, Fahad, don't fall down those stairs, bro. I just want to make sure that this 128, it could be a great long if it breaks. So I want to be here for that as well. Meta on my mind today, but as is Snapchat, man. I'm really excited to see what Snapchat could do if we break 8 with volume here once the market opens. But before I throw back to Brendan again, the imbalances just came out. So Snapchat right here has been out for a while. Of course, it's on the NYSE. It has 800,000 shares to sell. Mullen, we'll talk about that when the market opens, but that's, oh, here it goes. Here we go, Snapchat. Snapchat now making a nice little move back to the upside right there. What all we have to do is, okay, Mullen, Twitter right there as well. Not much on the NASDAQ side, but let's go over to Brendan and just wrap this up. Only 3 minutes now.
One more name, interesting name, because it's dragging down some of the other payment processors here as well. AXP out with earnings. This was the headline. Quarterly report actually decent, but they pointed to some significant economic-related headwinds to come for this one. But making a move back higher here, it's worth noting with the overall market. Visa down as well on this today.
Look, it doesn't do a lot of volume, AXP, but it's actually pretty solid here today. I wanted to fade 142, but that has to wait till the open because the spread and the volumes are not really fantastic. And let's have it settle down here a little bit. It's got a pretty wide range the last couple of weeks, like a 15%, almost a 15% bottom to top. So expecting that it has a chance to get back up here is not impossible. A couple of things I want to quickly get to. We only have 3 minutes left. CCL the last couple of days has been a short for me off these levels. Now it shows up. So the top here 830. I was shorting 825s. I did take a swing at it at this 810 level, 8 to 810 early in the morning because the previous day that was a good level. So either one of these two places, I'm looking maybe 2 shots at some shorts on CCL. If it breaks at 830, this is a bit of a jailbreak into that long side. And then some of the Chinese ADRs there, JD.com, looked like it was going to be pressuring that 40s, 50 level to the downside. Now we've bounced away from it. I'm still going to go short on this bottom break because that is your absolute low. Like that's when Baba broke this. Its June or March low, yearly low, I should say, it absolutely flushed 272 the other day. So I'm looking for the same thing. It's now triple bottom on the daily chart at 40.60 on JD.com. I want that break to the downside if we can get it. And let's not forget Tesla. I mean, everyone's going to have Tesla on the mind, not just because of the Twitter news and Elon, but because of 200. Obviously, 200 looked a heck of a lot more likely about 25 or 30 minutes ago when we were sitting down at 203. It bounced off 202 yesterday. That 200 break looms. If we do get a press to the upside, trades aren't showing here, but that top was 215. I mean, you can diddle in the middle, maybe a 209, 2010 on any kind of a pop. I'd rather play the key levels. Like we're so close to that 200 that I think that's what we'll be working off of today. And if we see 215, we already know we like that one.
All right, 2 minutes to go, guys. Yeah, welcome to the jungle, man. It's going to be a wild one today. I'm getting ready to hit Snapchat right now, so I'm just going to put that order in to go long. I didn't have it in to go long through $8, so we're going to put that in right now. If it does break, like Neil mentioned previously there, we did try to break it earlier, and whether or not it wicked higher or not, it did try to break 8, and I think we did get some dark pool prints. Like I said, liquidity right now is very sparse. It looks like it's not. It's 22 million shares. You can get it on this name, that's fine, but it's like when it starts to move and this market wants to go somewhere, it's not. Like it had no problem. We turned positive. Like it was just on that report, like a little bit of volume spiked this thing like crazy. So we're looking for it right now. We're long Snapchat at 78. We were initially short when it broke 50. We got out of that, and now we're almost flat on the stock, as we'll see what happens now back up to the upside with only a minute to go. I like the stock here breaking through 8 for a quick little bump. I think we can get like 830s, 840s, something like that. I apologize. I do have a little small halls in my mouth right now, so that's going to create a little bit, but that just means I'll be able to be more quiet. So that'll be good for a lot of you. All right. There's some size following it down on ARCA, so watch out here. Only 45 seconds to go. I like what you're looking at with Tesla there. We're going to watch $200. I like Meta down there at 150, and then Meta down there at 125, 150. That was a pipe dream. And then AMD has supported this 56.50 area, so yes, I am bidding AMD lower near 56. I don't want to take any trades in the middle right now. I want to watch Snapchat. I want to see what this market does, and we only have 20 seconds before we get the answers.
Oh, that's right. And I should remind. Yeah, that reminds me. I'm on the bid of NVIDIA at 116, but also offering Intel in front of 26.25 because I short Intel on every single pop. If it breaks that level, I'm shorting it if it gets to 27 because that's been free money lately. It's always get to.
Let's go.
Oh my goodness! In 3, 2, and 1,
hey.
Tony. Somebody just got outed.
It is the Tiger. Thank you, Tony, for that one again. We're just going to watch Snapchat here as it's trading. Tesla's moving around. AMD's moving around. Let's just check. I mean, Snapchat's not even open yet, so we got to wait for that to happen. Might take a minute to open. So I'll come back to that when and if it does. Well, when, not if. When it opens. So did I just say if?
You said if.
As if. All right, Rev is not doing anything, but I'm just going to call it up anyways. PK. So this is Revlon right now. $1.70. It went down yesterday at $3.90. So already chopped in half, and it's only doing 32,000 shares, so that's a hard pass right now for Revlon. So, okay, there goes Meta. Nice little 9 cents in the money as we open back up. I'm going to take profit. 90s. All right, let's do this, man. Yes, sir. We're just hitting it like that right now. Nice little 13-cent winner. Let's see if we take out the level that we're thinking, $8. We have a nice little level there at 90. Let's take another piece out at 88. We're using inverted gateways, so we'll hopefully get fills a little bit faster and not pay for we pay for our fills instead of getting paid. So that's what we're doing right now on Snapchat. We're out of 40% of that at 90.
And by the way, you're getting a move downside in some of the chip names. NVIDIA now down 1.5%, challenging 120. I just got some shares out in front of that 9. 760 was the bottom in the pre-market earlier on Snap. When it broke below it, I went short. And now that it's above that, I'm using that 760 as a bidding spot for me. But if these chip names are going to show some weakness, then I want to be all over Intel if I can. Do not want to rush necessarily into anything, and I don't want to be chasing it. But if it's failing at 26, I got to respect that. The other name I forgot about in Chinese space is Alibaba. So Baba broke $70 in the pre-market on very light volume. That's obviously a monster level. Here it comes, challenging that level right now. So watch out for Alibaba here at 70. Oh, okay. $8 Snapchat.
Yeah, Snapchat's right at $8. So we take another piece out. We just got 99s there. There it is. So now we're long on Snapchat. Let's go. This is exactly as planned right now. We knew this. Yes, go. We knew this would happen here on Snapchat. At least a try of 8, right? Like I thought we got some outs at 14s there, I believe. Yes, we did. So that's a good out for us. Obviously, the top is 15, so we'll take that 14 out. Now you get a little bit nervous because now the moves happened on Snapchat right there.
Might be a wick top.
Yeah, we might have got that. So we're still in it. We're still in it. It's fine. Not a big, huge mistake yet. AMD, though, you want to talk about a winner. Let's go. Hit the bangs right now. AMD just, now it's fading back out. We were just over 57 there, giving us a 50-cent winner, but we didn't take it because we were watching Snapchat. But we are long AMD right now, so let's hit the siren to give you another update on a trade position that we have. I'm going to get out a little bit here of Snapchat as it comes back in a little bit. So we'll watch out to get some more out here on Snapchat.
NVIDIA's going.
Yeah, and let's not take it. What's going, sorry?
NVIDIA is running now to the upside. This looks strong again. So NVIDIA about to break. If it takes out 123, that was afternoon resistance. That's a big level. I'll 100% be short Intel if that does happen. But Tesla, which I thought Tesla was going to be the one, man, this morning, looking at that 200 level, and we're diddling again. It's just sitting here at 206, 207. It is trying to make a break to the upside. And remember, do not forget to watch Twitter. There's going to be news on Twitter. It could affect Tesla. Twitter's still below $50. They clearly are doubting whether that deal is going to happen, which is interesting.
I don't know what. Be honest with you. All right, so Snapchat just came back up to $8. We did get some more out. I'm a little bit nervous about it because we didn't. It broke. We're out of more than half of what we had already, but we're still in this name, so I still want to see what does happen here. But right now, Snapchat. I said Twitter. Snapchat does have the majority of my distraction right now. AMD. You just talked about NVIDIA running. Obviously, it's pulling back now. I'd assume as well because is it pulling back?
No, sorry.
You're on MR. mRNA.
Yeah, the break happened on mRNA. Moderna broke 125, but I didn't get the fill. So I don't necessarily love chasing this, but I think there is some upside to the move. So yeah, I just took some at 125.50. That's a little bit extended from the breakout, but I guess I didn't cross far enough on Moderna. I'll try to add at a better price if I can.
Well, no man can cross it. So.
Nobody can cross it. But Moderna up 6%. Another break. Look, the stock, 125 was a big level. Yesterday's highs there on Moderna. Now Snap's starting to come back in here. So the longs in front of 760 were certainly better than the load. We're certainly better than the breakout. If it doesn't load in 2 seconds, I'm just going to do this where I show you that. So longs in front of 760, a heck of a lot better than the $7 break. 760 is that line in the sand. It was that level from the pre-market. If we bounce off VWAP, fantastic, but the market's starting to come back in. And where's my Intel short? Brendo?
Oh, no.
Some of the vaccine names moving around here, guys. Here's Pfizer, first off, up 2%. Huge volume behind this move back higher because of this move. Here comes Moderna at day highs, up 6.5%. EU decision on a booster for Moderna's COVID shot.
Yeah, I still don't. I should have gotten that fill on the break. But anyway, it doesn't really matter. I'm in it, but I'm in it like 40 cents worse than I should be, which is kind of frustrating. Intel just popped up to 26.10
what is Snapchat
and is now
doing?
failing 26. Now I feel like I should be shorting it wherever I can. Snapchat is charging down toward that 760 area. So here we go. I thought it could break, thought it could squeeze. I'll take my shot, see what we can get.
I'm just going to put a stop. Oops, sorry. We got longer on AMD down here. We talked about, excuse me. We talked about, okay, now we're long. We talked about trying to get this in front of 56. So just be careful with all of this levels here. You are breaking lower, man. This looks like it is going to be a disaster move to the downside. We do apologize for the feed. Hopefully it'll get better there. We are working on that. Apparently someone just said there, and even Prad messaging that there's a problem. So, all right, we are long AMD. Let's see what happens right now. We do have a decent position in this. We're taking it off 56 bottom right now. You know, 56 breaks, we want to get out. I mean, this could be a disaster day for us if these levels don't hold, right? We've been really lucky in the past to get some of these levels to hold. So let's not look a damn gift horse in the mouth right now, because there it goes back up to the upside here. And took a line from Neil there. But let's just wait to see what happens as AMD, there it is, out some in the 40s. Good trade for me. We're long 25 on a full position for AMD.
And we'll do this one we'll kind of do the up right now because the market's not really going to be that strong. It's actually downside. But yeah, nice bounce off of 125 again on Moderna. But this time I should be paying myself at least a little bit. Like it just gets to this 126 and a little bit of a tiny rejection of that level. But I didn't get the break on the way up, but I was able to finally get some shares a little tighter to that 125. Super strong stock, up 6% relative to the entire market, and some of the other space going. So we'll have a look at some of those. It's just Moderna that I happen to like. Coming back over to Snapchat here, it did dip all the way down in front of that 760. We got a lower high at 770, and 765 there, and I was long some 72s in the pre-market in front of it. I jumped back in front of 75, but the out for me is not low of the day. It's actually at that 760 area. I keep coming back over to Tesla because I'm waiting for it to maybe make a challenge to the downside that is just not happening. Tesla is on the move, and it's only on the move up right now. So if it gets to like 215 for sure is a short, but I'm looking at maybe a curl at that 210. Every $5 is usually pretty good on Tesla. The only short I got on is Intel because pretty much every day that's what I'm doing. But if it gets through, I'm just kind of zooming out so you can see. If we get through this consolidation in the afternoon from yesterday's trade, I would just get out at that top, acknowledging the strength.
I'm trying to. Wow, Amazon's popping through highs now as well. All right, I was looking at Microsoft, 236 still for Microsoft here. I don't want the 20-minute. Where's my 1-minute chart? Yeah, I was looking at 237 break there. Okay, we'll have to watch out for that one. But right now, yeah, not much going on here from what I can see anyways in this market. So, I mean, there's stuff going on in the market.
Netflix is going nuts.
Is Netflix going nuts? Okay, we got to go over to that one. To the upside, which way is this going?
Netflix just broke 72s. I mean, this is...
Yeah.
This has been crazy every single morning, and I should have made this connection. We were talking about the ad space thing and whatever. Great report for them. We know that 75 has been a bit of a linchpin level, although there's been some pretty significant breaks of it. I think if it gets there, there's that, and there's that big 280. Maybe it has to be buying dips on this and being patient. I really do not want to be chasing this stock this far to the upside. If it comes back into 270, consolidates, or any kind of a solid strength there, I'll have to go over to it. Don't forget and don't sleep on Apple, come on. Apple here, as this market is still kind of churning. It goes slightly green on the ES, then you're coming right back in. But that 142 on Apple looks pretty solid, as this is about to turn green itself. So instead of looking at the futures, Apple's a good proxy as well. But that 142 is a linchpin level. mRNA, it took another leg out there because it cannot seem to get past this lower high at 126. So the initial push up, I took nothing out. When I got the reload, then I took some profits there again at 126. I want to see if I can hold it. But if we get back below the pre-market highs, I got to cover. And here comes Snap right back into that that 760 level. So 760, that was the pre-market low that got taken out. It's about to challenge it again. It has been up above 8, but that was a bit of a wick top, so watch out below 760. Brendo?
This was very strong yesterday. FCX guys off earnings that were better than expected, just popping up back into some of these levels from the afternoon. But a nice rally yesterday off earnings, but FCX going again.
FCX right now, but there it is right now. We're just loading up right now on AMD to the downside. We just got more bids down there, so hopefully. Damn it. And then it just fades again. But that's fine, man. Every time it pops up, I just want it to go. We're taking profit on this name every single time it comes up to the upside. So all good on all this, but it just keeps on stopping. So just be careful. Like I said, this market is like, you really think it's going to run. We were just in the 60s there. Like we got some out there 54. We got some out there 58. And then we hit that button. The next thing we know, it just drops 30 cents. So lack of money right there on that move. But it's a nice move to the upside, trying to respect that. I am respecting Snapchat right now. If it does break too much below this 750, man, we're going to get out. We tried the 8 long. It was good. We took profit on it, but like I said, we're still holding less than half because we've been getting out on the way in.
The space is moving up, though.
Like
that's
right there. Yeah, I don't know. I'm still fine with it. We'll probably let's just take another piece here around 62. Maybe I have to punch 63. Am I going to get 62s here or not? Let's just wait to see if we get it. On the bid. There we go. Obviously, we get it right there. And I was actually on ARCA, like a paid gateway there. So we just got 62s long right now on Snapchat. Let's see if that holds. If we have to get out on a 50 break, we'll do that. But right now, we're going to get out of AMD because this is cranking lower right now. So yeah, there's AMD right now, breaking right through $56. So here it comes, right to the downside. This is part of, the sort of area that we were concerned about. It's trying to hold, but not for very long. This is going to get lower here. Good thing we did take some profits, but it's still going to be a losing trade for me here, as there it goes, finally breaks back down lower. 70. And now we're out right now. BOVESPA 70. Yeah,
BOVESPA just broke 70.
The market's kind of holding up, right? But these names are crashing. So what's up, Brendo?
DocuSign just popping up on volume here. There's a few people circulating an activist node, not saying exactly who it might be at this point, but big volume there on Docu.
Not exactly falling apart here on
what is Meta?
Now it's starting to go to the downside. I was about to say, like, that 70 break on BABA, which looks gigantic on the daily chart. Like, you're seeing the initial move here is about to the 60s. I'll take some out there. Snapchat just stopped me out. It broke that 760 level, so I'm out of that one. Now I'm all in shorts, but the market is red. I guess the Snapchat long was more of like a dead cat bounce type of idea. But yeah, there goes BABA. That means, look, BABA's working, yada, yada, yada. That's nice. But JD.com is right also at that 40-60 level, which is huge on the daily. So that's another one that I was looking for. You're going to short 2 names related like that at the bottoms. It better be a significant level, but I will take a shot if I can on that JD break while still in Alibaba, as long as it's going to be in the money. I'm also in Intel. I'm kind of kicking myself over CCL. If you look at that chart, there's an opportunity for me to get the short, but I'm in Intel, which is pretty much going sideways. But when it got back below 26, I got into some more shares there. So going to hold that. Look for JD to come to the downside. Now Tesla's starting to challenge back into its downside. Never got to 210. If I started it early, fantastic, but I did not do so. So I don't have any shorts off that 210 level. If it gets back there, probably have to wait for exactly 210. But 200 definitely worth it and in play as we look to that level. JD didn't break, BABA did, which leads me over to NIO. That tried to get through the high, another wick top and fade here for the Chinese automakers. I bet you XPeng looks exactly the same. Probably a short off of these highs. They've been dogs for the entire, well, I was about to say the entire week, but I guess it's like the last 3 months.
Yeah. We're going to, again, I don't know if you guys have been watching this or not. I don't even know what to hit anymore. We don't have too many. We're waiting for this. We thought we'd get a little more animations soon, but we are getting them very soon. Right now, nice little win. We are long 126.60 right now on Meta. Ooh la la. Thank you, Mr. Randy is in the building. Thank you so much. We got to get you on to talk about this Tesla move because Tesla is a nice little, why don't we do that if we don't have anybody this afternoon? We'll talk about it after. There it goes right now. Hit the siren alert. Coffee and winning trades. I mean, can you do any better than that right here? Live, Trader TV Live. Thanks, Randy, for that one. 70 cents now in the money on Meta, so that's going. Again, we just wanted to take that long. Let's see how far we can go upside now for Meta as it's going upside right now, big time. So it's a nice little move here for Meta, just starting to go. Tesla as well, starting to go, but I'm going to take some more out. Boom. Wow, $1 winner right now for Meta on that. So that's a good one so far, man. Snapchat is the only disappointment for me today. AMD was a disappointment because it's back up now.
Huge bid 750 though.
But we did pick 750. Oh, and Netflix.
No. Snapchat.
Snapchat. Yeah. You know what? I'm on Snapchat here. I feel like it's going to break, man. I think you might have done the right thing getting out there at 60. But yeah, Snapchat, just a funny name. We're $1 in the money on Meta. Let's take another piece out. Big trade alert for me right there.
Yeah, so look, I was trying to get set 270 on Netflix on the dip. It got close. It didn't quite. I should have been more aggressive with this. It could be making a bit of a breakout, but I'm going to be a little bit patient. I'm trying to get a little dip here. Maybe 271s, but this is a super strong name. It's going to be, oh goodness, I should just take this breakout trade. It's only up 2%. If you're going to have a green day, this feels like it's the right name to go here. So, yeah, thinking out loud to myself, overhead resistance at about 273.50. Now I'll wait for the dip buy. If it consolidates here, I can always jump in a little bit later. Intel now on the move to the upside. I just talked myself out of the long there. Intel now on the move. Looks like it's going to be breaking that top. Unfortunately for me, you short Intel every single day. The day it goes up, you're going to have that losing trade on. And 750 did bounce on Snap. There was a couple 100,000 shares on the bid there. I might jump in front of it at like 51 or 52 and try to risk 3 cents. Brendo?
Big move for HA here this morning. Hawaiian Airlines, they have a cargo unit. New deal with Amazon, guys, for Hawaiian Airlines, again, on the cargo side of things. So this one up almost 10% here.
Even realize we took Meta. I mean, Meta. Whatever, man. I'm just going to keep on hitting this, man, like I'm a DJ that has a broken board right now. But yeah, that is just $2 now in the money. Like, we just got taken out there for Meta. This has been an absolute monster. This is why it's on the sticky note. But another name that's on the sticky note that right now, I didn't even honestly... I mean, I didn't realize, I should have realized it. I'm responsible for the own trades here, but didn't realize that we did have this here on Microsoft. So let's just, hopefully this continues to go up. We did take some out there because it's not, I'm going to take some more out right now because as it's winning here, I like the trade. There's no doubt I like Microsoft here long. It's just, it broke and I was like, what? That just fell in. And then by the time I noticed it, we already down 20 cents. So let's see. Yeah, it's just dancing. Microsoft, I don't know. Like, does this name want to go? This is the name that I really wanted to protect, Microsoft. So I don't know, man. This name has a chance to go. We're much lighter on it now because honestly, I wasn't sure about the 237 break. It seemed like it was a little bit high up. We're $2. See, like, look at that just drop down right there again. I'm just going to take some out and see if we can just hold the rest now. We're pretty light on this name. I don't really trust Microsoft up here as it's bouncing around. Look at the market right now bouncing as well. So I'm going to take another piece out on that. And then why not, man? Meta continues to work high side now. Let's just see if we can't let this one go. It's at 129. We're long at 126. So, well, it's not at 129. It's at 128. It just went to 129. Like, it went to 129.90, 128.90 there, giving us $2.30. So hopefully it can get upside even some more. But it's the Microsoft. I'm glad we identified that was a problem because we would have given back everything we made on Meta if we had still held this. But thank God we didn't.
Yeah, and guys, just now we got to 3,700 on the S&P 500 futures, the ES minis. That wicked up to the top. That's why you're seeing a tiny bit of a pullback in the market every time we get to that level. Like the first time we get to that level, I should say, each day, it's almost like there's an obvious rejection. We scalped some out, of course, the breakdown of Alibaba, but it just curled here off of the opening range, the lower opening range. That's a pre-market bottom that it had some support. I grabbed the short. I'm going to have a stop above this range and continue into the short side, at least in this name. And I did not chase Netflix, and I'm kind of glad I didn't, because you hit that resistance on the futures, and then there you go. Like, it pulls right back in. I think I'll be able to get it. I'm now long Snapchat at 52s because it was that bid at 50s, but my out is going to be pretty obvious. Like, if it breaks 750, I'm just out of that stock, but I'm buying this dip in Netflix here. I might be a little bit more aggressive. And when he talked about this bit yesterday, like, if you find yourself wanting to get shares away from the price that you really like, then what you can consider is, well, how many shares do I want to have at 270 if it does break? And then work your average in kind of in reverse. If I'm going to add 3 times, then just take a little bit less on the initial position. That way you don't miss it. I missed that last bounce last time, and I got absolutely nothing. But this dip I have to buy. Snapchat's the other one we just talked about. This is a pure scalp trade. There we go. Pure scalp trade off that 50 level. So I want to be getting out on the way up. If it only moves like 10 to 15 cents, then I'm okay with that because it's a big 750. It's now a double bottom. It's a wick bottom from earlier. And my stop is going to be essentially risking 3 or 4 cents. So when it goes up 7 or 8, you better believe I want to take some profit.
All right, let's go, guys. Market is now flat right there, as I hear Pratt asking, what is this market? Yeah. All right, there it is. So we did, again, we're not gonna celebrate anything here. Microsoft just tanked down. We take the long at 237. We get out knowing that there's some issues, man. And then we bought some more on the low side. I'd like to see about. It's too bad. I didn't even know we went down there to 235.80. Liquidity is really shitty right now on Softy. It's like jumping around like crazy.
It's not just Microsoft.
Yeah, no, I know. It's all of them. Like, I didn't think we'd get a $3 win or whatever on Meta there. It just popped in like crazy. Amazon as well, making some highs there. Remember, it's Friday. It's options expiration. But it's 9:50 now as I look down. Okay, Snapchat's starting to take off a little bit. I got to, whoopsies, too many shares. I'm going to take some out here at 65 if I can. I almost put the full thing there we missed it, of course. Honestly, Snapchat, we'll take a 62 then. Okay, we get a 62. But we wanted a 65 there. Went up to 60, almost 70. I'm just trying to like ease the pain right now on Snapchat because not much is happening.
Dreams?
Look at eye lag right now. What is that? A Field of Dreams thing? Ease the pain?
Ease his pain. That's what the voice says.
Oh, is that what it says? Okay, yeah. I'm trying to ease my own pain.
And
right
because
now.
I got to do this, I said Field of Dreams, so I'm going to use that key. Why not? Look, if I'm going to trade off this level on Snapchat, look at this top, 768. I don't know why 768 has resistance on it, but took some out in the 60s, took some out in the mid 60s, grabbed it out there at 768. I'm only holding on to a third of the position now, and it's bounced off that 750 nicely. I think VWAP is a pretty good target for the next out, so I'll get some shares out there. Maybe it gets back to $8, who knows? But it was just a big bid at 750 and a bottom earlier. Netflix, I'm already out of this thing because it goes, and Sean just said liquidity is bad. It ticks down. You couldn't get shares down at 71, so I grabbed this here at 72, already out at the high of the day. Like, Netflix is super strong.
Yeah.
But if we're not breaking 3,700 though, then I want to be paying myself on those longs and maybe looking for places. I mean, I say looking for places to go short, but I got burned on Intel earlier. Alibaba, and I think some of the Chinese ADRs are on their own jam. The reload was able to get some out when it reclaimed 70, but now it's kind of retesting that high. So I'm going to adjust my stop. I don't know if I want to reload it another time with this market screaming like this. We'll take the win on BABA, and if these last shares stop out, so be it.
Let's go. Right now, yeah. Oh, did we get that Snapchat 65 there? Yes, we did. Okay, good on that one. And yeah, Microsoft now 70 cents in the money and starting to go. So finally, Mr. Softy, we'll take another piece out. Look where we're long on Softy now, 21 cents. Yes, sir, go. 21 cents in the money on Microsoft, $1 in the money on Meta. And we just missed, you might have saw me when we turned over here. We had Google. I wanted that long too, back to 99. But we missed that one. So that's okay for Google coming back in as well. Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Moderna is a good one. There goes, okay, now we're $1 in the money on Softy, as now it's finally taking out some of those highs. So again, it's just the way the market's moving right now. Like, it's way too early to celebrate. Like, yeah, this market's going up, this market's going down. Like, I look here at the NASDAQ, and honestly, I've never really seen it jump the way it's jumping right now. Like, look, see, 0.21, 0.22. It was just 0.3, like, like 5 seconds ago if you refresh the stream. So things starting to pop off, and holy crap, let's go. Let's drop some money down again and again and again, because there goes Microsoft, $1.20 in the money. Here goes Meta right now. Meta, $1.70 in the money. Microsoft, $1.20 in the money. And we wait for Snapchat to do something. So far today, man, the sticky note on some of these longs have been pretty cash. Look at Meta. Meta right now, 126. It's 128 and change. You can see the positions I have there at the bottom. And then Microsoft, good little long pickup there as well. Let's see if this can continue to the upside, sorry. The market, Neil, you might be right on that one. Let's turn that bear upside down put that into
I got to. Before Netflix takes out this 275 for good, I got to put it into the bull. Volatility has been doing this, by the way. This UVXY, it's about to break down. Actually, I think it just broke by like 1 cent. This bottom that we had in yesterday's trade, it's nowhere near that resistance point. So you're challenging that. You just broke that 3,700 once again. And the only reason I took profit on Netflix was that 3,700 level, above 3,700. And I want to work some longs in this stock. So every single pullback, if the market wants to hold what has been a huge level on the futures, every time we hold it to the upside, it's been a pretty solid run. If it rejects it, you know what the market can do. And then Tesla, don't sleep on Tesla. It's trying to make another run higher. But as this market hits tops, this is Tesla making a lower high. For now, Tesla is in the doghouse for me for any potential longs. I hate to say it. It's not really giving it up there. But NVIDIA, still trying to make that breakout. It's not quite there yet. It's about 123. That's where I'm looking for the break today on NVIDIA. Yesterday it was a 125. It didn't matter that it was late. That was the level I wanted. It's the same thing with this 123. We hold 3,700. Netflix can take out the 75 for good. NVIDIA can take out 123 for good. And I can probably cancel my dip buy on NVIDIA. I'll do that after I get the stop in.
Right, Amazon. So Amazon's up 1% and looking to go higher right now. 118. We're still a little a ways on that one right now. So yeah, we're gonna have to sit here and try to be patient maybe here with all these trades. Snapchat not doing much. The thing is it sucks that we got AMD. Oh man, this could have been a celebratory. It's still a celebratory day. Every day should be, anyways. But AMD, wow, man, oh man, getting out there at 56. It went down to 70. And if, like I said, if this market continues to get cranked, then I can't hold it. So it's just that time. And this is what happens, man, when you're bottom picking. And I've actually been doing some soul searching. You don't want to bottom pick everything, or else at some point, you're just gonna get run over. And I just didn't want that to happen. We've really changed our style of trade, and it's not about picking bottoms. It's just about finding good levels, trying to trade off them, and then if they break, you get out and you don't even worry about it. So I'm worried about AMD because I see the money we've left on the table, but that's okay because there's always going to be more money-making opportunities, like hopefully this one. Google comes in right now. We're just starting this position, so if it rips, it rips. We have a light amount of shares on right now. I'm looking to get longer down here, like we just said, trying to be patient with these trades and taking something down to 99. So, that's kind of what I'm looking for here on this name, down to 99 on Google. So let's see if that happens. We have more shares waiting for us down there.
Yeah, look, I have to have something short. If 3,700 breaks, it does not hold. If it breaks out to the upside, I know where I want to go. I want to go over to Netflix. There's some other opportunities out there in chip space, like I talked about NVIDIA. But CCL, I didn't get the levels that I wanted. But if we reject 3,700 to the downside, the market just went up and tested and broke the highs and ran. And CCL couldn't even get to $8. It's still consolidating off the lows. The last time I saw this situation, all I did is work into a short off those highs. And then the second the market made a turn, the stock just dumped for me. So I'm going to do exactly the same thing. It was 2 days ago, but I'm going to do exactly the same thing here. And then don't sleep on that Snapchat 750 because it's bounced a few times off this level. At some point, as this level goes, this is clearly the big dog here today. So they're down 30%. If 750 goes, not only am I out of the long, got to go back over to those shorts, but at least able to get something back here and go back to the green after that breakout didn't work, the shorts early didn't work, but that 750 bounce has been about the cleaner trade we've been able to have on this. And here comes Tesla. With the market now holding above 3,700,
yes,
here comes Tesla toward those tops. Why is Netflix pulling back, though?
It's almost like Brad wore his red shirt today. That's how much the market's ripping. Okay, nice little move to the upside. Let's just see if it can hold, man. I don't know why this market's doing this, but we're only at the day's high. I mean, we've been here before.
No, I didn't get it.
Let's see if we can do it again, basically, is what I'm thinking about right now. So nice little move to the upside here for Meta. And that's just continuing to work for us, right? So Meta, nice move upside. I do have an offer at 128.40 to get out. I guess we can just do that right now. Take advantage of this move to the upside right here on Meta. So let's just cancel this 45. I mean, it's at 45. We must just put one right here and see if we get, there we go. We got it anyways at 39. So there, we would have got 45, but there's a nice little move for us on that Meta upside swing right now. So yeah, man, we're positive today and it's a good day all around here. Google's now 30. We just look at this trade. We just put this trade on for you. So I mean, if you want profits to be barbecued up here, I guess that means you're losing, but we put in profits on the Barbie. Nice little move there, 99.48 up to 99.90 there out on Google, only out of 1/3. We don't have our full position, right? So I'm not trying to scalp. Like if I had my full position, we would have been out many more times to the upside. But let's see if we can hold this. A practice in patience here with Google. Let's see if we take out 100 again here. Good longs, man. Google in the money 40, Meta in the money $2, Microsoft $2, and Snapchat just holding our beer down here at 750. Let's see what happens with Snapchat. And let's go over to the big board with Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, happening now, brought to you by Chart Prime. They offer top-notch indicators that automatically find chart patterns, support and resistance zones, pivot points, and so much more. Check them out. Chart Prime today. QR code going to be on screen here. You can get 20% off at checkout as well. Use the code that we have up there for you. Nice green board to show you. There we go. T Live will get you 20% off. Here we go. Nice green board to show you for the Dow and the S&P. First off, 1.21 for the Dow, 1% for the S&P down here. The NASDAQ struggling a little bit, but hey, we'll take it because everything was negative when I sat down this morning. So 0.5%, 0.65 there for the composite and the 100. Few things we were discussing if you joined us in the pre-market this morning, including, Snap, the big one off of earnings, downside in a big way. Will or will they not, the Biden administration, investigate Elon on all things Twitter deal? Google as well under pressure this morning off of that Snap forecast. Remember, zero growth forecast for Snap. There it is. Google back to, going to go green here. Will it? There it is. Flat anyways for Google. Pins 6% downside still. So relative weakness there versus Alphabet, guys. Red to green right now.
Yeah, so there we go. Tesla broke that high of the day now, so it got above 209. I actually missed the break, but then was able to get 209s on the way back up. It only got to 209.50. So the initial move goes 50 pennies. I'll give it 50 on the way back into the downside. Snap just bounced again off 750. Only it didn't get to 750, which kind of sucks because I would have loved to have had that. So just got into Tesla and looking at Netflix here as a market just got well above that 3,700 level. And then here comes Netflix. It was a good long before, but not really breaking out off that 275. I still think it's got a chance to go. The chips have been super strong. NVIDIA still trying to get to that top and make that final breakout. But either way, the chips have been ridiculously strong. I got out of Intel, but just a reminder, if I'm going to get stopped out when it broke the pre-market highs, I'm already sitting in front of 27. There's no chance I'm going to miss that. I am watching, anytime I'm in a trade of Tesla, I got my eyeballs on Twitter because Twitter moves up. Remember what I said, if there's a huge spike on Twitter and I see it at 52, I don't want to be long Tesla. I actually want to be short Tesla if this thing gets to like $52. I think that would be a sign that people think the deal's going through, which would mean Elon has to sell those shares. But this break, giving it that 50 pennies. If it doesn't go, fair enough. Looking at Netflix as well as I work that CCL short. Now the market is absolutely screaming and CCL hasn't broken the top. So as long as that is true, then I want to be short CCL. And every time the market tries to dip a little bit, I'll try to add a bit more of CCL. But my out will be through that high of the day.
Yeah, I mean, so far so good here today. I mean, it's been a good day for us. The problem is, man, is that it's been really nasty for me on AMD because, I mean, if I still had what I had initially on this one, then we'd really be jamming. But we're okay because we are now out of pretty much everything here. Microsoft, we're out. I mean, we got a nice out there. We were waiting for a little bit longer. We probably should have taken a 238 there, but we didn't. Meta, we did get that fill there. So I'm in less than 5% of all of these trades, but we're still in the third of Google because Google went to 100 off that trade right there. So, you know, so far all the longs have worked. Sans AMD, and this one we just take. This was about a 30-cent hit, man. All in all, man, we were long. I mean, we took more shares down here at 55.96 or something right there. So I say net, we were probably long around 56.20, 56.25. I'd have to review that to see, but yeah, we got out at 90 there, so about a 30 or 40-cent hit for AMD, which sucked because again, we did have shares on board, and we never want to lose on that one. But let's just go find some more, man. Snapchat, like. We just got another piece out at 61 there. We're light on this trade now. If it breaks back down below 750, then we've already done that once and lost. Like, it's so funny because there's the 8 break, and we got some 814s out, which was great. But then after that, it was just like, nah, we'll just continue to go down and then just like worry about this later. So for right now, Snapchat just continues to make the move down. We'll get out on a 750 break, which seems imminent here. So that's going to happen right now, and we'll get out. So Snapchat really does suck, but we did cut the bleeding a little bit on this one. So for me, it's all good. But we did trade it with decent shares, and I'm kind of happy with the way I did, so I can't really complain about it. I took the trades I wanted to take. They just didn't work out. And whenever that happens, I feel good, right? Because you just want to trade your plan. That 70 break on Alibaba was good, but not for very long. It happened a little bit, stayed under there for about 5 or so minutes, came back up, tested again. Now we're starting to go back up to the upside here for Alibaba. So I would say watch out for this name. It could be pretty strong here. What's up, Brendan?
Little one moving on a offering this morning. BHVN, just noticed, up about 20% here. Just took out 15 there on volume after an offering, guys, in the pre-market.
Cannot believe AMD
it's
is
SSR.
up so high right
of course.
now.
What am I talking about? I'm sitting there, I'm like, oh, I got out of Snapchat, but I didn't get short Snapchat because it's SSR. But you know what that basically means? You need an uptick to get the fill. But what that can also mean is you only get the fill when it's coming back into the upside. So I grabbed that short, and it looks like it could be a wick bottom. This is the dangerous thing about this trade. It went 1 penny. Well, it says the 47s earlier. It went 1 cent. Gave some people 99s and jams back to the upside. So basically right now it's run stops. This could be the move. We've been waiting long all day on this stupid thing, and then take the short through 750. And if this is the jailbreak long and I'm stopping out above that 760 level, then I'm going to be pretty frustrated with this because that 750 long was so good a minute ago. But I had to have my stop there. Like, there's no way I'm going to let that one go. I did get into NVIDIA, by the way. I'll get to that in a quick second. It's in the money, yada, yada, yada. But if this is the wick bottom on Snapchat, then the squeeze can end up being here instead of where we thought it was going to be at that $8 level. Brendo?
Schlumberger, guys, lifting some of the energy services names today after earnings. SLB up 6 1/4 right now, coming up to 49, which is recent highs for them. But good report for SLB, good forecast as well. So HAL also higher on that.
Yeah, I didn't. My stops were a little bit lower on that, but yeah, I think it probably comes back here anyways. We just took some out at 60 on Snapchat as it ripped back up to the upside right now. Holy crap. I'm really going to lose my mind soon because of AMD, because like it, you know, it's a month maker. Like I like that level so much. It's on the sticky note right here, so it does kill me a little bit to see this move up here for AMD as it just continues to climb higher and higher and higher here on the day. So yeah, little dejected. Is that a good word? Where's Sharif? He's not here. A little dejected with that trade right there. So
that's a pretty common word.
Yeah, pretty good word there. Not great, but that's how I feel on that one. But that's okay, man. We're all kitted up today, so we're feeling good about that. Feeling real comfortable for everybody here, and you know, pick up your merch. But look what's happening right now. Oh, Canada. I don't know why we hit that one, but shout out to Canada. Look at Microsoft right now. You want to talk about hitting the rallies right now. Microsoft, $2.50 in the money. Meta, $2.60 now in the money, guys. Follow at Trader TV Sean, where we posted these sticky notes. Both these names, Microsoft and Meta, both on here for long. Snapchat's on there for an 8 break, which we did have. And yeah, that didn't work out so well. So, you know, there's that trade. trade as well, but it's a nice day for us. And by the way, Google also taking out day's high. I wonder if this market's getting a little frothy now. Now we're up 1%. When we sat down, we were down 1.5%. So yeah, fun market here today. I hope you're having a good time. Hit the like button, please. We need to get to 3,000 on this show. So hit the like button. How many people do we have watching right now? 8,500 guys. Hit it, hit it, hit it. 1.5K. If some of you just turn this around, maybe we'll have a beer on the closing show today. Let's get to 3,000 and see what we can do. What's up, Brendo?
Said beer? AMC, how about a little Wall Street bets action for Friday? Here's the AMC to the upside, 2% higher already. There's also Carvana starting to go. Apparently heavy mentions right now on WSB, guys.
Ooh, Carvana. Remember if you see
Google.
Carvana, just keep in mind that short float on Carvana. But that was a clean break. I was showing you Snapchat because that 750 breakdown, I'll show you the loser first and then move on. When something's working in the money, it's like you can talk about that a little bit later. But we got through to 123.5, 124. I think we're on the march to 125. If you remember that from yesterday, that was the breakout price for me. When it got back below it, then it kind of rolled over in a big way. So 125 is the target. And then I would look for either a dip buy trade or a potential breakout again at that price. That's what I'm looking for next over on NVIDIA. CCL doesn't want to take out the top. The market's gone another 10 handles to the upside.
It's crazy.
And CCL is still trying to hold this high. So, obviously a little bit of relative weakness there. The banks, which I know a lot of people in the chat, have been talking about these banks. And there's JPM. It just took out 120. They are absolutely screaming to the upside right now. So JP just took out 120. This is probably worth a dip buy. When the banks start trending, you want to be involved in that part. I'm going to go to the daily chart here to show you. This is what 122 looks like on JPM. Pretty big level, but it's $2 to go. I think I ought to be buying some dips on the banks. Brendo.
Anybody watching Twitter, just a heads up, Axios is reporting, guys, that this whole Biden administration possible investigation thing, quote unquote, they are not aware of any such discussions. So just be careful if you're on Twitter.
If they're not doing that, it's got to be a long. I mean, you're closing it next week. If you think you're closing it next week at 54, there's got to be some longs there. But that's the thing. If there's anything to it, you got to be trading it with a stop because news hits, and then you have no choice but to get out, and you don't want to get caught. So if it dips down to 50 even, I will probably take a shot starting in some longs and scalping and holding, and then giving it like a 49.50 stop. We'll go ahead and do that if we can. Just going back over to Netflix. I was one and done in Netflix, and I know I'm going to look over at it, and I said 275. It finally held above 275 in a decent way here. So if this is going to be the break, the next level's 280. We talked about this all week. Technically, it got to 279.30 or something like that. So I know not 280 exactly, but that's where the next resistance is on Netflix. $5 away, which means I see a trade. If we can bounce off 275, I'll look to buy that dip buy with a relatively tight stop and then look to work it to 280, which I think is going to be a short for me. NVIDIA dipping back in. I like the dip on NVIDIA still. If we hold at this 123, I've already taken a couple legs out. If we bounce off that level, I'll look for some longs. And still, you can try find some shorts up at the tops. Intel's nowhere there. CCL's near the high, but Intel not quite there yet. And I'm not, it broke out there. Like yesterday, I'm waiting for 27. It was the same trade. I shorted it, it stopped out, and then I waited for 27, shorted that, and got all the way back down to 26. So I'm not compromising on where I want the short on Intel.
All right. Yeah, I'm going to try to go long on Meta. There's a little bit of a pullback right now happening. There we go. So we are now long on Meta on a pullback here. We are looking to get longer on some of these pullbacks coming through right now. So let's watch out for Meta. Nice little long, again, on a pullback. So let's try to take advantage of this move. We do have a full position. So you're seeing me. Fucking hey, let's go, man. Chicken dinners here coming through again for us, hopefully anyways, on this trade. Nice. Yeah, let's effing go again right now. Come on, Meta, let's go. Nice trade here for Meta, man. We just went long at 128.50. You know how long ago? Try try 30 seconds ago right there. So a nice little 70-cent win now on Meta. Yeah, if you're here for winners, let's go, man. This has been some good ideas today. Look at Meta. Go, go, go. Unbelievable move to the upside right now. $1 in the money. Was not expecting that one. There goes Meta, man. We get revenge on everything today. AMD almost came in and filled us again, too, near 57. That would have been a good fill for us. But there's Meta. Wow. 70 cents in the money just off that clean right there. Yeah, wow. Okay, this has been a really great day trading here. I hope you guys have enjoyed it so far here today. Hit the like button. That we just talked about getting long Meta, man. It popped in there, and now we're 80 cents in the money. Like we're hitting these trades, and we're hitting them pretty good. So far so good here. We're gonna have a negative name on board. Obviously, we keep talking about Snapchat and AMD, but again, these longs definitely cashing in here, but maybe not for long. Let's take advantage. There goes my throat again. Let's take advantage of some of these plays now. Google 50 cents in the money on a PDT trade, man. One trade. All of these trades are PDT trades today. One trade there on Microsoft. One trade there on Meta. Two if you really liked it. And then, of course, Snapchat now going upside into the money. So I traded it a little bit different there. I was waiting, like that just broke 50. I was going to get, I did give it. That's why I'm not out. A little bit lower than that. But there it is, man. Just so stupid. These stocks, this is how I got burned many times before. It's like you want to go, and I'm glad Neil got out of it because like, who knows where this thing's going to go now? That's why I'm not even.
It's still in the middle of the.
It's still in the middle. Like, I don't even want to trade this.
Broken. Like
I don't think it's tradable.
750 to 8 has not broken either way. I'm kind of looking for it to break one direction or the other. Hold below 750, and you can just dig into a short that you like. I did get the reload. I remember just talking about NVIDIA there, liking the dip. If it bounces off 123, it got right to 123, so I got like. So I think I got like 20s here. I got 6s earlier, but I got 20s here. It got up to 50, took some out. Now you're looking to churn back lower. If this market turns back down toward 3,700 and all I have is CCL, I'll be a little bit disappointed. I'll go back over to Alibaba just quickly here in a second. My stop was at that top end of the range. Got to be able to take you out, but it cannot seem to break out the top end of this. Top end of pre-market levels. So if it gets back below 71, this could be the name I go over to short. Brendo?
This eye lag keeps popping up, guys, on volume. There's nothing on it as far as news to mention. There was something earlier in the week, but worth a note. 8.7 there on the free float for this one. New highs once again for ILAG.
Trader Gorno short JWN again.
I haven't shorted. Likes that.
Oh, maybe. Oh, you're saying you're doing it. Oh, okay. I was like, I haven't looked at that stock today. Oh, $20. That's why. Yeah, I remember we were talking about this we're talking about this week, and I was like, oh, $20 is a pretty good level. The thing about Nordstrom's short float, so remember, it is a shortable. It's a name that's heavily shorted, and every time it gets to 20, it tends to break 20. So the setup that I was sort of mentioning early in the week was if it breaks 20, then you look for that wick and then short it on the way back down. I guess in front of it, it's not the worst idea in the world because it's worked every single time it's gotten here, but it's also broken. Like it always breaks the level and then rejects. So. I mean, that's usually how I would approach it. It breaks 20 traps longs, and then you go for the short. But this has been a good price and giving you $1. So I can't really say it's a bad idea there. I wanted to get back over to Tesla if I could. Tesla did get to, I'm going to kick myself for this one because I took the break at 09s. It didn't really follow through, stopped me out. Then the level I wanted to short, 10s came in as I was working Snapchat. And this is what happened at the $10. Sometimes if you just wait for like the original thesis, that's what you should be doing because now Tesla's starting a harsher reversal. I'm going to add to CCL. The second, when the market does this, rejects a little bit and CCL still off the highs, I want to add to my short and I want to go back over to Alibaba if it's going to be below that 71 level, which it's not just yet. That wick didn't happen. It didn't get to 72. But beneath 71s, I want some shorts on Baba as the market's starting to roll back over.
All right. Yeah, I was looking for the same. Oh, Meta. Okay, so I was going to say we got some more Meta, and then it just cracked lower there. So we're going to have to watch out for that. I mean, Meta off of, I think shouldn't have done that. I was trying to watch out for this 128 level, but we need to get a little bit closer to it before we, do some serious damage. So let's watch out for this break lower now of 128 as it's come back in, right? So this is what's going to happen now. We are going to take some more shares on Meta, but we're going to watch against 128. So that's going to be a spot for me here. A little bit of a spot for concern because like Neil said, the market is pulling back and it's Friday, so we never know what's going to be in front of us plus on a day like today. So we'll wait to see here. Hopefully a nice little upside move. If we can retrace something to where we started getting out in the first place, back into the 80s, I think that's pretty good. So let's put an order there and see if we get it. It doesn't look like we are. We're going to average in a little bit closer to 128, like what's coming in right now. So there we go. We did get that filled, just ran us over a little bit. Now our average price you can see is 27. So on more shares. So as you guys know, there it is. Nice little out there at 40. 38, I guess it was. And that's what I mean. That's how you can tell when we have more shares, right? We turn into a little bit of a scalper here because we need to make sure that we capture some profits because we can't, like if I just hold everything and then it eventually breaks, it's not good, right? Like right now. So we took out 20% there at 40 and it was a small win. We were long at 27. We took 13 cents, right? So now when it breaks, we're still going to lose on it, but now not as much. So that's part of it. We are fighting the trend here by going long on Meta a little bit because the move here is to the downside. So there is protection mode here.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. You want to make sure you do protect yourself at least a little bit.
At least your neck.
In all faith, protect your neck.
You
Anyways, I protected my neck on that reload. When I'm buying tops, and if I reload, and this is the thing about it, like on the break to the upside, you like to hold it, give it a little bit more room. But when buying the turn on a break, like you're not long, I'm not long at the low on Netflix, or NVIDIA, not Netflix, NVIDIA here. When I'm buying that dip, I'll scalp it, but once it breaks that support, I'm just gonna get out because it's on the way back into the downside. As I said, if BABA showed me that 70, I would take this one to the short side. And if the market doesn't make a fresh high, then I want this one short as well. If we break back out in the market, then the names I like, the names I like to the long side are going to be NVIDIA, obviously. But I do not want to. We've been sleeping. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say we. I've been sleeping on Pinterest, and I'm sitting there talking to myself like the other name I wanted to watch in this space as I look at Snapchat be a little bit frustrating in its price action was going to be Pins. And Pins is making a bit of a top. It's at down 6% obviously because of the gap. Couldn't get through 22s. The market's at a bit of a high. We know the space is under pressure. So I can work off of this high of the day and maybe get some Pinterest. I had totally forgotten about this name, but should not be doing that.
All right. Yeah, shout out to everybody watching today. I don't know what our numbers are at here, but if you can hit the like button, let's do that. All right, this is why we're scalping out, man. I mean, because look what Meta just did again, right? So here we go. Let's see if we can take some more out in the 20s. We just reloaded it again. All we're doing is just spinning the money here until it eventually crashes downside right now. So here it comes right now. It looks like it wants to take out 128. So yeah, again, look how like. Just this is so tipsy, man. It's like look at this. Now we're in the money all of a sudden. Long 14s now, getting out 30. Wow, like we almost just got taken out there, and then this happens. We said we'd spin it, guys, if that was the case. But there it is again. Another reload downside here off the 50 period for Meta, and then it just spits up. Now we have half. Like now we can't lose. We're long at 14. Just took some out in the 30, 38, 39 there upside. So I'm a little bit nervous about this trade. It feels like why is it hanging out down here too much, right? It's hanging out. Let's see. Did we pop to 75? I doubt it right there. But let's just continue to watch this name. Feels like it has a chance to go if the market bounces, but also we're protected by 128 bottom right now. So if that breaks, we're out and we don't have to worry about it. We put the money in our pocket. Meta, easily my number one stock today, guys. So hopefully you're enjoying it as well. And we can watch Meta go back up to 129. Let's just hope it doesn't break 128 first, because then we're out.
And here comes Netflix 280. Well,
and we're out.
The second I say 280, I'm like, Netflix was just making another test high. I'm like, if it breaks that top and we get through that 278, that's the move into that high, and I'm fading that move. And then the second I'm like excited for it to happen, it then doesn't happen. That's over. It's just ridiculously frustrating because it looked like it was going to go. I go to talk about it. Pinterest is starting to roll over. I got it beneath VWAP. I was showing you the higher time frame so give you some perspective on pins. But here's like your head and shoulders setup. So I'm now short it below VWAP, giving it to the lower high and thinking we can get back down to those bottoms. And before we go to sector watch, it's 10:20. Oh, sorry,
wow,
it's not going to be sector
10:20 already.
It's 10:20. I said the wrong thing. Before we go to the small cap recap, the low is going to be tested again here on Snapchat. I'm in Pinterest and BABA and CCL, but if Snap holds below 750, I will keep trying it, but beneath that level. Brendo in the small cap recap.
Hey guys, yeah, quiet morning so far for small cap world. It's worth a note. The Russell, all of them, 1, 2, and 3,000 downside to kick things off versus everything else trying to get higher. Here's a few that were moving around, however, in the pre-market. Biohaven, BHVN, was up on seemingly nothing significant as far as news is concerned. But if you go to the daily chart, we're right now, in fact, at this gap level, which is $14.50 up to $15. So BHVN, just going to work into this now. It looks like it's trying to fail anyways. $14.50 up to $15, a little bit thin, so be careful with this one as far as liquidity is concerned. The other one I was looking at, Peggy, mentioned in the pre-market, popped up. That low float, clean energy name had a bit of a move similar yesterday. So trying to hold these areas from late in the day yesterday. Going to work into this versus this 5 and 475 area for Pineapple Energy, guys. Back to you.
Oh, see,
Yeah, XOM's at
Pineapple
all-time highs.
great as long as it's not in the one spot, and you guys know what that is. So remember that thesis about CCL. It's just as long as we're not, I'm not even on the bid till it gets back below VWAP. But this is pretty much exactly what we did in yesterday's trade. I want to show you the higher time frame because that's a way better way to look at this. So yesterday, 2 days ago, it was this level at 810. It ended up being the high in yesterday's trade. It's right back to that 8 to 810 area. And then I want to get some out. Same thing we did here. Get some out all the way to the pre-market low, but then hold for a break of 780 and then the continuation down into 760. If the market pulls back to 3,700, this couldn't even break before. So we'll take that one. Pins, I haven't really gotten anything out of Pinterest yet. I'm kind of looking at, this is 2140. That would have been the consolidation high in the aftermarket on the Snapchat earnings and then the pre-market highs. So it's a 740 area. I'll get the first legs out on the Pinterest short. And Netflix, I hate you. Well, I don't hate you, Netflix. But A, I got out for $1 when it could have been $3. And then B, it doesn't even get to 280 for the short. So I'll have to wait patiently for Netflix.
All right, now we are taking AMD
Brad.
long here against 57, so let's see if that works. Again, you know, we do have a bigger, AMD, we just keep trying to defend these longs because we know it can go, but again, there it goes. But when the market, there it goes, that's fine. That was a 15-cent hit, but like when the market goes, AMD is with it, man. So that's part of it. Like, very, very aggressive name. I like it, but we just lost again. So we'll flush ourselves. We're up today. It's fine. But, you know, the amount of money that we made on Meta, I mean, that's really just our best one right now. Neil's looking at Pinterest.
I don't know. No,
over there.
it's
What
hilarious.
happened, a keystroke?
No, because I went to bid 2110s and somehow managed to bid $10.
Man, we just want to go short now?
No, I'm short. It's just I went to bid down here at 2110. And then for some reason, like I typed in $10. The crazy thing about that is, like, if I make that keystroke error in the other direction, then I'm punching out of the stock. But thankfully, I ended up bidding like way lower than it doesn't matter. Like, it's not a big deal. It's just pretty stupid on my part. But anyways, Pinterest starting to roll over. That looks pretty solid. Alibaba continuing to go to the downside. I wish I had I don't know. I don't have a semi name at this top for the shorts because Intel didn't get to the price I wanted. But it is what it is. I shorted BABA on the first move down, got some scalps out, but then had to get the stop out because I'm not going to average into it and hold this to the top. I'm going to wait for it to test the top and then get in when it reclaims that level 71 to the downside. But I'll respect the wick bottom and the bit of a flag that it put in by getting some shares out at VWAP and then looking to see if it can press lower. If you're checking back in on some of the big tech names, Tesla, I have one trade trying to take out the top there, and you can see that nice little star formation I got out basically flat. Tesla headed back to the downside. 200 is always going to be in play all day long. I don't care what it's done before it. If we see 200, we got to look for that level for the short side of the trade. And Snapchat, now it's again testing 750. So I've had this beneath the low of the day break, and the pre-market didn't work. I took the break when it hit 750 after the open, and it didn't work. And now it's going to try and make a fresh low again. And the low of the day is 747. If it takes that out, the third time, I hope it's a charm.
Yeah, we actually finally, we finally smartened up a little bit here and went short. So now we're short AMD on $57. Let's see what happens there. I said we were going to stop fighting the Fed here as that's been a bad move. And of course, it's not Fed Day or anything like that. But we already know what's kind of in store here. It was a beautiful move to the upside. You're going to see me still holding like Google and Microsoft, but they're real small positions. So I mean, we could still, even though they're small, should still get them out. But right now, I'm focused right now on AMD. Like I have 10 times the shares on AMD that I do those other names. So just telling you guys a little bit there about what we're worried about. So here's a nice little move to the downside for AMD, and you can tell that's why I said the amount of shares is that we're starting to scalp them out as we're just at this bottom right now again, 56.80. So a nice little break. We did break, but only went as far as 72. So I don't want that to be that see that there's a wick bottom there. Generally means when the selling has exhausted, you'll get a move down and then a bump back to the upside over there. So you got to watch out for that move coming back in now for AMD. But again, we are getting lighter and lighter on that one. So far here, super strong earnings day. Yeah, AA. Yeah, okay. So AA right now again off that yesterday earnings. So Alcoa. I mean, some of these names just continue to be real super strong. Again, look at this move here on the 1 minute chart. Good call out by Brendan right there. Yeah, tick, 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 boom. Might not be another stock that sort of looks like this today. Well, not really any pullbacks.
But there was some news about Russia flooding the aluminum
metal
market.
Yes, aluminum was it?
Which, I mean, that would have been a negative catalyst, so it's up again today. Maybe that's just not happening.
As long as you're not affecting the orange juice futures.
Yeah, they can't be doing that because Beeks would be in a lot of trouble.
You don't want that.
So I'm just trying to running through my head. I remember reading that story, and I guess maybe that's not the case because if they were dumping, then that would put downward pressure on the prices, which would not be good for Alcoa, but yet we're seeing strength. But just watch out. This is an obvious, what a chart. But this is an obvious top here for a potential break, but also a fade. I just want to double check to see what's going on in aluminum before I would do anything with that. But that 42 is a pretty good technical level anyways. CCL, sticking to the plan. I have gotten a couple of legs out. I've got some bids down there. Want to make sure I'm still holding on to half of it. So if it breaks 780, the other half is down there for that 760 level. Where are you? Did I get all of pins out there?
Did you? If you're shorting, maybe you did.
Pins just went 21.6 all the way down into the pre-market low. So I mean, sometimes it's as clean as it gets. We'll ring the register for that one as that goes flushing down into the toilet. I was ignoring it the entire time, like, Snapchat's frustrating, Snapchat's frustrating. Oh yeah, Pinterest, I like trading that one. So that ends up working out for me. Tesla, still above 200. But the market, like the ES just got back below that 3,700 level. So Tesla, if we do end up rejecting 3,700, and then that was like a trap the longs in front of 3,700, I can totally see Tesla cranking low side. But I'm not going to ignore Twitter. If something happens on Twitter that takes it to the upside, up 52, I like Tesla shorts. But if this starts tanking, and I mean like really, really tanking, like, oh my goodness, the deal's falling through, that's a bullish thing potentially for Tesla. So if this is at like 47, I might not like the Tesla short at 200.
Yeah, I'm just refreshing here to make sure I don't have the right stop orders and everything in. Okay, let's go to a party, Google. So Google's coming in right now a little bit. So we just averaged into that one. We're long at 99.37. It just went a little lower than our price. Our best out is 100 right there. So, if we could do that again. Remember, that's a 99.50. That's 99.47. Our best out is 97. So that's 50 cents right there. And look at that, man. We just averaged back into it. I'm going to take some more out here on AMD just in case we are, that's AMD right there. That's going to be a good trade. But just in case we are right here with our Google, we don't want to be long one, short the other. But there goes Google. Oops, GOOGL. I want to make sure we get that for you guys here. There's AMD and here's Google. So a nice little reload. Oh wow, it just went into the 60s. Let's put an offer upside there around 55 or so. We just averaged in on that one. What was our price exactly? 32. So right there, instantly goes in the money, 20, 30 cents for us. But we weren't over there, man. There we go. Come on, give us this AMD. We're in. Yes, sir. Yes, another one, man. Hit that alarm right here. As AMD, we finally switched up into the short there for AMD. So yeah, we like it, man. We like it a lot right now for that trade. So let's see what happens now with Advanced Micro Devices starting to go downside and Google right here. Back to 50. This is probably good enough, man. Let's just take it. There's 20 cents out. Now we'll cancel and see if we get another high side move for Google. We just took 20 cents clean on that one. So yeah, again, man, let's throw some cash around here. Good trading so far today.
And, well, I hate to say it, but Mullen is actually pretty strong today. I don't really hate to say it. I did reload some Bob at that 71 level, but Mullen, hard bottom here at 32, and a nice little double top forming. It's been making a pretty impressive run the last couple of sessions here. There we go. There's a 15-minute. But this is your overhead resistance. So it's a yesterday in the afternoon. It rejected 38. It's consolidating here. A 38 break could take you back up into those 40s. Got to be watching it, but I will be paying for locates because it works the other way. If it rejects that, failed breakout, and I will be shorting it. And I know it's going to be cheap locates. Brendo, it's time for our crypto update.
Hey guys, yeah, as we've been discussing throughout the week, more positivity for bond yields and the U.S. dollar, not only hurting some of the equity markets, but crypto back to the downside to a point where Goldman, guys, out with a note this morning on crypto itself, talking about that very thing and how as long as this strength continues in the U.S. dollar, we'll see continued weakness on crypto markets. However, we did get a move to the downside to end the day yesterday. 18,650 was the bottom. We're back above that 19,000, or right at it, actually. In fact, we did get back above it, but pulling back to 19,000 currently for Bitcoin. Yeah, down right now, 1.5%. But as I said, right at 19,000. Pivot point for BTC, 1.8 there for Ethereum. It did break 1,300 again. And seems to be failing anyways on any kind of attempt to retake that 1,300 key level for Ethereum. Ripple, notably weak. Same story for these. All three of them, ADA, Solana, and Dogecoin, all downside as well to end the week, guys.
Oh, snap broke.
Oh, yes. Did it?
Well, 47,
yeah,
it's not 50, but 47 was the, that's the pre-market, that's this pre-market bottom. Like, how am I shorting this and not, like, I short a $7 stock at 50. I'm looking back at this. I got 58s and 59s and then got nothing out when it went 10 cents in the money. Like, what am I even doing? Like, that's the thing about when you're trading a penny stock. How, oh, really?
What happened?
No, like, look at it go, and it's like, I'm not even on the bid frame.
Yeah.
So I want, if it pops in here.
Did you short it again?
Yes.
Nice, okay.
But if it pops back upside, I didn't get everything. It's SSR. I'm like, every time you don't get a full fill, I'm like, why are you not getting the fill? Because it's short sell restricted.
Right.
So you need an uptick. So if there's no uptick, you can't hit the bid aggressively and remove liquidity. And the funny thing is, when it doesn't work, oh, lo and behold, you can get everything you want at 49 when it doesn't work. But when it does work and flood to the downside, then you can't get everything you want. That's the market for you. It's going to be harder to get into the position that's going to end up working out for you. But if there is a pop back up, this is third time, hopefully a charm, and I will take some more shares here. Bob working in the money. I've still got some CCL as well. But finally, Snapchat heading into the downside. I'll double check on Pinterest. I did get all of it out in front of the pre-market low, but that was also 21 even. So if this gets through its pre-market low, it could dump as well. Pinterest, just going to the higher time for you guys. It is 8% to the downside, so it's not short sell restricted. It gets through that bottom after the earnings. That's 2080 exactly. This is what it looks like on the daily chart. It's been holding support in front of 20. A lot of room to that 20 level, right? So 2080 break, a lot of room to that 20 even. If 20 even goes, watch out below.
Watch yourself. Okay. So we did get out of Microsoft. I was just waiting to see like if it was going to break this level here of 236.7 or 80. It did do that. We got out at 77 off of a nice trade though. But yeah, we definitely didn't get out of the high side there for Softy. So kind of not a mistake, but again, we didn't have that many shares. I would have loved to have held everything up here, but we didn't. So, you know, in all fairness, that's what we're talking about. And then right now also we do have AMD on our mind because you could see that this one is making that move down. I told you that we did have a big position on it. So yeah, we're pretty happy right now as we slap a fail onto AMD as it just continues to take lower. This is now 70 cents in the money for me now for AMD. So let's just put another bid, 39s or so, and see if we can take it. There it is. Another one. I mean, we're smoking right now today, man. But it's been a big day for us. There goes AMD to the downside, 65 cents in there. We did take an average position on Google, so we're going to watch out for this one, man. Just like Neil was saying about Snapchat and everything like that, we got to be careful. If it breaks that 99, another key level, then that's going to be something here that we're going to very, very watch out for on Google right now. So
did you say shake yourself at some point?
No, but I do love that song. Here we go. Nice move there for Google. We do have a full position now. If it breaks 99, we're out.
I'm only asking that because somebody just said, hey, I'm going to go Tesla. I'm going to get to Tesla in a quick second. I just took some profit on Alibaba. I want you guys to know as this market is flushing back in, you do want to pay yourself on the way back down. And this has held VWAP a couple of times. So in 71s, out when it gets to VWAP, but holding a core position so that if it does flush, I think we can get back down into 70. Shorts are definitely paying here, but somebody just dropped a mystical and they're like, shake your cash, but watch yourself. And I'm like, where did that come from? I haven't even thought about mystical in a long time.
Mystical.
But so I was like, Sean must have said something.
Yeah, you would think so, but
it had to be. It was way too random. But I did want to come back over to Tesla. We're below that 3,700 with some conviction, but Tesla is oddly holding up in this range. So, Tesla not really falling in like a rock. But either way, the shorts have definitely been paying off. I'm holding on for dear life on that Alibaba. And Snapchat is not showing the same signs of a bounce that it did before. So try to just get back up to 750 and reversed again. I got to find a way to get some more shares. If this is going to flood, you could see 7. Down 31% already, though.
I mean, I hope that you guys are honestly, I can't, I'm just happy with these trades. I'm happy for myself. I hope you guys can have this as well. But there's another Google one, man. Like, we talked about what we wanted to do on this name, and we did it. So, that's really something that trading's all about, is having some conviction and then taking your trades, putting some share size on it, and then hopefully being able to cash out. Like, this is just how I trade. Like, I don't hold long enough. There's no doubt about that. But, when it works, it works. So I'm just going to keep on doing that. There's Google, man. We're long at 11s. We just took a whole bunch out here in the 20s, in the 30s. And again, Neil and I trading at a prop firm here. So the share sizes can be a little bigger than maybe, some of the home players can use as well. We're trading firm capital here. So, to take whatever amount of shares at $99, it doesn't really, I've dropped before the buying power and everything that we have, but that doesn't really matter. It's just, that's how it works around here. So here it comes back down in. So I have about 25% of my position on right now as we fall in a little bit. I'm going to take the opportunity to get some more out here, put something at 16, 17 in case we do rip back up side. There it is right now. So there's some more outs. Let's just hold now. Now we're down to about 20%. Let's see if we can hold and get back to about 100 here for Google. But yeah, we're near a pressure point of $99. So hopefully it can blow up to the upside and we'll still be able to hold on to some of this. But there's the trade right there for Google. We've done this a couple times, man, today. We had a monster trade. We've already talked about Meta and what we've done on that. This is my number one stock. It's not even going to look like that on here, but trust me when I tell you, like, this long boom, this long here, boom, and then some outs there. Like this. We'll figure out what trade of the day is going to be, but when you're going long there, boom, long there again, and then when you lose, you're losing about 15 to 20 cents when these are your profit spots. Again, everybody's going to trade different, but risk to reward, no matter your styles, like Neil, like me, like Brendan, like yourself, you got to have the risk profile in there, because then the share size is irrelevant. If you're just going to hold something until you're stopped out, then the share size is not going to matter, right? Because you're just going to lose more. So you got to develop the plan, figure out what you want to do with all of that. And so far, man, we're really cashing in. Like AMD, I mean, again, flip it over to the short and then boom it to the downside, right? So a lot of good trades happening over here. But let's go quickly to Brendan, and then I'll shut up and Neil can talk for 20 minutes.
Hey guys, now 3 days in a row, we've seen this early pop in the market get faded as soon as things get underway. Back to the downside we go, although we are still seeing a lot of positivity on this board. But as we were mentioning over the past couple of days, more and more red kind of creeping back in once again. Healthcare stocks front and center this morning. Mentioned these two, Moderna and Pfizer, up on a EU ruling for COVID boosters. So Pfizer actually raised their price for their booster as well. So that's a positivity there. SIVB, earnings name. HBAN, earnings name. Either direction for those, but banks actually holding up pretty well overall so far today, as the guys were mentioning. JP Morgan, some of the bigger names also having decent days. Here's the tech group, the entire thing in positive territory, including Oracle with a nice day, 3.5%. Here's the industrial sector, RHI, 9% downside off a report. SLB and Halliburton, it was SLB, remember, that reported, but then all these other oil services companies popping up on that. EQT, its own report, downside. Material stocks are positive again today, utilities as well, but it's this group here kind of struggling. Communication stocks, Match, Twitter, Twitter's 4.8% right now. Downside Meta, same story, 3.3% to the downside on this ad-related weakness. Guys, back over to you.
Yes, sir, and I do want to thank Sam Troy here. He sent a few super chats in there. We want to shout you out, of course. We don't ask for super chats. We don't really ask you guys for anything. We just say, hit the like, hit the subscribe, enjoy it, and contribute to the community, right? So everyone that's throwing ideas out there, I know someone in the chat was mentioning, hey, man, I tried to tell you when you're looking for shorts, Disney and whatnot. I just couldn't find anything. I was looking for ideas myself and trying to monitor the chat, which can be difficult to do in trade. You guys all understand that. As Prad's dancing it off, he's definitely excited. We just bounced a bit in the market. I want to quickly show this. You're asking why did we just bounce a little bit in the market? The pullback rejected well beneath that 3740 resistance, back below 3700, but it just dipped to the previous overnight high and then the tops in the afternoon yesterday, at 36.8, and it bounced off that. So sometimes resistance turns into support. When I see that happen, and it coincides with this, like this is CCL for me, bouncing right off of these lows. I'm now out of half, well, almost out of half that position, one more fill to go. And then if we break down off that level in the futures, then I shouldn't be scalping anything in this range, like this tight range here underneath that level. I got to be holding out for the bottom here. That's what I want to see happen. So this continues to work for me. I'm still in Snapchat, which continues to work to that downside. And then Mullen, don't forget Mullen. Well, I kind of missed Mullen. I say don't forget Mullen, but I was talking about it potentially breaking out, and then I didn't really grab that 37 break. But it is getting to the afternoon highs, this 38 level. So if it can chew through that, that's where it gets room up into those 40s. However, like all things, if you break 37, do not get through that high and then try to get back below it. You could be making a wick top, and then beneath 37, it could turn into a VWAP retracement trade. So I'll let this one figure itself out for a little bit there. Snapchat, if it finally works, the downside of SSR, like I said, is you don't when you get everything you want, it's because sometimes it doesn't work, and when you can't get the full fill and those prices just beneath 750, that's when it looks a heck of a lot better. But if it holds below 750 the entirety of lunch, all I want to be doing is building a short and then working and scalping that short potentially down to, quite frankly, who knows where, because Snapchat's at levels we haven't seen.
That's right. Yeah, Snapchat's at levels we haven't seen. That's for sure.
Well, I guess we have. Well, no, we haven't.
No, we haven't.
This is all-time lows.
Yeah, I definitely know, like I was talking before, I know it's 52-week lows, that's for sure, there on Snapchat. So, okay, guys, hold on a second, I'll cancel off. Just watching out some of these names starting to go. We did try to, it's 10:44 now, so we've already done a lot of damage here. We've done 170 fills so far today. And yeah, it's been a pretty good day overall. But I want to hold Google now because this is going to be the one that either makes, it's just because I have the most shares on this right now. AMD, we gotten a little piece out there. Maybe what is that bottom there, 34? We could put another bid on that downside. We don't have so many shares anymore on AMD. And again, that's kind of like just the way it goes for me. Like I said, when stocks will rip up and I'm long, depending on the amount of shares I have, I'm going to sort of robot those out and then treat it. I know I was away 2 days this week, but I think we're on like a 7 or 8 day win streak right now. So we're not going to try to change anything. And there it is right there. Hit another one, another alarm right there for AMD because I just came back into the 40s again to fill that up. The reason why I'm getting out now, we're pretty light on AMD, so no real worries. But the real position for me is going to be this Google. But you can see, man, we just keep on stopping. I think we got to get another. I'm going to put something out at like 38, 39 here. If it does come back up, and by that I mean 37. If it does come back up to this level right there, it keeps on bouncing off the 50 period. And again, it's about time to respect some of those levels for sure. So hopefully we can do that here on Google. Respect that 50 level. There it is. There's an out again. Wow. Sometimes you just put these into the ether and you get them, guys. There's an out. I didn't think that would happen. Now we're going to hold the rest. I did put more bids down here at 99 flat, but I'm seeing now it's 99.06. So I'm going to do that right now. Put something at 99.07. Now that we're getting lighter and lighter on the trade, Oh, man, good move. Next offer, though, 50s. Let's get something in the 50s. I know I said I'd hold this for a long time, but hey, man, 40 cents right now. We're basically getting the bottom and the top of this movement. So, you know, sometimes you got to turn into scalp mode a little bit like we've been doing all day, but just scalp the positions in and out, right? So we'll watch out for that right here. Hopefully Google can come in, load us up a little bit more down there because we're in this trade, but we only have about 15 to 20%. It's somewhere in the middle there of what we initially had. So for right now, we'll wait on Google, but so far so good here. I think patience is going to be key.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this one. We'll start ringing the register. Start it. Since I got that short on Snapchat, the last one anyways, I did take one leg out when it got to 38s. I took another leg out there. Now I'm bidding at 30s. I'll be bidding at 25. I'll be bidding at 50, in front of 15s and 10s and that kind of nonsense. But I wanted to, I'm chuckling at this because I got a message to me and thank you for everything, and then enjoy your weekend. Enjoy your weekend, everybody, if you've had a good trading day. But as much as today's been profitable, I was telling Shauna something, I might not enjoy this weekend because I'm having a plumbing problem at home that if it's not fixed, imagine a scenario where my wife is away for the weekend, so I have this entire great weekend planned with my daughter, and then our main water is clogged up, so we can't use the kitchen sink, I can't use the washing machine, and I can't use the dishwasher at all, which makes things a bit of a headache over the weekend. The plumber's there, and I'm kind of hoping things get fixed out. So, it's a good trading day, but the weekend, we'll see what happens. And the Bills don't play either. So if the Bills are on the bye, that means no football for me on Sunday that I really care too much about. And the market trying to bounce here. So as it tries to bounce, I go right over. On every single bounce, the first thing on my mind is CCL. Right? So it goes right down to that pre-market low. I had one more bid in there, but I still have half the position. If it wants to give me a shot at those highs again, great. But if the market gets all the way to the top, that's the key. If we get all the way back to the market highs and CCL kind of fails lower, I just want to short this wherever the market makes a bit of a top. If it happens to be where I was able to get the top earlier, fair enough. But this is kind of my guide. If we get back up to these highs and reject them, then it's CCL I want to add to. Maybe Snapchat. Alibaba as well, I've been working the short on. Baba maybe is a little bit stronger than these two, but it's gotten through that 71 a couple times and couldn't get through 71 and a quarter. So I've held off being super aggressive until it tests a little bit higher. But it's holding VWAP rather nicely, and I do have to respect that. If you're still watching, Mullen, by the way, remember I said if it broke that 37, couldn't get through 38. It barely broke 38. Now you're retesting 37. This is what you're afraid of. If it breaks down here, I think you're headed to VWAP. If it can bounce and hold that level, consolidate, then you have a solid setup for a breakout because then you have your stop down here and then you've got your break of the top. But it has to hold 37 first.
I know. So what I've been telling Neil, I think you're going to be good, man. It's not that big of a deal. I don't think. So
no,
I think they'll snake that main and then you'll be fine for sure. I think so, anyways. And good luck. I think that's fine. Might be an Uber Eats weekend.
Home ownership is like you know how I feel about it. It's like I had to because you have kids. I want a yard. I want all that good stuff. But anybody that knows me, I am the ultimate condo guy. I'm really easy. I don't need a lot of space, and I damn sure don't want to be shoveling driveways and all that other stuff that goes with it. But you do what you got to do for your family. But it's definitely not me. I'd be doing the condo life if I could, man. Just so much more simple.
Yeah. Well, I kind of, I like working around the house a little bit, but not having plumbing would definitely be a problemo in my house. I think we do a couple loads of laundry a day, it seems like, right now.
With kids,
I want to say a shout out to Bears vs. Bulls. Some guy goes, stop talking about your personal life. Instant ban hammer coming through. Lucky he only got timed out because I'll ban people from the whole channel straight up on that one. Bears vs. Bulls, nicer guy than I. But the other part about home ownership is
money.
In Canada right now, if you bought a house, you're pretty jamming, especially if it's been in the last, 4 or 5 years for sure. The market's really bumped up. The last 50 years, it's just been a nice little move upside. But hey, not financial advice. You guys should know all about real estate on the show, especially in the GTA. You can't even. We have been sort of
it's been called
touted
like
as one of the
biggest
bigger bubbles.
I thought
coming
somebody said
through.
the biggest bubble was actually Toronto. I thought I saw someone analyst was like the biggest bubble.
Yeah, which means you should probably buy. So, all right. The thing is, like, little 2-3 bedroom houses, even on my street, are going for like $1.2 something million dollars, and then they're just tearing them down. And the lots are 25 by 75. So you tell me if that's good value or not. Probably not. But people need places to live. And honestly, the housing crisis that's hitting North America and the world is really sucky. I hate it. Because like if you're not in already, you basically
affordabilities are ridiculously low.
Yeah, perfect word. Affordability has been absolutely destroyed, and it sucks, man. Like even Baxter trying to rent out apartments, it's like so expensive, and it really does suck. And I hope that can all get figured out. I don't know how, man. Corporations are pretty greedy. Like they put up. We don't have too many rental units around. They just want to build condos, sell them, and get that tax money. So yeah, that kind of does suck. Thank Tease Trade and everybody out there. Yeah, we should be able to talk about whatever we want because this is a show that we built. We've got all this. I was
bringing it up because like someone actually literally mentioned the weekend and said have a good weekend. I was like, yeah.
He's like, no, that's fine.
And
I mean,
right back at you, everybody.
About that. Proud you got some fruit salad up in there.
That was Dick's sporting it.
Good move on that one. All right, let's get going, man. It is time.
Good one.
For Money Talks. Let's go see what's up with Brendo.
I was actually reading, it's interesting you mentioned that, guys, on the housing front. I was reading this morning that Toronto as a city has the highest or the largest gap between rental prices and mortgage payment prices in the entire country right now. So, yeah, absolutely crazy. Let's talk about currency. Speaking of, dollar back to positive territory so far this morning, 0.03, only just, but 0.05 now. Back into positive territory. A lot of these green, however, outside of the pound over here on an hourly chart making the biggest move of the day. They seem to like this exit of PM Truss and Boris Johnson stepping in temporarily for the time being anyways. Canadian dollar back to the upside 0.2, euro as well back to the upside 0.3, 72.8 right now, worth noting for the CAD. Down here, still some positivity for New Zealand and Australia. It's been a big week for both off positive CPI data for them and some retail data as well that was positive. So higher for both once again today. BTC, ETH, and XRP, little changed, guys.
Sure, and you might have seen me mouth there. I'm shorting Tesla. You see our position boards come up there, but I missed 210 the first time. So my approach was to take some at 209, which I did. It kind of slammed back down here beneath 209. So I got an initial position in. My intention is to allow this to get to that 210 level. If it does like one of these false breakouts, this is where I would like to really add to it, would be at 210. But I just missed it the first time. I'm kind of kicking myself over it. So I'm now on it. What stock? So Brad just yelled out big size on the stock, and I didn't hear the stock.
He's talking to himself.
Yeah, there's big size, and he's got his headphones on, so he didn't really hear me. But shout out to Playmaker there. He just asked, am I going to wrap today? So I double-checked. We're at 2,300 likes, which means we're pretty darn close to 3,000. We hit 3,000. We get to 2,000 on the show, on the afternoon show. I'm all over it. I already have something planned for you guys, so you know what's up. That's all you got to do, 3,000, and then that 2,000 is what we asked for. So Tesla working for the short side of the trade, but I do not want to ignore Snapchat. So Snap, like I said, was heading to that downside. I took another leg out.
Short.
I'm looking to build this position. If it gets to that 750, this is where I want to add more. So Snapchat with 5 minutes to go, breaking down toward its lows while the market is trying to hold green. Obviously relatively weak, but I think we all know the story by now.
All right. Yeah, Prad just got a haircut. It's shorter than normal. That's why
it's a fade,
I just wonder if you went to our guy Halim. You could find Halim here. Oh, join me on Instagram, by the way. Oh no, it was on our other reel there where I went to Halim, our barber there.
Sponsoring you.
Nah, Halim doesn't need to be sponsoring.
But everybody goes here. Everybody here goes to Halim.
Everybody goes. It started with Randy and Mark and me, and then I introduced him to Prad, Greg, also there going. So local barber, man. We really love Halim. So shout out to that. I'm going next week.
When you get a barber you like, it's like it's one of
week.
those things, man. I've been to the same barber for like 20 years.
He was away in Algeria, so then you got to take. I think he was gone for a month there, but he's back. He sent me a text the other day. He's like, I'm back. I was like, all right, I'll go check you. All right, there's not much. I mean, look, I don't want to get pratted here and say there's not much happening in the market, but
There's
right
plenty happening.
now, is there? I don't know.
Tesla's
I mean, a
at
lot
the
of this,
high of the day.
Tesla's a good one.
low.
Like that's what I was.
There we
So
go.
that's what I was going to get at, right? Is that depending on what you're looking at, and I think that that's really key in this market. You want to make sure you're looking at names that are popping off and moving around, right? Names that are at key levels, and the reason why I say that right now is because Google just fell right back into another level here. So What, I just missed that? Yeah, that's right. I'm waiting down here now at 07. So let's see if we get 07s. I don't really know. There it is. There it is. Yes, sir. Okay, so now we're loaded up again here at 07. So as per usual, let's see if we can take something out for a dime here to the upside and then watch out, man. Because if it breaks 99, you sort of know what's good. We've already talked about a little bit about where we'd be here if we do break 09. And then there it is. Another move up to the upside there. We'll take 13s, 14s, 15s. And there it is right there. So we'll take out a little bit out of that, and now we'll just, really just hold the rest and watch to see what happens here at 99 as the market's faded back in. We do have this Google long. We'll watch out for that. And then the other position that we have on right now is AMD. So it's funny. This is the sort of the tale of two names here. AMD holding upside in its range right now. Maybe we're the wrong way on this. So AMD holding to the upside, and Google right now, as you can see, is at the bottom of its range. So AMD and the chip names look to be stronger against overall market or big tech here right now. And again, we know why Google's could be weaker today. The market's, Google's down, first of all. And I normally trade relative strength versus weakness. So being long on Google right now is not a typical play for me. And just realizing that right now, I think let's put some more 05s. We'll take a 2-penny hit there, get out of some more. So right now I'm only holding a third actually of what's left because I don't like this price movement. I just saw where AMD was right there. And quite frankly, that made me change my mind. There's no point in being in one name that's relatively weak to the long side right now, and we know why. It's Snapchat, it's the ad space, and it's all of that. So there it is. We will drop down a last little bit of money there for Google because we lost. So some money flushing down the toilet there for that last little move for Google. Instead of worrying about that, I probably should have shorted because we were right here at VWAP. So there goes AMD. And look, this is why you get out of Google, right? Look where it is now, 98.75. So the movement is to the downside right now. Let's see if we can get a little bit more action here on AMD as that's trying to push lower here as well. Right at that bottom, AMD.
And heading to the downside, of course, the retest of 210 happened. There's your wick top at 210 once again on Tesla. I grabbed some more in. Going to take a couple of legs out to VWAP because it's trending to the upside, and then try to hold on to Dodge because the market is rolling over. Thank you again, Sam Troy, for the super chat. Well done there. Longtime viewer of the show as well. That's actually more important to us because I know Sam's been watching the show for a very long time, which is super cool. We love you guys. We love this community. It's a heck of a lot of fun. Just going back over, I know we've been ignoring. Have you talked to Amazon much today?
No.
Okay, so I feel like we haven't even touched Amazon or talked about it. Probably hit enter twice. Probably because it's been those ad names and Tesla and Twitter and all this other good stuff that's been running. But Amazon, look, it's up on the session, but it's at 115 level. Everything else has been trying to make a bit of a break. You get back below VWAP and back below 115, you've got room to the 113 bottom, which has been a stone cold wall this week. So 113 is a wall on this stock. I think if it gets down there in the afternoon, there could be some longs, but beneath 115, that falls apart. So 113 on Amazon, I'll probably be on the bid down there. 115 sets up for a bit of a break. Only 20 seconds to go. We're back at 2 o'clock. We're not going anywhere. We're trading throughout the day. You can ask in the chat if how the position's doing, whatnot. I'm just short right now after that rejection, shy of that 37.4 on the ES, and then breaking down 3,700. I'm holding on to these shorts for dear life. I'd look to add a few, potentially 115s on Amazon if we're still falling. And it's now 11 o'clock. I don't know if you got anything left to say there, my friend.
No, I'm going to try. I'm going to try to go long Microsoft here. Just on this dip, we're getting very close. Oh, we just missed it. We're trying to get 90s there on Softy. Again, we do have the 200 period coming into play one more time here. So let's watch out to get. It sucks, man. We just almost. It went to 90. Here it goes. Here it comes again. give us 90s, give us 90s, just to start there, guys. Okay, so now we're long Microsoft against this 235.50. Let's see where we go, man. This could be an exciting midday show here, Neil, because you're right, man. We are starting to break a little bit lower here in the NASDAQ, and we just turned red. So, you know, Prad likes the free fall action, and it's about time we throw over there. So, all right, I'll wrap it up right now. All right, thank you, everyone, for watching us again, right? So we'll be back at 2 o'clock, but it's the midday show right now. Enjoy it with them. It's Trader Prad and Luca. So let's throw it over to the big guys.
Yes, sir. Midday Mayhem Market Movers time. It's your boy Trader Prad, and also we got Luca in the building, and we're gonna have a lot of fun with you guys. Sadly, I don't know if free fall's in yet. I mean, the market started off in a free fall position, Luca, and I was really excited to come in and smash some of these shorts, but as soon as I come in and I sit down, I see the markets are up on the day. So, you know, part of me thanks God for not allowing me to wake up early today, because if I did come in early, I would have probably tried to short the bottoms and probably been shut down by now. So very happy, you know, for whoever that is looking out for me for not allowing me to wake up on time. Proud looking sharp today. Hey, you know what it is. My dad said, you got to go get your beard taken off again. You look better with your beard off. So I said, okay, if you ask for it, I'll do it, Pops. It's all out of love, so hopefully you guys enjoy it too with the fresh cut. Yeah, Halim the boy from Ralph's Barbershop coming in with the fresh haircuts always. Let's talk about some positions that we're in. I'm going to take some profits on this position just so my board will show up. I don't really want to take the profit, but there we go. Oh, wait, that's right. I have to tell Lucas what environment I'm on right now. So let me quickly tell him, there we go. So I have to take another profit for this position to show up. Either way, we're in EQT. At the break of 38, didn't really work out for me. So I started scaling back in around the 38.30 area. Now we're a good 30 points in the money on that bad boy. American Express is probably going to be my best trade of the day. At least I want it to be. I'm short around 134.24 on this position and about $1.38 in the money. But right now, Pinterest is actually my #1 trade of the day so far, with only 65 cents in the money, but taking advantage of this position every time. Let's see if the position board will update over here. Yeah, there we go. Position board did update. Okay, so now you guys will see all 3 of my positions that I'm in at the moment, as the NASDAQ did turn red on the day and the S&P 500 still green, but hey, still a long time to go. Let's see if the Free Fall Friday does come in.
Yeah, what's going on, everyone? I'm actually, you know, from the time it took me to go from that computer behind me to this one over here, I didn't even notice. And I'm like, oh, I'm in the money on this Apple short here. Let's go. Okay, so I thought I was actually going to cover at VWAP, but I didn't have the order there. So sometimes it pays to not have the order because I'm further in the money. But I don't even know where that bottom out for 143.60 here. This was basically like 145 was the level from, you know, for the week. Yesterday we obviously breached above it. You know, like Prad was mentioning, we had that strong move to the upside, but I still kind of want to, I mean, like, you know, you get that strong move to the upside and the retracement back down. 36.50 maybe the level, maybe, you know, just below VWAP there. So probably, like as we're seeing right now, it's kind of holding that for the time being. Maybe we dance around, bounce a little bit, you know, clear it, and then there's some potential to actually get back to the lows here. But yeah, we'll have to see what happens. That 210 level on Tesla is solid. I tried that twice for the long, I think. And yeah, so the first time tried the long, we're really strong going into that level. But I stopped myself out because I knew that, you know, if I was wrong here, it's going to retrace. So basically break even over here. Tried a long dip buy over here. That was so wrong. Got out of that one. Hit the short. That was clean. Tried the long again. And then I was going to flip short, but I kind of missed it. And I had the Apple short going, so whatever. No big deal. Still at least short something here. And yeah, hopefully you guys are doing well. Hopefully everyone's enjoying the show. We appreciate the likes. 2.6K. Yeah, guys, let's get that. Maybe if we get today to 5K, then Neil will still eat that chip. So, you know, like I would love to see that. So yeah, guys, hit the like button. Hopefully you're enjoying the show and having a good week. Hopefully you're profitable on the week, profitable on the day. And yeah, see what trades we get going here. Hopefully this market gives a little bit more because yeah, that up move was sharp. But anytime, you know, I'm kind of feeling that every time we get these sharp up moves, maybe we, you know, easily could retrace the whole move. So we'll see if that happens. I'm going to hold on to this Apple short for the time being.
Right on. Yeah, I mean, if the market's going down the way it is, NASDAQ in the red, obviously, S&P 500 still in the green. Let's see if the market bounces off of VWAP. If it does, then you might want to be thinking about, you know, taking some profits just in case the market pops. For example, look at Pinterest over here, trying to, you know, reclaim the 21 level. Well, it's tried almost 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 minutes over here to reclaim the 21 level and has been failing for the most part, already down 8% on the day. I believe Pinterest, half of the problem with Pinterest today is let me quickly open up my Trader TV watch list over here and see if Pinterest was on the social media. Yeah, it is. There you go. I knew I saw it. It's in the social media basket of stocks that are getting beat up because of Snapchat. You saw how Snapchat is down 20% today. Yesterday night, they announced their earnings report, no real growth in their revenue, and they're actually looking to cut their drone and their gaming part of their company over there in order to save some money for themselves, right? So overall, Meta got hurt off of that. Twitter got hurt. Pinterest is also getting hurt at the moment. I did try a 20 or 2140 short over here, which didn't work, so I waited for the pops to happen, loaded up on the pops, then I took the breakout, then cover to the downside, and now we just hold more than half the size on this trade to see how big of a trade can we actually turn this one into if the market does keep going south. UVXY only down 0.82% today and trying to push above $12 at the moment. People in the chat talking about MULN again, so let's go check out Mullen Mullen. Or Mulan, right? Is that what Neil calls it? But Mullen over here, 4%, 5% up on the day still. Not really looking to go downside anytime soon, looks like. But I'll be careful with this one, obviously. 79 million shares traded today. I think that on the relative time scale or relative volume scale is still above 2. Yeah, we're at 2.42 relative volume on MULN.
I kind of, so I'm adding to this Apple short, and I might add a little bit more here. I kind of feel like so Apple obviously, strong to the upside, but if this quickly rips through 144.20, the market's bouncing, we could easily get to 36.90, maybe even 3700 again, that's possible. But now we're at VWAP, we broke through quickly. I like the short. I had the short from up here. I covered a little bit, held some more, added back. I think we could actually flush to 143. And somebody in the chat was like, as soon as Pratt comes on, the market's falling. Yeah, I was thinking the exact same thing. I was thinking the exact same thing. It's hilarious. So yeah, we'll see if this Apple short continues to work, and I'm going to just scale into it and continue to add there. I kind of like the 205 level on Tesla. It's a bit away from that. It's been holding the 50 period until this flushed through, and I honestly thought that, okay, maybe we turn at this point. That's why I took the short. Covered some, and then unfortunately we didn't get the move down, so covered that at break even. But I'm still eyeing it, and I kind of like that 210 level. Like if we can get there, so look at this, right? Top and instantly flush down, top and instantly flush down. If we can, get back to that 209.50, even for a brief moment, I think, you could probably short this area and then kind of risk off the highs. Tesla moving up when the market moves up, but not as quickly as Apple. So, if you are in the Apple short, just make sure you are watching your positions there because, those upside moves are definitely very, very sharp. Something else I traded today was Alibaba. I'm not sure if anybody else was watching this as well. The 70 is a new low on Alibaba. And I had the short for some size there, and it just kind of stalled, and there wasn't really that much happening. Like, it was a new low, but there wasn't like crazy amounts of volume. And I'm like, I don't know if I absolutely love this. Like, why is it holding so well? So I shorted, and as soon as I took the position, I was like, I don't know, I don't even want this anymore. So I covered some, then it flushes, and I'm like, okay, whatever, I'll just cover the rest. And then I tried to hold some, and then I covered the rest over here. So that was another winning trade, pretty clean there. And yeah, Snapchat too, kind of crazy. Yesterday's move, sharp move off earnings to the upside, hits like $12, give or take, and then just, straight flush down through 10, 9, and yeah, now it's at 740. So go figure. This is probably a $5 stock. I don't know if there's going to be a buyout coming along the way. Maybe if it gets low enough, buy them for the data that they have, but I'm not too sure. But yeah, we'll see what happens there.
You want to see the world's best DD I found, bro? My goodness, look at this. This person over here basically took an Adam Aaron tweet, and they took random numbers that they found in the tweet, 244, and apparently that's going to be a real estate investment for AMC to allow for the short squeeze to happen. Sadly, though, AMC down on the day today, pretty much flat. I was looking for some moves to happen on this one, but no moves today. Market is bouncing off of VWAP at the moment, though. VWAP at the moment going to the north side, market at the moment bouncing off of VWAP and going to the north side, while UVXY rejects somewhat of the $12 area. If you guys have been watching UVXY every single day, hopefully Aaron behind me is actually, you put it on? Good boy. So yesterday, the $12 level has been a little bit of a barrier to the south side. And here to the north side for UVXY. So that could mean that this market's not really done going to the downside or going to the upside. Market clearly bouncing and showing that to you. S&P 500 futures, however, did make a lower high and a lower low. It is possible that we make another same pattern over here. Let me just quickly try to draw a line for you guys, a trend line. Something like that. It is possible we bounce off of that trend line and then go even further to the 100-period EMA and continue this trend to the south side if the market does have weakness in it. Honestly, this market, no liquidity, as Sean has been saying in the morning. The number one most traded stock today is going to be, if you ignore the ETFs, including SPY, the number one most traded stock today is AMD at 39 million shares. I'm also ignoring stocks that are not $1 or higher. So obviously you have MULN doing 83 million shares or so, but I'm ignoring the stocks that are under $1. Market at the moment having a beautiful reversal action coming in. So some of my money that I've made or my unrealized profits that I have at the moment is running away from me, which makes me upset. But we're still holding on to this.
Yeah, guys, we're getting that pop in the market here, and I'm adding to this Apple short. And I know I mentioned maybe I'll get out 144.20, but it is dancing around, and every pop is kind of selling off. But, you know, I won't be scared to cover this very quickly. Maybe we could get to the 50 period over here at 44.50 very, very quickly. So I'm just kind of watching this, seeing what's going to happen next. I mean, if it's not going to go back through VWAP, then I'm probably just going to be wrong on this position. So I'm just going to have to close it there. And somebody's saying AMPX is rocketing. So let's have a look here. AMPX on, is it New York stock? Yes, New York. And I actually remember this from the other day. So this was a mover from yesterday, if I'm not mistaken. This thing's obviously making highs, and you know, one glance at the tape here, and it kind of feels like this thing is super low float. And the spread's actually 25 cents, 30 cents. Okay, that's crazy. That's crazy. Up 20%. Yeah, this is probably the mover of the day. I don't know if, I mean, yeah, small caps have been kind of a little bit slow, you know, like relative to what we saw in August. And I actually saw on somebody's screen CANO. That's what, or CANA. I wanted to check this because this was a mover from yesterday, and I'm actually just curious. Is it on Amex? No, CANO. CANO on, all right, I don't know. Oh, there it is, CANO on New York. But this has done 4.8 million shares. This was from yesterday, and it was a mover. And I'm just curious to see, because this was, is this the right stock that I'm looking at here? Maybe not.
What are you looking for?
No, okay, never mind. I was thinking of something.
ANTI? The one that was halting all over the place?
No. There was another one, but it's okay. I'll figure it out later. And yeah, guys, let us know what you're trading as well. Snap 145 million shares. Is that 100? Yeah, 145 million shares traded.
Really? How come it's not on my volume leaders then?
You know,
what?
That's crazy, man. It's crazy. I actually tried a long here in front of 750, and then it broke, so I got out. And then it popped back, and I was like, not without me, you don't. So I punched back in. I was thinking maybe VWAP test, but then it kind of stalled there. So I was like, okay, I'll scalp this. I don't absolutely love it. So kind of let it go there. Oh, and something else I wanted to mention, that Pratt, we were speaking about this the other day, NEO 1040 was before the run, right? And look at the bottom today. This bottoms out right at 1040. And I'm actually so sad that I didn't have my bids out, because I was telling the guys, I'm like, oh yeah, buy the dip on NEO 1040, that's the level. And then obviously I'm watching Tesla and, like, you know, getting frustrated with it. And look at this long, 1040 bounce all the way back up. So, you know, I mean, pretty clean. It's not going to have the crazy moves that it had initially, but, you know, you have that level, 1040. It literally got there and then turned around and went back to the highs. So that's a pretty clean trade. I think you could have risked maybe 10 cents on it if you really, really love the level and if there was any size there. That was pretty clean. I'm looking back at my Apple position here. It's starting to work. So maybe add to it a little bit more if we break down further.
Yeah, guys, so I was looking at the volume leaderboard scanner. I think I had it right here. So I thought, you know, the scroll bar was all the way at the top. Technically wasn't. So scrolled up properly to see if Snapchat was there. I mean, yeah, Snapchat should be there. 145 million shares on that bad boy. So I was wrong on that. It's just I had my scanner set up a little bit to the wrong way, I guess. People in the chat are talking about 3M today. 3M, I just brought this box to show you that the stock 3M might be having monster moves today to the north side, up 1.52, but the relative volume is 0.74, so no real trade for me to punch into. There's other stocks that that are doing better relative volume, in my opinion, and also to the downside. For example, look at this scanner right here. Once again, if you want to use Trade Ideas, do ! Trade Ideas, and you'll be able to sign up for these scanners the same way that we use over here. Looks like Twitter just came out of nowhere on the scanner and is now going to fight Pinterest for the race, almost like the Red Bull car coming in and beating my cars, which are the McLaren or the Mercedes cars in this race at the moment. So Pinterest and Twitter trying to fight to see who's going to win this race. In about 3 minutes, the winner will be determined. But the idea is this is scanning stocks as weak, related to how weak they are. And Pinterest has been popping up on the scanner multiple times today. So I just look for a quick little position. Look at that. Now Twitter is no longer on that scanner because it broke $50 and most likely is now trying to get back above 50. So we'll see Twitter probably jump back on here. What is this stock? SIVB. Trying to also win a race, and now Pinterest going a little bit away from me. At the end of the day, though, we are once again in a good position of notional value of I don't know if notional value, but in a good P&L state right now. As even though the market's going up, what just happened to my scanner? Even though the market's going up, the positions are still working for me.
Yeah, guys, I actually hit the wrong button here to cover this. I wanted to add, but that's pretty cool because I covered instead of going more short, and then it just popped on that. So, and you know what? As I look at this, the bids are coming in down here. If the market's actually going to flush lower, then yes, Apple's going to work. And to be honest, my bids are stacked. Maybe we could get lower, but I'm not convinced. I think if we break this low, 143.60, we could quickly retrace it and be back at 144 very quickly. That's the vibe it's giving me. So I like it. I mean, I'm pretty, my average is pretty good here, but this could go against me very, very quickly. So I don't actually love it. And if we're going to go higher, I might actually flip to the long here. And somebody also mentioning, I think somebody said, meanwhile, TLT repo man. Yeah, TLT making lows. That's kind of crazy. And somebody was saying Microsoft short, Apple short, Amazon short. Yeah, we'll see what happens here. If this is going to bottom out on VWAP, then maybe we're going to go back and test 3,700.
You watch Thursday Night Football, Sean? The one time I bet the under, the game goes 72. Are you kidding me? I'm retiring from my sports betting career. I've cashed out. I'm walking away with my money and walking away with my wins. The one time I bet the under, because every single Thursday Night Football game has been absolute, for lack of a better word, just garbage. And I was like, okay, let's smash the under on this. And then thankfully I didn't smash though. I sized down on it. It's gambling, bro. No, don't say that. But I sized down on it. That saved me some money. But more importantly, did you see Russell Westbrook, bro? Russell Westbrook with only 2 points all game. This guy's washed up. Hey, man, tell that to Fado. Mr. 92% himself. Why? You like Russell Westbrook over there? He likes LeBron, who brought one. The Bronny and the Brook combo. Okay. But yeah, that was a fun game to watch at the end of the day. And thank God the Leafs won in the overtime. Let's go, Maple Leafs. I had those guys money line. I had money line with the under on the NFL game, so I lost my parlay sadly. But we're still happy that our home team Leafs are catching some dubs over here, including that last call that they had in the last game. These refs apparently are paid off, man. Scam refs over here. Coming back to the market though, guys. Let's see how the markets are moving around. I actually want to go look at DraftKings because, I've been robbing DraftKings over here for everything they got. So I just want to see how they're playing out. If I'm winning on DraftKings, trust me, there's someone out there winning 10x as how much I'm winning. And DraftKings today down 2.52%. Obvious weakness in the market, in my opinion, even though the market is green for the S&P 500. NASDAQ is down 0.15 and pushing back towards VWAP right now, and at VWAP, exactly at VWAP for the NASDAQ market. Let's see if these positions can actually pay us the cash we're looking for. Looks like, oh yeah, that scanner restarted, so all the winners in that scanner disappeared for me, so I won't be able to see who's in there. But currently, the stock that's popping up in that scanner is going to be Metaverse. I think Sean said he was going to go short Metaverse.
I've been making money on the long.
Oh, okay. I thought you said short. Maybe I heard you a different stock over there. But Metaverse over here getting ready to maybe test the lower days around 125.50, 125.60. There you go. The pre-market low getting tested a little bit. Let's see if Metaverse can have an extension to the downside as the volume is not really there.
Yeah, things are just dancing.
Sorry, I just got told right now in my ear that we're going to go to Brendo for that, and then we'll come back to you.
Hey guys, an update for you on what's being discussed on social media so far this morning. Interesting names on this board popping up. You'll notice as well, we are seeing a little more green creeping back in after basically a 50-50 start to the day. So there are a little bit more positive names up here. IMPP, Apple, IMPP and Peggy, kind of one and the same. CYTO, BRQS as well, MMTLP, that OTC stock that comes in and out every once in a while. Here's Mullen once again today making a big move. SPY positive, Tesla as well. Snapchat downside obviously, Twitter downside obviously, but a ton of little tiny negative ones. But again, if you're seeing this for the first time, size of the box just represents the amount of mentions across social media platforms, and then directionally speaking, pretty self-explanatory, guys.
Go ahead, Luca.
Yeah, you know, I don't actually know where I was going with that, but somebody's saying Tesla ascending triangle. Yeah, see, the thing with Tesla, it's like riding VWAP, riding momentum to the upside. It is kind of choppy. I'm not going to lie. It's kind of choppy. You know, and I told myself, I'm like, maybe I'll flip long on Apple if we kind of dip lower and reclaim. It did exactly what I thought, and the market's kind of lining up with it. So yeah, if we get a bounce there, this is a good position for myself. And if we break the lows, then yeah, I'll just be out of this position, and we'll see where we go from there. And I'm just scanning everything. I think the new low for Meta would be like 122. But remember, you posted 127 was like that big buyer.
Yeah, that was a big buyer.
Yeah, I was like to myself, I'm like, okay, like 127.
But wasn't the ask because we went through that ask? It was a big
on the
seller.
offer?
Yeah, it was on the ask, and we went through it, and it squoze through all the way to like 128 that day or 129.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, okay, market. Here we go. Okay, that's a sick long. Yeah, I think we could test the 50 period here. So I'm gonna have some orders out just to make sure. And that's my worry, right? It's like you don't want to really short into a hole on these names that are giving you these crazy pop. Like, look at this pop on Apple. I get in. This pop, that was actually amazing. Okay, so I got some out at the 50 period there. And, you know, as a scalper, for myself, it's like I take the long. I want to see it really go in the money right away. And what tends to happen is it'll run to like a certain level, so call it the 50 period. Then it like stops and makes a decision. Does it want to go back down? Does it want to go up? We saw that with Amazon yesterday. I had a crazy long on it, but then it reversed the whole moves and I lost. And I was like, okay, so I'm not making that mistake again. So yeah, when this pops to the upside, you know, have your orders out because you'll just get filled on the way out, and then it'll just stop at a random area. And the last thing you want is, you know, it touched 144.30s. Then when it retraces back to 144 VWAP, not to say that the trade is dead, but it makes it more challenging. It's like you were in a 30-cent winner, it retraced all the way back, you didn't take off half, you didn't pay yourself. What happens there, who knows? Somebody's saying AMPX going high a day here. So yeah, let's quickly check AMPX. AMPX? Yeah, New York. I'm always thinking these are NASDAQ stocks. High a day, oh man, that's a high a day clear out if I've ever seen one. I don't know if there's any, let me just quickly look. Okay, so this is the IPO. Here's the daily on this thing. A couple days ago had the run. Yesterday, inside day, running for the highs. Highs being 11... the prior highs, 1164-ish, give or take. This thing breaks and then goes back down. And this is the thing with these names, right? And I don't know if you guys are long biased or short biased, but just keep in mind that as this is riding trend, it looks good, it's great, it makes a little bit of a top. If it goes for the high a day, does a lot of volume and reverses, for myself, that's a short. So I don't know if that entails that, you know, if you're a long trader, maybe that's your exit, you know, like use that liquidity to get out, because this thing could easily be back at like 1040, like in the next 10 minutes, right? So it's going to dance around. I don't know, you know, how anybody trades these things. Obviously, trade your own book. But here's the thing. How many times, small caps, do we see the same setup? It's parabolic move to the upside, does a little bit of a channel, high day clear out, and then the tank.
Gonna read that out loud? I don't know if you want to. Yeah, so we're still looking at what positions can we, you know, trade over here. The market having a nice pop-up from the VWAP over there. Meta longs working for Sean, I'm guessing, over there. And did you have an Apple long for yourself?
I still got the Apple long. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah,
that was, I don't even know. I think I'm like 34 cents in the money here. It's pretty
So the market actually trying to stay green. NASDAQ getting back into the green side, baby. Let's go. Yeah, I might have to, you know, delete my tweet that I posted, Free Fall Friday tweet, because there's nothing free fall about this move coming in. And we are just having to be patient and very calculated with where we enter into our short positions on the day today. And for longs, you have a dime a dozen stocks to pick through. STLD, let's go to STLD. Apparently, it's on the scanners multiple times. It's won 2 races today. And look at the stock. I'm pretty sure it's Steel Dynamics. Let me check real quick. Yeah, Steel Dynamics.
And then it just retraced.
Getting ready to break this 91 area. Actually, it did break 91 today already. Went up to 91.20, and now trying to do that again with only 900,000 shares traded today. But as a relative volume, it is 2.15. So doing tons of relative volume coming in for STLD. And I'm guessing it's also an earnings move. Let me quickly go check if it is earnings play today on STLD. Is that today? 19th of October. So yesterday after market, today's the 20th, right? It was 21st. Okay, 2 days ago. So second day continuation of the earnings play coming in. The stock was not too long at $80, now at $91. So pretty clean, $10 to the north side. And looks like it does not want to stop its ascent to the north. Keep going, baby. Don't stop. Looks like the next target for this one might be around these peaks over here from April 21st. At least that's what I'm going to guess that it's going to happen. Obviously, you don't get paid for guessing. You get paid for punching the keys and actually making the executions. Calls don't make you money. Executions do. So let's see if the stock can actually head over to $95, at which point I could try a short. It could also go to 100, which would probably be a way better short. A nice keys psychological level 100. Pinterest right now heading back above the $21 area, but I'm not worried about it. I'll hold on to this trade. If it does pop back into the previous range, I'll add some more shares to it. The stock has shown weakness throughout the day, but this market is now really launching to the north side. S&P 500 once again up 0.6% on the day. NASDAQ up. Oh, sorry, I typed the wrong ticker. S&P 500 up 0.6% on the day, and NASDAQ up 20.29% on the day.
So I took a Tesla long here. It's finally breaking 210 again. Disclaimer, this is probably going to be a loser because, I lost the first time. Everyone here is like, I lost the first time. I lost the second time. I'm like, third time's a charm. Not without me, you don't. So I'm long. If it breaks back through 210, I'm getting out of this. I don't even care. I'm holding for like 212. I think that's not too much to ask. Like, if we're going up now, we're going up. Just please go up. Go up. Like and then fill me at like 212, and that'll be a sick trade. So yeah, we'll see where this one goes. There's size that's following it up. I mean, like if you're shorting this name today, and it keeps going higher, and you're getting stuck every single time, like eventually I have to be right once. If you know what I mean. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Or no, I'm definitely getting stopped out. Whatever is what it is. Still in the Apple trade, in the Tesla trade for now. I know I'm gonna get stopped out for sure.
I think you have to call up.
Yeah, there it is. Okay, I'm stopped out of this trade. And, I'm done with Tesla forever. I'm done. Once, twice, and I'll show it here. You're seeing it live. Once, twice, 3 times. And you know what? I'm not flipping short either, because if I flip short, it's going to go up. So I'm going to just leave it. Apple's working. Like, this is like, got the first portion out. I think second portion, we break the 50 period here. I mean, market's at 3,700, so it is kind of an area, I guess you could argue, 3,700. But I kind of feel like, are we going to go to 37.20? Like, we could test high a day, like, easily. I'm just not really comfortable. Like, why is Tesla, like, breaking so quickly and then going back down? Whatever. It is what it is. I'm not tilted. I'm just like, whatever,
I'm pretty sure you saw this picture yesterday. Thank you for one of our viewers who shared this picture with me. It's basically Aunt Kathy buying up about 66,000 shares almost of Tesla yesterday. And I saw it, bro. I saw those bids coming in, 100 share lots at every random spot. I was like, okay, if this is not a Kathy bid, I don't know what is. So I was right on it. I guess I should have shaken your hand yesterday.
Should have, yeah.
And I would have won that bet, which would have forced you to actually dress up for Halloween. But, I chickened out of that bet, so it looks like a no-go for you unless you still want to do that. Not sure. You still haven't gotten back to me on that one. But, so Aunt Kathy looks like she's back at it today. She's buying more shares most likely at these levels. How else will Tesla turn green on the day without her help, in my opinion at least? And I also think some people are buying the stocks. People I have seen a lot of people on Twitter, even in our YouTube chat, people saying Tesla is really cheap at these prices. I'm going to buy it up at these prices. So a lot of buyers actually stepping in to buy up some of these high PE stocks such as AMD, Tesla, and other stocks across the board. Market having a nice reversal to the north side at the moment. S&P 500 exactly at 3,700 as your boy Luca just mentioned. Let's see if 3,700 rejects again, or if it finally manages to break through for the second time, third time of the day, and rip back towards that 3740 area that Arun was mentioning 2 days ago that has been coming into play for almost every single day now. Brad, do you believe in this market? It has nothing to do with believing it or not in it. You just have to look for the moves and trade the moves, right? I don't have to believe in the market that it wants to go down. I just have to find a trade that could most likely go down for me, right? If I want to be a bear trader on the day today, if my mind was set on shorting the market, but the market's not giving me those variables, I'm not going to try and force it. I'm going to look for stocks that are relatively weak on the day, something that is not popping when the market's popping, and something that really dumps when the market dumps. And thank you to Trade Ideas for having scanners that allow you to scan for stocks like that. Apparently, Dollar General is in that basket at the moment. It's a $200 stock with 600,000 shares traded on the day with a relative volume of, let me just quickly link my chart, configure linking, purple, bank. So let me just link it with a relative volume of 1.57. The spread is kind of nasty too, so I'm not really going to punch a trade on this one. But if you're looking to short a stock, even though when the market's going up, you could look for Dollar General to pop up maybe to 236 and get that fill near 236 and ride it back to the downside to 234, or even look for Pinterest or American Express. If you guys are not signed up to our watch list, I know I say this enough times, it probably gets annoying, but if you're not signed up to it, you're going to miss out on a lot of important detail. So American Express coming out with the earnings report, they missed out on it.
What a move. Okay, so yeah, not to cut you off or anything, but things are flying to the upside, and that's why I did not short Tesla. But whatever, is what it is. Lost the long trade, didn't structure it, whatever. I'll take that trade 100 times, but still in the Apple long, and this actually working very nicely. 94 cents in the money, pretty proud of that one. And I'm going to get out once we tap 145. I think, maybe we could get to 145.50, maybe, but it just feels like I should be getting out in front of 145 there. So yeah, let's see if we get a little bit higher on that one. Market's finally pushing higher, 37.10, maybe on track to hit high a day, 37.20, just kind of feels like it. European close coming into effect. So you know the deal. Europe closes, our market finally does something and goes somewhere. So yeah, we'll see if this move can continue here. This was my worry on the short, right? I'm short. Whatever, that was a keystroke. But then covered over here. Then I'm like, no, this is going to be a long now. So yeah, what a banger long. Soft side is to the upside. So yeah, let's see if this can continue. And yeah, things looking good so far.
Yeah, to pick up where I left off, American Express has a relative weakness in it based off the earnings report. So right now popping up, I'll just wait for my order to wick me into more size around my average price in order to take advantage of the stock more, but because I didn't have enough size to begin with the first time. So just look for those stocks in your realm of trading methodology. Something that Luca just mentioned recently. What is this? Raider Trader with pineapple pizza? Come on, Raider Trader. I don't know about that one, Chief. But TraderTV.live recently retweeted my screens just went blank. Awesome. Okay, we're back. TraderTV.live just recently tweeted something from Day Trade the World. I'm trying to find that tweet for you guys because it coincides with what Luca was just saying right here. Who says we have to trade a single session? Trading is global sessions, and overlaps are the times with the most activity. So overtime meaning when the Europe market closes and overlaps with our market over here, you see a lot of ADRs, which is the stocks that are listed in the European markets and also in the American markets move along together in tandem because of their closing auctions, and the ADRs over here have to move the same way. So algos are pumping these stocks. Some of them might be inside the ETF, so those are helping the market move too. This NASDAQ market and the S&P 500 market breaking that trend line and having a nasty reversal to the north side. But even though those are reversing, look at what's not reversing. It's going to be EQT. EQT is not popping up to the north side at all. So when the market fails this move to the north side,
what a move.
And brings back itself to the downside, you know what's going to dump with it? It's going to be EQT. And who's in EQT? Your boy Trader Prad.
Guys, let's go to the upside. I'm just catching up on all the comments here, and yeah, hopefully I make you guys laugh. And here's the thing, like, things will happen, and I'm frustrated, but I'm like, at least somebody's getting a good laugh, you know, because I also laugh at myself. And still had the app along, so obviously not tilted. But yeah, Tesla, what a move, and what a gut feeling not to short that. See that? That's trading for years over there. But yeah, I'm kind of scanning back at everything else. I wonder if there's any other names that have decent levels and decent setups. See, Amazon, I like Amazon 120. We're far away from this, but I'm just looking. Amazon 120. Something else I wanted to bring up from before. I was looking at XOM. This is a little bit of a different, you know, obviously we're a day trading channel, but from a swing trading perspective, XOM, solid to the upside. Obviously, the oil trade's been very strong. It's been setting up somewhat of a, you know, you could argue somewhat of a bull flag here, and I'm going to bring up the hourly chart just for everybody to see here. And here's the thing, right? This is not going to do volume every single day. When it broke through 100, it was a very good trade. It was very strong. It did a lot of volume, moved to the upside. Obviously, you're going to have that retracement. And look at this, right? It kind of bottoms out, pops again, bottoms out, creates this sort of like, you know, call it a bull flag, a triangle, like whatever you want to call it, right? Like from here to here, here to here. It's like consolidating. Is it going to have the next leg up? And look how it's riding the 50 period on the 1 hour. So it's you know, it's away from the average. It reverts back to the average, right? Still holding that line back up. And I actually, in my own personal account, wanted to buy this. Now, I thought, you know, maybe 98s, 99s. I thought we could, you know, dip at this point, maybe at this day dip and then pop again. Didn't get the fill there. And yeah, look at us now at 52-week highs, I think. 106. So this is a new 52-week high for XOM. I'm assuming oil is booming. And I would not be surprised to see this name before the end of the year near 110. Like, I'm sure it's going to touch 109, 110. That'll be my gut feeling there. But yeah, you know, not every day it's doing volume. 10 million shares traded today. Even though it is a 52-week high, sometimes, you know, just because you see something and you think it's going to go somewhere, it doesn't always justify a trade, right? You know, it's having that strong move to the upside, but so is everything else. And for the most part, sometimes it's easier, you know, to trade names that you're comfortable with, that you know the personality of, a little bit more liquidity and looking for the move there. So yeah, that was pretty clean. Just wanted to cover that there. Somebody saying Tesla 270.
We're going to send it to Brendo for a quick Europe update.
Hey guys, just getting the last final prints here for the week over for the European session, just wrapping up on a Friday. A bit of a red day, but we are, however, off the lows that we saw coming through in the pre-market if you joined us this morning at 8:30. But yeah, a lot of negativity once again right across this entire screen, including the blue chip stocks 50, the stocks 600 as well, all downside to end the week. The UK, England, the only one really outside of Turkey getting back to positive territory. 0.5% for Germany, a full percent for France. You can see full percent for Spain. Yeah, one of those ugly weeks, unfortunately, guys, right across the board. Back to you.
You know, I was just going to say, sometimes it do be like that, ugly week across the board.
Sometimes good, sometimes bad.
Sometimes good, sometimes, yeah, not so good. I was actually thinking, I'm like, should I be covering my Apple because we could easily reverse this whole move? But no, I'm actually going to hold this a little bit longer. If we do get below one, I think we could. I'll probably get stopped out. But if we get below 144.20, then I'm going to be out of the rest of the portion of this trade, which is no big deal for myself. But if we actually pop from here and go higher, I think 145 tested. So that's my final target on it. So orders are out there. Whatever happens first. Give me whatever fill comes first. No big deal there. Something else I wanted to talk about was IMUX, which is small cap. They covered it in the morning show, down 75%. This thing nuked $9 all the way to $250. Touched 2 today, and just obviously, you know, not really having crazy range today. You know, 250 to 2. But man, you know, I think it's a biotech, and you know, if they have, call it, you know, one drug in their pipeline, it comes out, it's negative news. Oh, sorry guys, we only had one home run for you, and it didn't come through. So yeah, our stock price is now down 80%. And this is probably not going back up anytime soon. Just to give a kind of perspective on this, I mean, look at that, right? Like, we were, early October, we were at $3, $4. This thing then ran up. I'm not sure like why it doesn't load this data, but I'm sure there's like a candle here. And then $11, and boom, right back down to the lows. So, you know, that's kind of always my worry of, you know, investing in these small caps and holding them overnight. You really got to do your due diligence. You really got to know. I'd much rather just be a day trader or just swing trade things that are not going to do that, like XOM. And yeah, somebody's saying Mullen going up as well. We could have a look here. And see where this is. Oh, still hasn't broken 50 cents. I think, you know, I'll get interested in Mullen if we get back to like
$5.
Yeah, $5 would be the dream. No, if we get to like 80 cents to $1, I'll get interested in Mullen. For now, it kind of feels like, I mean, I don't even know if, and you know, I apologize. I don't know if there's any news on it that came in the last 3 days, or we probably spoke about it, but it feels just like a dead cat bounce. It's like it's just been dead for so long, and now you're getting that little bit of a bounce. But here's the thing, right? Like, look at this. I don't even know if this is, if it was it actually up there? I don't even remember that, but yeah, it's like, you know, it's going down, it has a pop. 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 Like, you see these kinds of charts, and it's like, I'm not buying the bottom here. Maybe you justify a day trade on it, but for the most part, for myself, I'm just like, I don't know, I'll just stay away. We'll see if it gets to my levels there.
Yeah, someone in our Trader TV Discord chat was talking about, Brad, did you see that picture about the dad and the son sitting next to each other talking about capital gains? I was like, yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. I'll pull up that tweet right here. So, Dad, what are capital gains taxes? You don't have to worry about that this year, son. And sadly, that is the nature. Sadly, that is the nature of how things are going this year for a lot of portfolios, man. I mean, look, my portfolio is deep red. A buddy of mine said Cardano's going to 10 cents. I was like, I don't care if it goes to 0 at this point. My account's already bleeding. What's another 100% of 0? You know, just let it all go to the ground at this point. Who cares? Look at yen, huge moves. I can't pull up yen on my accounts over here. Sorry for that, but. You know, yeah, I think Dan Imans was talking about it on Twitter. He messaged me and he's like, yeah, yen is, or Japan is basically dumping all the bond spikes or something, and is causing all the issues in the market over here. Obviously, look, the markets are green today, so I don't want to keep on pushing the free fall Friday terminology out there onto you guys. Anything could happen though, so just be very careful. Something I'm noticing right now is look at the bid on Snapchat. 500 lots on multiple gateways actually make that 1,000 lots on 7.42. So these guys on 7.43 are front running the 7.42, and keep in mind the stock is on SSR, so that means it should be harder to take out the liquidity on the bids. The only people punching the bids are the longs who are trying to take profits, and the ask is basically shorts at the moment who will get filled when the stock is going up. That's how the SSR rule works. So if that's the case, you know, keep in mind though, 127200, 127,000 shares for a stock that's traded 157 million shares today is nothing. Someone could easily dump all their longs onto that 7.42 and use that as their exit liquidity, just in case they don't want to get hurt on that position. So I'm not saying lean on that size, but clearly there's people trying to fight for the longs over here on Snapchat as people are front running that order at $7.42. All my positions that I have on board right now are in the money, and PAG is the brand new position I punched into around $13, only 3 cents in the money on this one, so nothing too much to to beat my chest about and get happy. But if we do get a flush on this one, we will be excited for that one. Let's go to quickly see before we throw it back to Luca if EQT made a pop while the market made a pop, and the answer is still no. Even though EQT did not make a pop, we are just consolidating around this range near under 38. I kind of want to, I'm itching to add more size around this 38 level, but I'm not going to do that. The words that Greg told me is ringing in my ear every time I think about moving my orders, which is our prices are very important. So I'm not going to chase 30 cents below my average price just because I want to take more size. I'll wait where my order is. If they do come up there, I'll take that fill gladly. If not, who cares? I still have some size on board to make some money in case the flush does come in. This market bounced a little bit to the south side, but is now once again right back to the north side, bouncing off of 3,700 for the S&P 500.
Somebody mentioned Netflix breaking resistance high a day here, and my first instinct was, okay, let me short this, which was wrong, super wrong. It instantly went up against me, and I'm like, okay, no, I'm just going to get out of it. So chalk it up, that's a loser. That was small size. That was just, I was like, okay, if we're going to actually flush back below 278, I'll just take the short here and then, hold for VWAP. That could be a really good position. So it was like a risk 50 cents for like $3. So it's not too bad, but yeah, no, just bad timing. This is going to 280. It's probably going to take 280 as well. Very strong move to the upside, lining up with the market move up right now. And if the market wants to break the high too, Netflix going to move. And obviously I'm talking about ES, but NQ is probably doing the exact same thing. For anybody wondering, I'll pull it up right here just to show. and let this load here. You know, doing exactly the same pattern, exactly the same thing. So yeah, let's see if Netflix wants to actually break that 280 right now. That would be definitely, I wonder if there's going to be any size there. And just for perspective for anybody wondering, this is the daily, right? This is like post-earnings move. Yeah, okay, we broke 280 to the upside, and maybe I should have had a stop to go long there. That was a very, very sharp, quick move to the upside. Hopefully somebody had that and you know, is reaping the rewards of that. That's definitely a nice move to the upside.
Yeah, market's still continuing to the north side right now, and it just won't stop. UVXY down 2% on the day. Make that 3% on the day for UVXY. Volatility, though, however, is to the downside today, at least from what I remember. If you pull up the VIX, you see that volatility is at 29.34. Not too long ago on CPI day, we were at 34.33 on the VIX over here. UVXY down 3%, meaning the market's not done going to the north side anytime soon. Let's see if the S&P 500 double tops at this 37.26, 37.25 area, or does it break that, go to that 37.40, which is going to be the week's high. Let me show you on this chart. Pop, 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 pop. There we go. Bang. Now 37. Oh, no. This week high was actually 37.76. What? But 37.40 area, which is a level that Arun has mentioned a couple times already. We're going to look for how the market behaves around that level. If I do want to short the futures market, it's going to be 37.40 or nothing. So I'm going to patiently wait for that level to come into play. People in chat talking about Netflix. Let's head over to Netflix real quick. $280 on this bad boy. Look at that monster volume spike on Netflix coming in, breaking the high a day around $278. Wow, I think you could have taken the even dollar 278 break and not even worry about it, even though we did put even dollar breaks on the suicide watch over there, because yesterday they weren't working out anymore. But today, this $278 level breaking, giving you $2 instantly, and this stock is not done anytime yet. I think as long as the market keeps on pushing north, we could possibly see 285 today on Netflix, up 4.8%. Make that 5%, up almost 5% over here on NFLX.
Oh, man, you're making me laugh. Just Omar, I'm inverting your trades and doing great so far. I mean, whatever works for you. Like, that made me laugh here. And I'm thinking, I'm like, man, which trade did you invert? Because, like, I went long Tesla. If you went short, you got smoked. I guess the Netflix one, yeah, for sure. But that was a quick one. Like, look at that cover. What a cover. Like, that was pretty nice. And yeah, Apple long, which I had from there, like the short actually was a break even and the long was a banger too. So be careful with the inversion of my trades, because my trades are fast. I'm in and out, you know, so it's not like for the most part I'm holding. So, you know, if you try to do the opposite of me, like if I'm doing whatever and I lose and you do the opposite, like you might also lose, because like I'm doing, like scalping is its own beast, right? Doing its own thing there. So yeah, just be careful. I don't really care how you make money. I just hope everybody makes money, right? Like, it doesn't really matter to me. And, yeah, but what a move on Netflix.
That's physically not possible, because if everyone's making money, then
maybe Citadel's losing.
And we're all happy, you know, everybody's happy. That's what we want at the end of the day. Oh, my
goodness. Yeah, this is a super strong move to the upside. Maybe I shouldn't have covered that 145. Yeah, this keeps going. This is probably going to test the high. And, yeah, we'll see what happens. But I thought for sure today would be a down day. But no, I guess today is a solid move to the upside there. And yeah, see, I guess hold on to your longs if you're long around VWAP on any of these names. Somebody before was saying Oxy, Oxy, Oxy. So yeah, let's have a look here.
Bitcoin's green, wow.
I'm sure it's up as well, because, you know, I just looked at XOM. That was up as well. This is pretty clean. You know, you had the pre-market levels that were created, rally off the open, showing you that it wants to go up, coming back down towards VWAP, holding the pre-market lows around this area, double bounce, and then run to the upside. So pretty clean. Hopefully somebody had that long and is, you know, doing very well there.
Is like Kathy buying the whole market right now? Like, what's going on? We're just launching to the north side. Even Bitcoin turned green on the day. I actually didn't think Bitcoin would turn anywhere close to green today, because we did break that 19K level. We went all the way as low as, I believe, today the low was around 18. Oh, I have it right here. 18,659. And now Bitcoin up 0.16% on the day. So Coinbase clearly taking advantage of that movement, and with the help of the market over here to push back to almost the day's high around 65.50 area. Let's see if this Coinbase stock can actually break 60. Go play with 65.50 or so. Maybe we could look for a short around that level. But I'm gonna stay away from stocks that are absolutely launching to the north side with the rest of the market, because I'm looking for shorts. Part of me came into the game today thinking that, market's going to be free fall. So it's going to be really hard for me to look for longs. If a long does show up and it shows up on the scanners with like crazy volume, then yeah, I'll take it. But for the most part, I'm looking for shorts, and I'm looking at only my short scanners today. And based off of that, I think I have the right positions to be in. All of my positions are still in the green, even though this market's taken off. That's a very good sign for myself, an amazing sign, because now if the market does pull back, we're going to have some bank to make on these positions to the downside.
Yeah, and I'm just quickly pulling up AMD because I'm, anytime the market pops, I'm like, oh yes, AMD is going to get to 60 and that's going to be a banger short, but no, it's not even close. I think I'm going to try the short here if we can get a little bit higher towards high a day, playing off that 58 level, and it's not going to be a hard level for myself if we get there. It's going to be more of like a kind of gauge it, see how it goes, and this is simply like, it's just very weak, and I feel like if we just push up to 57.80, we could easily retrace back down and then, cover at the mean, so cover at VWAP. So I'll average into this if we could get through 57.70, and I'll take some fills there in front of 58, and then, maybe stop 58.20, 58.40. Like if we get over there, then yeah, for sure it's wrong. But yeah, the market is popping up right now, very, very strong. There's a nice up move on all these names that we're looking at. It's tough to chase the long from here because you don't want to get long. You expose yourself so much to the downside. So for myself, it's mean reversion on any plays that I'm looking at. And kind of interesting that, Tesla breaking the 210, strong move to the upside, but, not as strong as something like an Apple. So I'm not saying that I'm going to short Tesla, but, it's definitely an interesting look there. So yeah, see if we get an AMD short going and maybe something on Tesla, but I'm not 100% convinced there.
Market might have stalled out though on this move to the north side. I might be wrong. Don't take that as a call out that we're pushing back down. I might be wrong because we still have room for the high a day to actually come into play around 37.25 or so. It could very easily pop up to 37.25 and then go down if it wants to. So I wasn't studying the tape. So now that I pull up the tape, I'm watching the activity coming in. There's still a little bit of a battle coming into the market over here. The longs, the shorts, they're all debating on where they think the market's going to go, and they're positioning themselves accordingly. Well, these 5-minute candles do open up red, but we've seen almost every single one of these 5-minute candles open up red and then go green like that. So be very careful if you are looking for shorts, guys. This day is obviously a long type of day. The market's telling you exactly where it wants to go for the time being. There could be something coming on later on. Dan Iman's in the YouTube chat right now. Mentioning that the Fed Daily is speaking at the moment. If these Feds are coming in and talking about the markets, talking about the inflation and how they want to tame inflation and so on, we could see another sell-off event coming in like we did yesterday going into the close. Let me just quickly zoom out over here to show you that yesterday's sell-off when I forget what chair said that though, but one of the Fed chairs came in and said, we still want to contain this beast named inflation, and the market just started selling off to the south side. This guy, okay, they want you to wear the earpiece, Luca. The production team wants you to wear the earpiece. I did my job, which is tell you it's your job to do what you want, and you could argue with them all you want. And we're gonna send it over to Sector Watch to Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, we'll jump into the S&P 500 here a little bit, give you a better idea of overall what's happening right now. Individual areas showing some weakness still, but there are some positive notes coming through. We'll start front and center here. FCX jumping off again, 6.8% to the upside. That's Nucor right beside it. We talked about the earnings yesterday. Remember, I mentioned right out of the gate at 9:30 this morning, FCX relatively strong. So material stocks still in pretty good shape so far today. Industrials as well. Positive on the day. RHI is earnings name. SIVB, same story over here in the financial sector. 20% downside. They cut their forecast going forward. Not very good talk coming out of their guidance going forward anyways for that one. Earnings decent though. Excuse me. Tech shares also positive on the day, holding up the rest of the market really. Moderna and Pfizer, we talked about a little bit earlier, a positive note out of Europe on their COVID vaccines. Pfizer also raising their prices on their COVID vaccine. Want to mention this as well, that Schlumberger still going up here in the corner. 8.6% for SLB, guys, off decent report.
Brendo, if you can find something about Robinhood, let us know. Robinhood hit $10 in a big volume candle, about 876,000 shares coming in on this 5-minute candle to the south side, instantly dropping 40 cents to the ground over here. Robinhood, obviously, we know Robinhood is struggling for quite a bit of a time now. They've been struggling, but today I'm not sure what this candle is all about, because we haven't done much volume all day on Coinbase in relative to that candle right there. So it looks like some overextension to the downside. Could also be Aunt Kathy just dumped her whole position on Robinhood on that candle just so she could go buy more Tesla or some other stocks out there. I'm just throwing out theories, guys, because yesterday we did see Aunt Kathy sell some of her Nvidia position, maybe for a profit, maybe for a loss. I don't know what the price action for her is over there. But look at that size on Coinbase. Sorry, not Coinbase. What is this? Robinhood chasing it down. It's
not free shorts.
It's 4,000. We don't have free shorts. Yeah, 4,000 lots on that bad boy, chasing that position down from 975 to 970 maybe. Let's see if they actually do chase it down over here. That's pretty big size, man, for a stock that's only traded 3,000 shares on the day.
Yeah.
Let's do. Oh, that's actually that's the same gateway, so it's only 2,000 lots. So 2,000, add 2 more zeros on there, times 9.75. That's going to be almost $2 million on the. Oh wait, that's 2 different gateways. That's not the same gateway. So it is 4,000 lots. Never mind. So make that $4 million right now, sitting on the ask for Coinbase. Let's see if they fill that. No, they're running away from it. Yo, can you give me some shares too? No, I'm joking. I don't want any. I don't want to trade this stock. Too late of a move, yeah. But like, if that size is there, you could lean on that size though. If that size is legitimate, we're only 1 penny away from seeing if that size is legitimate. If that size is legit, we could lean on that, because the stock has only traded 3 million shares on the day, and that's about more gateways coming in with the same size. Are you kidding me? That's a lot of size sitting there.
It's just there. I feel like eventually it's going to get taken, but for the time being, if anybody's looking at this and has the shorts, I mean, it's good R to R. 975, 2,000 lots on 2 different gateways.
Yeah.
But it's kind of weird how it's the same exact size. So 4,000 lots, I guess. But yeah, we'll see.
And there's another gateway. See, NASDAQ book now coming in. No, EDGX and AXB are the same, right?
I think so,
Okay,
yeah.
so there's only 2 gateways, sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, so this market, I don't really know what to go. I think I'm going to just take a step back and try to, reevaluate, see what happens here. And it's kind of funny because I think me and Neil at the same time pull up Robinhood, instantly punch short, and I'm like, no free shorts. Okay, let it go. Whatever, is what it is. And yeah, guys, Twitter. Somebody in the chat before was saying Twitter volume picking up. It's kind of, I mean, this morning was pretty.
They broke that level.
Oh yeah, it broke. So I'll show everybody this in case everyone's wondering. Is it my screen? Yep. So 975 was the size, broke through 975 and just like instantly to 982. So there you go. Kind of happy that I didn't actually get shorts because I would have been stopped out right over there. No big deal. And I'm just watching. I feel like maybe the market might top out over here, and if it does, we get a small little bit of a pullback. That's why I was actually trying to short on Apple, but I don't want to hold it too much in case it's gonna like rip my face off and move to the upside. Let me see if I just get back in this one as well.
Brando in our work chat just put in that Bloomberg speculating the Japanese government is apparently intervening in the market again. So that's also something that Dan Imons messaged me on Twitter today and said the same thing over there. So yeah, very well could be. They are selling the USD or the yen or whatever it is that they're doing in order to every time the bonds pop up apparently. What's the chat looking at? Let's go take a look at it. You mean like AMPX just did? Let's go check out what AMPX just did. I'm guessing it's on New York. If it's on NASDAQ, 4.5 million shares traded on AMPX today. Let's go look at what this stock is doing. Ooh, still trying to go to the north side. Just recently breaking 12 for the second time. For the second time of the day. And trying to test the high of day, which is around 1246. I think the stock could break the high of day if it wants to easily. Looks like I actually got stopped out on a position. Let's go check out that position right now. It's going to be PAG. It broke $13 by a penny. So I'm going to get right back in and revamp my stop over here a little bit at the high of that range of 1303 and see if we can make some of that money that we just lost on this position back and then add it to our plus side. The only negative stock on the day for me is going to be sadly Verizon, but it should not have been negative. I got stopped out on the break of 35 over here. I took the breakout of 35, then I got stopped out as it went back through. But look at how the stock pulled back to 35 and is currently at VWAP. So I'm going to take that fill once again with small size. I don't want to take too much size over here. Give it about 10 cents of risk above 35 to see if it's going to end up being a winner. That way I can turn my only negative stock on the day to a positive stock.
Yeah, and I guess the short over here, I'm just going to have to reevaluate this because it's just not working. But go figure, AMD is actually not filling my my orders. So, this is struggling to actually get up there, whereas, other names are strong. Yeah, Tesla's still dancing around that 212 area, very, very choppy right now. And just to add to that AMPX there, because, it had that sort of high day clear out and then drop, and then, kind of fake out here. Somebody was saying 4 million float. Yeah, that's what it kind of feels like. I don't actually know off the top of my head, but yeah, that's what it does feel like. And I think we're going to pass it to Brendan right now.
Hey guys, yeah, heading into lunch hour. Let's get you caught up on what's happening now. Still back to the downside we go, but hey, a green board to show you, which is always good to see. 1.17, 1.4 there for the S&P and the Dow. I was mentioning a little bit of relative weakness here for the Russell early on, still kind of lagging everything else, but we'll take it at this point. 0.9, 1% as we try to climb back higher for tech specifically, as we saw in the sector board there. A few things we were discussing. If you joined us in the pre-market this morning, Snapchat, obviously, #1. Twitter, yeah, didn't really do much, but that Biden administration possible investigation rumor, if you will, kind of squashed halfway through the morning. So as you were for Twitter. Google, downside as well off that Snap forecast this morning. There it is, still better part of 31%, kind of grinding at day lows here, guys. 166 million shares traded so far today for Snapchat. Unbelievable volume, but not really a lot of movement. Back over to you.
Yeah, these markets just now are exactly at the high of day. I think NASDAQ actually might have broken the high of day by a little bit, or we're playing with it at the moment. We'll see what happens over here as did I get stopped out again? No, I did not. Good. So just waiting to see if this market will continue going to the north side with the crazy drastic reversal action coming in from the VWAP area over here. I guess it's not even a reversal, a nice bounce coming into play. But AXP is moving back to the north side and getting ready to give me more size on that side. So let's go AXP. Give me my fill over here. I would gladly like to take more size on this trade. I'll just cross down and see if they want to fill me there instead. Yeah, sweet. So we're going to take some more size over here. AXP was our second best trade of the day so far. So we'll just want to keep on trying to add on to that position. Pinterest also moved up north, but not really to our average price. It's constantly rejecting VWAP. And EQT getting ready to maybe break 38 and actually stick its way to the north side past 38. It's struggling a little bit, but we'll just have to wait and see if it does so. Looks like PAG stopped me out. We're going to stay away from this trade as it's trying to now move with the rest of the market. So we're going to have to let go of this trade completely. We tried to work with it a little bit. We gave it 2 shots. It's gonna be a negative stock on the day. That's fine. But we got still a lot of time left for this day for us to look for opportunities. Yeah, NASDAQ and S&P 500 both clearing the highs over here. Market having a crazy reverse to the north side move, not reversal, sorry.
Yeah, what a move to the north side. And safe to say that, shorting Apple was not the right idea there. But it's all good because I finally getting the fills on AMD here. And, if this is going to keep going, this is a crazy move to the upside. We're breaking highs on NASDAQ. We're breaking highs on overall ES. I'm just scaling into this AMD short. Again, this was part of the plan. I think, very parabolic move to the upside. Look how far we came from the bottom. I don't love the trade per se because everything's very strong. It's moving up. So I'll just get out of this if I'm wrong. It's, not crazy amount of size on this. But, yeah, we'll see what happens there. Apple, man, I'm kind of sad that I just should have just held my long from the bottom, not gotten out at 45, and then flipped to the short. As you guys can see, I was battling here. And this is kind of how I was trading it, right? It's like I'm battling the short here, and then I'm wrong. I tried again, and I'm wrong. And it's basically like, okay, we're at high a day. Are we going to create a range? Are we going to go back down? I'm trying it over here. I was wrong, and then we fly higher, right? So it's like very tight risk, not really losing too much. This was a nice win, capturing, the dollar move, just over $1 on that. And then it's just like stopped out. And that's just because I'm like, I don't know, like, you know, things are at the highs, things are moving higher, like maybe short's not the right idea. Maybe I should just be shorting things that, you know, are weaker. So that's why, you know, flipping to AMD over here. So scaling into this, we could easily, you know, get back into these levels over here and I'll be in the money. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one, see what happens there. And I'm actually going to quickly glance over at Meta as well because I feel like that's near top of the range. You know, 129, 130, and not really like a significant level, I would say. But obviously, you know, selling off with the Snapchat, you know, negative catalyst earnings, selling off, like Meta selling off too. You know, if we get over that 130, maybe, you know, you get some resistance at like 130, 131, which is far away from right now, right? So if we get, you know, 29.50 and higher into 130, maybe gauge that, see what happens for another retracement there. But yeah, you know, if the market wants to be strong and rip to the upside, then, you know, just be careful on the short side. You know, just maybe scalp it and don't try to hold for a huge win.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. Very good point, Luca, because market variables are clearly telling you it's to the north side. So even if you are in a relatively weak relatively weak stock, which have been getting beat down today, it's a very good chance that these stocks use the market's momentum to you know, kind of have a bigger move north side before actually having a dump later on in the day or something for these weak stocks on the day, such as American Express and so on. Yeah, I took some more size at VWAP over here, but keep in mind, you know, the ads that I'm adding onto these trades are very low volume. I'm not adding ridiculous size on these areas in order to, you know, hit that home run or whatever. So very calculated, thinking about my risk management at all times over here. If I get if I see the market does not want to stop at 37.40, then clearly this market wants to keep on launching itself to the north side, which would be a problem for my shorts, and you have to be very careful. The pros only have shorts. I don't know about that, man. The pros make money, let it be long or short. And the pros also know when not to trade in a day, right? The pros know exactly today is not a trading type of day. Today's an inside day. I'm not going to do anything. And the pros know exactly when to short, and the pros know exactly when to long. So I wouldn't be using that statement or that mentality into the game because that just sounds like a recipe to get hurt. But look at these. My positions are now really pushing this outside with the tiniest tick in the market moving down. Why are you still having shorts, says Bharat? And like I said, it's my setup today, man. My setup is looking for the stocks that are weak on the day and smashing them with some size on them. And thankfully, you know, I never really turned red on the day. I almost got to being flat on the day just for a second over here. But I'm once again deep in the money on my positions. Not upset about any of these moves that the market's giving. The market wants to go long. Let it go long.
Yeah, exactly. And just to add on to that, you know, I think so, if I'm not mistaken, you're saying, oh, the pros only have shorts, referring to us, and the market's only going higher. Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, look at this AMD setup here. Like, this is it's pretty solid. I mean, down, up, down, up, down. Like, that's what I'm thinking, right? Playing off the 58 level. So it's like, I know the market's going higher and, you know, had the banger longs going into the level, and yeah, kind of frustrating when you know, short strong names there. So that's why, you know, obviously watch what you're doing. But I think this AMD is going to retrace. It's just a matter of like how much is it actually going to retrace. You know, when things are looking like this, moving to the upside, it looks like, oh my God, there's so much pain. Like, I don't know if I can continue shorting it. And then once they fade back, it's like very parabolic move to the upside. Move back down to the downside, kind of like this one, right? Very sharp move to the upside, then it flushes, then it fades for the rest of the time period, right? So it could easily set up very similarly. Look, the market bounced off VWAP, it bounced again, now it's at new highs, so I'm not actually anticipating, whereas before I thought maybe we could actually flush lower, now it's like, okay, my expectations is that, look, we're up 1.2%, I don't really think we're going to reverse the whole move, it's not giving me that vibe. But at the same time, like AMD might be good for, you know, call it 50 cents, 60 cent win here. So obviously I'm a scalper for anybody who doesn't know that the way that I trade. 50 cents is a great move for myself. $1 is an amazing move. I'm most likely never making $2. So yeah, just a little bit of insight there.
You want to talk about this?
Oh, it moved. The Fed tool. Yeah, you could share Prad's screen here. And what's it showing now? 87%. Yesterday was 95, right?
No, 97 yesterday, and now we're at 87, and the half of BP is 12.6%. So yeah, the Fed pivoting once again to the lighter side. So I guess the market clearly enjoying that. Dan Emons in the chat just mentioned that Fed Chair Yellen is talking, or maybe not Fed Chair, but Yellen is apparently talking at the moment. Yellen? Is it Yellen? Oh, whatever, man. Who cares? Potato, you could call a rose with a different name, would still smell the sweet at the exact same way, wouldn't change its characteristics, right? So potato, call it what you want. Anchorage, whatever, man, who cares? But the market right now having a beautiful move north. It did break the high day, but now we're seeing a little bit of a red candle coming in on the 5-minute chart. We're back under 37.30 on the market, but like I said, that 37.40 level is the only real level I'm looking for. If that level comes into play, I'll look to short that level, or at least try it a couple times around those levels. If it doesn't come into play, I'm fine with not even taking a futures position today. It's fine. You don't have to make money on every single market every single day. You don't have to make money every single day to begin with. If some days, if you see that you're not getting the read on it, just call it a day and walk away from that market, because it's better to start from zero than it is to start from being down 100, down 200, down 300, down 1,000 from yesterday, and then coming in today and be like, I gotta make my 1,000 back, and I gotta make another 1,000 on top of that just so I can pay my bills and so on. So it's better to just walk away from it and start fresh the next day from zero.
Yeah, for sure. You always want to kind of lock in those profits and don't turn, if you trade bad right off the open, you lose a little bit of money, you feel like it's not your day. You could easily make it even worse, right? I do that sometimes, so yeah. And good morning, happy 23. Hopefully you're enjoying the day. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show here and making money, the most important part. And yeah, guys, hit the like button. We appreciate it. 2.8K, 5,200 people watching. Let's see if we could get that. 5,200 people watching. Can we get that to 5K so Neil eats a super spicy chip? Yeah, let's see there. Somebody before was actually saying, this market's making me nervous. It's up, it's down. I'm not really sure what to expect. And I was like, I think it was something Ross. And I was like, absolutely, I agree with that one. And yeah, you just gotta, the thing is this, right? If you find levels to play off of, trade those levels. It makes sense. Don't overtrade if you're not really doing well. Don't diddle in the middle. Don't do things that, don't really make sense. And overtrade I could justify overtrading at a level where if you're battling for price, maybe it makes sense. So not to say that this is like a really, really good level, but it's like above 145 on Apple. I'm battling. I'm wrong, but I don't get smoked on being wrong. But being in the middle here and trading, trying to buy the dip, it's tough, right? It's tough. Make sure you're profitable. Obviously, track your own stats.
You don't get smoked, but you smoke the market, baby.
Yeah, it's like I lose, and it's like, okay, I lost $5, big deal. And then it's like, look at this move, $1.50. Yeah. So it's like, that's what you want. You want big winners, you want small losers. And then if you're battling for price, look at this, right? It's like I shorted, I stopped myself out, I shorted again, then it flushes, right? So playing some sort of over-under at the 145 level, that's kind of the way that I traded it. With this move here, it's like you have the move up, it's retracing back down, add, scale out, add a little bit more, scale outs, right? So just make it make sense to you. And I think we're getting that little... Make it make sense to you. And market looking juicy, yeah. For longs, market's been juicy. It's provided so much range, this year. Could have made so much money. Obviously, with the Fed kind of pivoting to being more hawkish on the year, we're getting these super large swings, super large ranges on large caps. So yeah, it's super important to play at specific levels. So for example, this AMD level 158, it's showing you its hand. It's showing you that okay, it topped out over here, over here, and now it's giving you another opportunity to short. Not going to be too greedy with this one. I do think we get down to 57.40. I'll get some out over there and then try to hold for 57. If the market wants to, go back down 37.10, 3700, this will be at 57 for sure.
Yeah, people in the chat asked just now, what do you think about Netflix? Would you short Netflix right now? No, I would not bother shorting Netflix. Its stock's up 5% on the day. This market just recently broke the high day. Yeah, it's coming back, but this market could create a higher low and then go back for another run up north at 27.40. The best thing to do is just maybe buy the dips off Netflix and wait for it to run up again. So I'm not going to short Netflix at all. Like I said, all my positions are back in the money for me. So AXP in the money, baby. Let's go. Verizon also in the money. All that unrealized gains that I had that went back to the south side are now coming back tenfold to me because it allowed me to add some positions or some extra share sizes to my trades over here. I'm going to take some more size out on Verizon at a 20-cent profit area. And EQT, what did I tell you about EQT? Yeah, the market's going up, right? But is EQT going up? No. So when the market starts to go down, you can only expect the most rational thing to do is EQT flushes with a harder flush coming in. So now EQT giving me about 43 cents in the money. I'm going to offload some more size over here in these ranges, take that profits that the stock is presenting me with, and hold it for a bigger move to the south side for the dream, as Luca calls it, if that ends up coming into play for myself. AXP once again out of money right now talking about it, so it's almost like it didn't like the fact that I said I'm in the money, so it pumped back up to the north side, but that's fine. I do want to take more size on this trade because I still believe in the weakness off in the stock, but like I said, it's not what you believe, it's what the market's telling you. What are the variables? What are the stimulus that the market's giving you, and how do you respond to those variables? Currently, we are seeing a constant rejection of VWAP. We're not even getting that push to the 50-period EMA, which is where my order is sitting at. I'm not going to move my order. I don't care about taking the size as much as I would like it, but if it does move to the north side into that range low, then yes, I would gladly take that fill and ride the stock back to the south side. Pinterest, once again, I don't know if Pinterest popped up. Oh, Pinterest did give me size. Okay, let's go. They did fill me over here on 2140, but they never really pushed up to the 100-period EMA, which is 2160. So no chance on that fill. Let's see if this market pushes down Pinterest for me or pushes it up a little bit more, allowing me to take more size on that level and then ride it back to the south side.
So I guess AMD was looking good for a second, but now ripping back up. And here's the thing, right? In a very strong market, anytime you get dips, very likely, I mean, it's showing you what it's doing, right? It's like we're ripping to the upside, looks like it's fading, boom, back up to the upside, right? So all these moves are going to look the same. It looked good, and then quickly ripped to the upside. So I'm going to reevaluate this. If it keeps going, I'm probably going to have to chalk it up to another loser. But, you know, is what it is. You can't win them all. No big deal there. I'm actually surprised with this move up that Tesla's not really being, you know, a little bit more strong here. Like, it's obviously up. It's above 210, and that was a good long if you held on to it, holding trend. But I really thought it'd be at, you know, maybe 215 by now, maybe not right now. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm actually, that's kind of interesting there. Somebody also saying Tilray. Is Tilray on the move? I know it was moving a few days ago, but we can have a look at it here. And, you know,
Tilray?
Yeah, Tilray. Yeah, it's kind of, I mean, when I look at this, it's just, you know, very light, less than 7 million shares traded. Somebody was asking also, would you short Netflix here? I would not, personally, because of the daily, right? It's like earnings move was positive. It had the move to the upside, then kind of retraced, a little bit of a pullback. Now, very, very strong day to the upside. You had that resistance at, like, call it 279. We broke that, and that was, you know, short, in, out. That was a loser, very small loser, but look at the move to the upside, right? So, you know, it's definitely very strong, and, you know, maybe it will pull back, but I'm just not 100% sure where, like, certain levels on this name is, because as we remember, they had very, very bad earnings, which caused this move down, and now there's a huge gap to fill on this name, right? So it's inching its way back up. We are still in somewhat of a bear market, so things are weak, but look at this, right? It's above 280. And I mean, you look at the daily, you say to yourself, okay, maybe the next target is what, like 328? So I guess you could use, you know, $10 increments. So like 290, you know, 300, 310. But based on the daily here, like the only level that I see is, you know, maybe it runs into resistance at 330, right? So the thing is yeah, you could argue that maybe there's going to be some sort of, you know, fade back down, but maybe there's other names that, you know, you could probably short and, you know, have a little bit, like it's up 6% today, right? So personally, I'm not shorting this. I tried it once just because it was the resistance level. It broke and then stalled, tried the short, quickly popped, covered it, and look where it is now. So $3, actually, where did I short that even more? That would have been a $5 loser if I held that. So I lost like 30 cents on that. No big deal. You know, probably should have flipped long, but whatever, it is what it is. And yeah, still holding this AMD short here. Bursted through 58, but now back below. I think I want to add to the short here, actually.
Japan's government, the BOJ. Well, I'm not sure what the BOJ is. Bank of Japan. Okay, yeah, I thought so. Intervened by buying yen and selling dollar. And Japan market, newspaper citing sources. So it looks like those speculations are coming true. And also, Brando mentioned that Fed Daily said the labor market in the United States is currently very strong. We are at or near neutral rates. So the Feds are currently talking. You also heard the Treasury Secretary talking also, and lots of catalysts coming in for the market today. If you guys remember what Greg said when he jumped on the show for a little bit, that you guys need to go check the economic calendar almost on a daily basis. Echo, ECONOMIC, Pratty, come on, you know English. Maybe not as well as you think you do, but anyway. Coming back to the thing, you guys need to really take a look at what important key people might be coming in, or there might be key numbers that are dropping at 8:30, at 10 o'clock, such as the oil numbers. If you're trading the oil numbers, you want to look for that oil numbers to come in. I believe, what is it, usually Tuesday or Wednesday every
Wednesday at 10:30.
Wednesday every day at 10:30. So you got to look out for those numbers to come out if you're trading those markets, or you'll randomly get washed out by that move coming in and just get blindsided, right? Don't get Tua on, obviously. Absolutely get blindsided. And shout out to Tua, though. He's coming back to the game. You like to see him what?
I'll be happy when he makes it.
Okay. I thought you said something bad. I was like, how could you say that?
I'm watching him scared because I don't want him to get hurt.
Yeah, I don't want him to get hurt either. Yeah, obviously. So shout out to Tua for coming back, but I honestly don't think he should be coming back. He should probably take the year off, Tua. But shout out to you. You're a warrior. You want to get back into the game right there and have some fun. And since we just said warrior, and we know an absolute war is going down tomorrow, Fahad already knows. I already know who's Fahad's pick is for tomorrow. He wants Islam Makhachev to win. Not gonna happen. Charles Oliveira putting him to sleep. I think Aljamain actually is going to win this. Aljamain is a D3 wrestler, and he's only a D1, Dilshaw. But Peter Yan and Sean O'Malley is going to be the most interesting fight. Only 3 rounds fight over here for Peter Yan and Sean O'Malley. It could honestly last the whole fight because they're so different. If Sean lands a punch on Peter has a chin. Does he fall down? It's a question over there. But these 3 fights are very important for me. I'm gonna be looking out for these fights for sure. As the market's currently pulling back to the south side, though, a little bit of a dump on the market. Looks like Luca is really excited about the AMD short. So let's go to him.
No, I'm just saying, you're saying the market's pulling back, and guys, I think this AMD short is probably going to be a banger here. So yeah, I'm going to hold on to this short. And I think Ian's going to step on in the next 10 minutes. So I'm not really sure if this is actually going to flush all the way down in the next 10 minutes. If it does, I'm definitely getting out on that flush because that would be huge. But it just feels like we're not going to, like we blew through 58. We're consolidating now here at the top. Like, I mean, maybe we go higher, but it just feels like so asymmetrical. It feels really, really good. And I do, I added more over here like I mentioned I was. So like scale in, then add. But I want to add more, but I guess I can't now because now the flush is happening. So yeah, we'll see what happens. Hopefully people are in this AMD short. See, this is like, for myself, if I think the market's going to come back to VWAP, this AMD trade is going to be the best short that I'm looking at right now based on everything that I'm looking at. I don't want to short Tesla. I don't want to short Apple. It's just not giving me the feel that it's moving in my direction. But this AMD trade, it feels like it's going to be really good. So yeah, if we pop again, I'm gonna keep adding to it. It's just a very clear out. And sorry for talking about the same names, but it's like when you see an opportunity like this is very asymmetrical risk, very, very clean there. So yeah, we'll see if it can continue down, break the 50 period. It might spend a little bit more time here, and then if the market actually does flush instead of making another high, yeah, this will flush. So that'll be pretty sick there. And 2.9K likes, is that what Bulls and Bears, or Bears and Bulls? Yeah, guys, we're almost at 3K likes. And hey, Neil, I think it's still on the table. If 5K likes, you're eating the chip? Yeah, look at that smile. I love it. Yeah, guys, 5K likes, he'll eat the chip. I would love to see it. And I think Sean's down as well to eat the chip. I'm not in that at all. I am not, in no way am I eating this chip. Because I like spicy, it's okay, but that's like a super spicy chip. So I'm gonna stay away from that one. And Pratt, I don't know if Pratt wants to eat the chip too.
Yeah, hell no. But more importantly, we're gonna send it to Brando for volume leaders. Yeah, hell no.
Hey guys, let's have a look at what is doing the most volume here this afternoon. This board's going to show you 10,615 U.S. listed stocks, of which right now 6,100 are in positive territory. 3,400 downside, about 1,000. Little changed on the day, but currently, yeah, this tells the story. 1,104 new lows right now versus just 73 new highs. But a ton of volume being done today. It's worth noting. TQ is actually top of the list right now. Nearly 200 million shares traded on TQQQ so far, the ETF. There's Snap 175, SOXL, another ETF, Mullen here as well. Huge day volume-wise anyways for Mullen. Once again up 7%, 96 million for SQs, DBGI, SPY, CYTO. AMD on this board again today, 53 million shares. Top gainer right now, little tiny one that doesn't really do a lot of volume typically, but up anyways. You can see 25,000 shares there for that PCTTU. AMPX having another big day, 5.5%. Ton of volume on a Friday, guys.
Yeah, market getting ready to get pushed back to the north side over here. Snapchat, is this still the #1 volume leader? Where is he? Yeah, Snapchat, 175 million shares traded on the day today, still killing it and actually getting back above that 750 area. So let's see if we can reclaim VWAP over here. Sadly, yeah, it has been rejecting VWAP all day over here. American Express getting ready to burn me now. You know, it's been one of my best trades of the day, but now it's pushing towards my stop. We're only pennies away from getting stopped out on this trade. I see some size over there on ARCA at 153.60. So I'm actually going to throw my stop on the break of 153.60, 66 or 65 or something over here and see if we get burnt on this trade. Oh, that's not 153. It's 135, Brad. 135, not 153. That would have not triggered in case the stock did manage to break that. That would have been a little painful. But American Express, yeah, getting a little hurty on this position as we thought that we could turn this into a big winner for us. And you know, we're still got other positions on board which are all green. Verizon, 12 cents in the money. We got EQT, which is 60 cents in the money. Okay, EQT, let's go check out what EQT is looking like. Oh, wrong place. EQT, here we go. Still trying to break the lows and make new low of days. So we're gonna most likely hit this one as a home run instead. My #2 stock of the day, EQT, and my #1 stock of the day, Pinterest. Let's go check out Pinterest is doing. Only 6 cents in the money on Pinterest, and it is trying to push to the downside. And here comes my stop on American Express, sadly.
Yeah, you know, sometimes the stop just hits so many times and you're just like, man, why can't I just be right? But yeah, you know, AMD, somebody, I think it was the same person in the chat, was like, I'm opposite AMD. I don't know if you were just kidding there, but yeah, that made me laugh when you're like, I'm taking the long because you're short AMD. I was like, all right, bets are placed. Let's see what happens next. I mean, yeah, to each their own. Like, I don't really care. But I'm actually thinking I'm going to add to this because, yeah, if the market's going to stall over here, this is good. But I'm going to let the volume kind of die off. There's probably so many stops in and around this 58 level. So it's just going to print like crazy over here. But it's not actually, I'm going to say, like, it's not actually genuine buying to the upside. It's more of like, oh, like stops are being triggered. Like, is big money getting involved here? What time are we at? We're like 12:25 right now. Yeah, 58 is an interesting level there. So, yeah, I'm watching this position because I want to add to it. Also looking at other things as well. And guys, let us know what you're trading, if you're trading anything else. Somebody asking, where's Sharif? He is in Egypt on vacation.
Yeah.
Living the good life in nice weather. You know, I checked yesterday. I'm not really sure where in Egypt he is. But in Cairo, it's like 27 degrees, like super, super nice. So yeah, lucky him. And it's getting really cold over here. So yeah, you know, we gotta wear sweaters now all the time and jackets, which is fine with me. But yeah, you know. Is what it is. Somebody saying AMC XPEV. We could have a look here, but let me just quickly manage this AMD. So AMD pushing for the highs here, and I think this is actually probably a decent add here. Yeah, let me add some short. I'm just gonna keep adding to this. It just feels like the right thing to do. Yeah, if it keeps going higher, then it'll just show my hand and show that it's wrong. Let's have a look quickly at XPEV as I added there. XPEV. 14 million shares traded today. I tend not to really trade this name. I don't really like trade this name. I'm not like too interested in it. But oh wow, what a strong move to the upside. Double bottom over here, and then very nice move to the upside. I'm wondering if there's any daily levels because I feel like, yeah, this thing last time I traded was at like 35. That was like quite a while ago. Maybe you get some resistance. It's below 10. At this point, it's, you know, move to the upside. It's obviously, you know, strong on the day. But thing is that, you know, didn't I add to that? Oh, I guess I didn't add to that. Or no, I did. Okay, yeah. And, you know, very strong. Maybe it gets some resistance at 9 if we do get there. I think these Chinese names in general are just suppressed because it's like, what's going on? Are they getting delisted? You know, Asia was down. It was extra weak. So who's really buying these names? I think that's the kind of overall theme with these things. Same with Alibaba. You know, I think who was it? Charlie Munger was like long above like 100. And Charlie Munger was long above 100. And, you know, thinking, oh, maybe 100 holds, it's a good value play, blah, 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 whatever. And there was like some pops there, but obviously now down below at the 70 level. And, I mean, I don't really know what happens next with this thing.
Market's pulling back south over here a little bit. Let's see if these shorts can pay us once again. You know, we are out of the money now. We were green on the day. We turned it around by losing a ton of money on American Express, sadly. But like I said, I'm still bearish on American Express because of the negative catalyst earnings report that they had today. So I jumped back in at a better average price than I previously had. Now our average price is $135.49 instead of $134.49. So a whole dollar better average price on that bad boy. We did lose about $1 per share on American Express, so that's a little upsetting, to be honest. But you know, that's fine. Let's see if this market pulls back and takes American Express back to the south side for us. And the first time we had the short, we didn't really have too much size on it. So the second time over here, we have a lot more size than we originally did to begin with. So maybe we can actually turn this into a big win and make some of that money back that we gave away on the stock, and then go back into the green. I mean, we're not too far away from going into the green, honestly. With the help of EQT, with the help of Verizon, with the help of Pinterest, we're basically going to get green with or without American Express over here. So American Express, turning that into, cutting the losses on that trade and then turning that into a winner will be a big plus on my P&L today for sure. Ian's jumping on right now, so we're
85.
actually gonna let Luca say his
Yo,
goodbyes for the day.
Banger.
Obviously, always a great time for with Luca. Luca, if you have anything to say to the viewers, go for it, my friend.
You know, hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. We appreciate the likes, 3K likes, and I'm super impressed by that. It makes me feel good. It's Friday going into the week. It's Friday. It's Friday going into the weekend.
It's Monday.
Yo, it's a Monday. No. And things are looking good. Somebody was like, Luca, if abort the short, the long can't be wrong. And I was like, I'm not aborting this short. I'm adding to it. And now I'm in the money. Not too crazy. It's like 10 cents, so it's nothing special. But yeah, if we break the 50 period, if the market comes back down, this AMD short is going to be a banger. That 58 level to play off of, pretty clean. I just feel like this has to clean itself up. Then we go lower. Then we go to 57. So I'll be holding on to this one. It looks really good right now. Hopefully this one pays me large and, you know, makes my weekend a good weekend. You know, full of nice cold MGDs and, you know, maybe not a cigar.
Don't say that, man.
Cold, but yeah, because Brad can't have anything because, but yo, props to you for sticking to it, eh?
I'll be honest with the chat, though. I'm breaking it tomorrow. We're going to a concert tomorrow. For one day in October, I'm actually going to be breaking my Sober October. Then I'll jump right back into my Sober October regimen. And then November 1st, you know, we're getting chocolate wasted.
That's it.
A chocolate wasted.
That's it. Anyways, everybody, enjoy the weekend, and we'll see you back. I'll see you back next week. Enjoy the rest of the show.
Yeah, brother. Have a good one. Thank you for all the help over here while Sharif is gone. Obviously, we appreciate that. Luca stepping up to the plate and you know, killing it as always, showing you the banger trades, the banger ideas, and also, you know, explaining a lot of things that some of you might not know. I for sure don't know half of this financial stuff that Luca obviously has been in that career for a little bit, so he learned a lot about it. And thank you for allowing me to leech some of that knowledge off you, my friend. Have a good day on the rest of the day for yourself. Hopefully, you're able to kill that AMD short. We're going to go to Super Chats while Ian the Gray jumps on and logs in over here for you guys. Ian the perfect hair person. I don't know. We got to come up with a better name for you. Do you have any? Think about it while you're logging in over here. Super Chats, though. Let's go from the morning in case we missed any Super Chats. This is from the open. Is ACI a good buy right now? I mean, this was sent at 9 o'clock. Most likely the trade's dead by now. But ACI, never really heard of that position. Let me go check out what ACI even is. ACI Albertsons. Okay. ACI is the stock that Kroger's is buying them out, right, for a certain price. If that deal actually goes through, then you could probably see a big bump in the stock price on ACI for yourself. So yeah, it could be a good buy, but you know, I would rather wait for the deal to actually be announced and actually be 100% perfect before I actually punch into that position. Kind of like what Twitter is going on. I think this is Czech Republic Coronas, or maybe I could be wrong. Either way, Andreas coming in and asking us, hello guys, good to see you back, Sean. I started to making my own sticky notes as well, and it's working like a charm. Yeah, awesome. You know, map out your levels, find out where the market is trading, or at least where you think the market is trading, and trade off those levels. Eventually, you'll see some of them might be right, some of them might be wrong, and then you'll learn from your mistakes, and you'll also learn from your wins, which is will add to that for yourself. Mekel Rodriguez coming in with XOM gone. $5 super chat on XOM at 10 a.m. Yeah, most likely too late for that one, but appreciate the super chat, Mekel. XOM probably a strong stock today. Regular chat coming in. This is what Neil Roberts. I sent donuts your way today. Woo! We got donuts, baby. Let's go. Chris L with the donut shipment coming in today. Appreciate that, but not sure if I can. I'll have one just to see what it tastes like, but we do appreciate that. Bill Breakout Trading with the $5 super chat. Sean, do you place any value on VWAP for the ES and NASDAQ? I'm pretty sure he has it on his charts. Almost every single trader has VWAP on every single chart, but not sure if he uses to trade it or not. That's something you might have to ask him on the closing show in case he's able to read your question over there. Right now, though, he's not at his desk anymore, so I can't ask him that question, sadly. The man, the myth, coming in with the $5 super chat. What do y'all think about snap calls for next week? Yeah, I don't know about snap calls, bro. I think snap's going to the gutter, straight to the zero, so I don't know about that one. But hey, if you're bullish about it, good luck. I wish you the best, obviously. This market's currently moving back up. Andreas with another super chat. What's going on with the USD JPY? Yeah, we basically talked about that for a brief second. The USD, or the Japan basically dumping off USD, or are there vice versa? Not sure. But United States dollars are strong, and when the dollar is strong, the market should be weak. So the dollar started making a new high. That's when the market started rejecting a little bit to the south side. But at the moment, we just have to wait and see if the market will burn me one more time. American Express just wants to take all my money today. Come on, American Express, stop being like that. Just pay profits to your boy. This market's going up, though, so be careful with American Express to be specific. All of their trades are working for me, though. Pinterest and EQT have been working amazing. Couple more super chats left here. Nail, Home Builder ETF, $19. Keep bouncing from that. 100 to 200. Thoughts on the slow scooping up for a 5x play? I don't know about home builders right now, my friend. You know, mortgage rates are crazy. Everything around that realm is crazy. I just don't believe in the housing market currently. But you know, if you find a play in it for yourself, congratulations to you. I hope you are able to make some money on that. But also keep in mind, we're not financial advisors. We can't tell you exactly what to do with your positions. All we can do is show you how we trade on our positions, and maybe you can understand the logic behind it and apply that logic for yourself if you like that logic, that is. Neil, Logic, Macklemore are my favorite rappers. Oh, okay, let's go. Not sure if Macklemore deserves to be in that realm because he's not as good as Logic or Neil. But yeah, sure, if you like him, more power to you. And King Keenan coming in with $1.99. No message behind it. Thank you for the super chats to everyone. And all the people who did hit the likes button today, appreciate that too.
What's going on, guys? Thanks for covering there, Pratt, while I logged in. Like the boys here, I'm a little loaded on the short as well. I'm short Tesla. I've been trying to short Tesla like so many times today. I've been in and out, you know, trying to size up a little bit here, and I think that was a mistake. And finally, you know, once I sized down and around this 210 area, finally got a good trade off of it, and you know, was able to cover that one for a couple dollars, and you know, that ended up being like a proper trade. And I was like trying to build a position because, you know, we're talking with the boys and whatnot, and we're trying to figure out how we can, you know, create a different strategy around trading momentum, and we're trying to build positions, you know, starting small and building into it, and you know, adding to a winner and whatnot. So that's what I was trying to do here on Tesla, and it was working until it wasn't, right? And then eventually kept breaking out, and I tried shorting again around this 210.50 area. That didn't work, and then 212 has been working for now, right? So I am currently short Tesla 212 to 1190. So you know, that one's kind of fluctuating around my price, not really doing too much, but I'm comfortable with it right now. I'm also short AMD. So you know, similar thesis to Luca there. You know, I didn't really trade AMD at all today. I did try a long earlier today, and that was basically nothing. So you know, shorting against this 58. If the market is going to continue to range here, and potentially top out, and we're going to retrace some of the move, then I'm going to be participating in this short here on AMD. Again, essentially just risking to the 20s, like Luca was saying, and then I'm also, you're going to see me in and out of a buyout CLR. I'm kind of just taking fills on that one. That one's not really doing too much. But yeah, basically, Tesla, AMD for me today. Tesla, my main trades. I'm basically flat. It's been a confusing day for me because I had obviously got run over on Tesla a handful of times, and then one big decent $2 winner, right? Crawls it all back, and now here I am short again on Tesla. So we'll see what the afternoon brings. But it is what it is. Friday, maybe a slower day in the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, lower volume period in general from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock. It is right now 12:30 because of lunchtime. American Express trying to go see what it wants to do near the 136 area currently, but market having a nasty move to the north again. So S&P 500 trying to go break the highs yet again and see if it wants to go play with the 3740 area that we've been screaming about almost all day now. Not sure if you've been hearing that, Ian, but we've been talking about that 3740 level that our boy Arun mentioned not too long ago. A couple of my positions, such as Verizon, trying to also move north towards VWAP at the moment. So let's see if maybe we want to take more size. Verizon also a negative catalyst position today. It is, how much size do I even have? I only took out 20% of my size on this trade. So let's add that 20% size right back into this range over here. See if we can put that damage back onto this position, ride it back to the south side on the rejection of VWAP, which is what it's been doing for the most part throughout the day. But once again, I'm not giving it too much risk above this level because I don't want to give back all my money. I like my money. I like it. I hug my money. I kiss it to sleep. That's all jokes. We don't actually kiss any money to sleep. I'm not.
You don't kiss your money to sleep?
I don't kiss Uncle Benji's, bro. I don't do Uncle Benji's at all. Maybe Queen Lizzie's, but I'm not kissing no Uncle Benji's for sure. You know what I mean? But hey, now I'm flat on my day again. Let's go. So I was out of the money. I was in the money. I'm out of the money. And now I'm flat on the day with the help of American Express flushing down a little bit for me. And I have a decent chunk of size on these trades on American Express, on Verizon. So I'm looking to really bank it on these trades. Kind of like a home run mentality. But just because I said that, I'm already upset about it. You guys are making money? Says Faded Polo.
You guys are getting paid?
You guys are getting paid? I still love that movie. That movie's too good.
Oh, man. So just as Prad was talking there, a couple things really coming into play. I was adding to this Tesla short in front of 212, and then quickly bid about like 60, 70 cents in the money there, and got that fill. So this trade continues to work. So potentially got a decent trade here on Tesla. AMD starting to pull back as well. I'm listening in the background. I'm hearing Luca starting to chant a little bit because that AMD trade is working for us now. So going to be patient with that one. I've been I've been really patient with this one because my first ad was 57.50. I guess in anticipation of this, 58 test, and we've been bouncing off of this 58. So I had a couple ads here, and that one I'm comfortable with this one now. I'm getting a little bit more comfortable with this one. So I'm happy to hold this one. Someone said SLB, and then this one was actually something we were looking at earlier, and there was 1,300 lots. At $50 there, and I can't see it now. Maybe if I pull this down. Okay, there you go, guys. So there is 2,000 lots actually there's more than 2,000. There's about 3,000 lots at 50 on SLB. So let's see if that gets taken out. If you want to structure a trade around this, you can do a front run trade. That's something we like to do here on the floor a lot. The volume is kind of dying off a bit, right? You see the tape; it's not really moving too much. On that one, right? So with that being said, the front run here, the short off of that is not a bad idea at all. I just want to set up a stop here for my other trade here. Prad, do you think you just take over real quick?
Yeah, for sure. I'm just watching. Once again, I'm out of the money in these markets. The American Express is so volatile right now. It just keeps on bouncing off VWAP and the 50-period EMA, which is not exactly what I want to see. But I'm trying to work with that trade a little bit, trying to maybe working too hard with that trade, and might just have to give up on it, honestly, and go work with the trades that are working for me on the day, such as pins and EQT. Even Verizon now popping a little bit higher than I wanted to, but we have our stop. The 50-period EMA already sent out a couple more pennies from here. If it does want to burn me, we could see that happening. This market not really flushing the way we needed to. Also, this market continuously popping up up every single time, and you know, holding, what is it really holding? That 37.15 area, 37.13, 37.15 area, holding for the market, and you know, putting some stress on my positions over here. Come on, market, you don't want to burn me today. You want to pay me today, right? Right, market? Do they show their P&L? No, we don't show our P&L because P&L does not matter. The results don't. The end outcome doesn't matter. It's all about the process to that end outcome. How are we? We're always showing you, you know, where we're taking entries, where we're taking losses, where we're taking profits. I'm okay telling you if I'm red on the day or I'm green on the day. I was decently green on the day, and now I pretty much gave it all back, and now I'm red on the day. I'm okay telling you that, but we don't show P&L because we don't want people to get into that whole idea like, oh, this guy makes that much money. He's a better trader than that guy. That guy makes so much money. He's a better trader than that guy. Everyone has their own niches in this game. Everyone, and the same thing applies to you. You don't have to work with, you shouldn't be comparing yourself with the other community members in the chat because you're your own trader. You have to trade your own book. You have to do your own thing at the end of the day in this market.
I did hop into this SLB short, so that's why I'm just kind of focusing on here. You see the size there at 50. It's on multiple gateways, and the volume isn't really, you know, signaling that it wants to explode up, right? So, you know, I'm happy to take this position here in front of this 50. Simple trade, guys. I'm front running this one. So if 50.01 ticks, if 50 breaks here, I'm going to be out of this trade, and it's going to be, you know, about a 6-cent loser on that one. So there it got briefly tested, and you know, we're right back up again. So, you know, just watching this one kind of play out, I'm watching the prints here, and there's not really any prints going off on the 50 on 50 on the offer there, right? So, you know, I'm liking this trade even more now. You know, I'm not gonna, you know, try to add to it and blow my whole day on it or something like that, but you know, a midday trade here, we saw the pullback here off of 50 earlier, gave you about 80 cents, right? So if it tests here, doesn't break it and pulls back even more, then, you know, this one can really start to give back a lot of the day. It's up 10% on the day. I'm not too sure of a catalyst on this one. Probably should have looked up the catalyst before, you know, hopping into the short on this one. But this is a technical level, guys. This is a technical trade. You know, reading basically off of the level 2 here and tape reading. That's how we take a lot of our trades here, right? So, you know, I didn't really plan to trade SLB today, but you know, a couple of us called it up in our work chat here, and you know, here we are now short in SLB. This Tesla trade is kind of working a lot better than my other shorts, to be honest. The AMD short, that's just kind of fluctuating around 58, right? But this Tesla one is really showing, you know, some general weakness off of this 212 area. Let me actually drag this so you could actually see the ES chart, because this is important, guys. You know, we said it many times before. When you are trading, always have the ES up, always have like VIXy up or the VIX and whatnot, so you can have like general barometers, you know, to help you gauge your trades and help you add confluence to your trades, right? So that's what I'm doing here with the ES. But like I was saying, Tesla is generally, it seems like a little bit weaker around this 212 area. However, you know, I've been run over many times just today alone on Tesla. So I wouldn't be surprised if I do get run over. But that's why you got to, you know, have proper risk management and whatnot. Probably risking to high a day on this one. This will be the last essentially shot I give Tesla here on the short, right? So I've given it many shots today. I've been pretty short biased on Tesla. You know, the earnings report that came out the other day, I'm pretty bearish on that one. You know, they miss revenue, obviously. They come out and say that they're not going to be able to hit their delivery targets, right? So I'm pretty bearish on Tesla for now. So, you know, I've been trying to short the living, you know what, out of this one. But, you know, it worked yesterday a little bit. Today, not so much.
Give me a second here. I'm just typing something. All right, sweet, we're good. Yeah, this market's trying to break the high of day once again. Look at as the market go. We're only a point away from the high of day and not too far away from it. Let's see if we can actually break this bad boy, push much higher. This market does not want to stop being green today, obviously. So yeah, you can throw the whole Free Fall Friday idea out the window. It's not happening today without Dell. But look at it go. NASDAQ also trying to break the high of day. I think it is. I mean, SPY broke it, NASDAQ didn't, and that's what we're all watching at the moment to see if NASDAQ also breaks it and keeps on going to the north side, which would be pretty insane. Now my short scanners are kind of drying up, and my long scanners are piling in. Coinbase breaking 65 to the north side. Actually held 65 below 65 slightly and trying to push back up north over here with the help of the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. Let's quickly go check what the Bitcoin is doing. Bitcoin is now up 0.5% on the day. Ethereum, which was red, is also up 1.2% on the day. So clearly cryptocurrencies are launching and they're helping out the market over here helping out Coinbase, and most likely Riot and them are also going too. GME is on the move. Yeah, let's go check out GME then. GME most likely still in that same above $100 price area for this position. 1.73% up for GME, and breaking a new high day for this one too, following with the rest of the market. Did it break the high day? I guess not. I don't know if that's a real candle. We can go confirm that real quick over here. GME. The chart's loading. Yeah, I guess that was a real candle. And now 24.88 coming into play. So a new high day coming in for GME.
Yeah, I'm just kind of watching this SLB trade. This SLB trade is kind of starting to work now, pulling back a little bit from this 90. So I'm bidding in the 80s here to try and get filled. And then I'll have to adjust and manage the position that way. But that'll be about 10 cents in the money for me. So it seems like this $50 area. So there we go. We get the fill. So this is a good winner now on SLB. So we saw that size pop up. And then, we took the trade, right? So, classic front run trade, big size, $50, nice round whole number, psychological level. And here we are now, 10 cents in the money on that trade that we just put on. I'm going to try and hold this one, for a little bit of a bigger winner, right? So I want to see it, take more out into the 60s here and into the 40s. I'm going to try and be patient with this one. Because if we reject this 50 area twice here and then we don't really test it once more, then I'm going to like that trade, and I'm going to want to hold that trade because we have a lot of room to retrace some of this move, right? So I'm not expecting obviously to retrace the entire 10% move, right? But if we can get back to VWAP, maybe that could be a good trade. That AMD trade, AMD. For whatever reason now, it's showing some decent strength. It's showing some decent strength around this 58 area. I've been trying to add short into this one and, trying to be patient with this one. But my patience is, quickly running out here. So again, guys, I'm going to stop out. If we do make a new high into the 58.20s area, just because, if we really stay above this 58 and, there is buying above here, I don't want to be involved in this trade. I don't really like my average price on this one. I'm comfortable with it around the 58s here, gauging because of my size and whatnot. But if we start to break out any further, you got to call your loss, when it comes to you, right? Don't average into a terrible loser and whatnot. It'll be a decent loser here for me. So it'll hurt a little bit on the daily P&L, but by any means, I'm not risking like my whole shutdown or something on this trade. But for now, SLB continues to work. Tesla, just kind of fumbling around that 212 area. But what are you guys looking at?
Here comes my 37.40.
Are you long right now?
No, hell no.
Oh, you're short. Okay, yeah. So
I've been waiting for 37.40 all day.
Yeah, that 37.40 area has been quite interesting, right? So you're seeing a lot of prices kind of get recycled back and forth on the ES, right? So this 36.80 area is very interesting as well. I'm going to zoom out here and I'm actually going to show you guys something. I'm going to look at the 15-minute chart here and look at this 36.80 area. Let the chart load. Look at how it was holding support here. It broke down yesterday, and then we actually made a wick top here overnight, and then we reclaimed the area here, right? So, seeing that. Oh, wait, SLB working very, very nicely here. Wait a second.
Pulling back
Wait a second here. So let me cover some of that there. Quickly. Let me bring it up here so you guys can see. But yeah, that SLB now pulling back quite nicely. So that one's about 20 cents in the money now, 25 cents in the money. Let's go. SLB. I don't know what company this is, but we brought it up and there was decent size there. I love me a good front run trade.
Good front run trade. It's a Schlumberger. Okay, whatever that is. But yeah, like I said, guys, we've been waiting for this 37.40 area all day. I said I'm not going to short this market futures at all until 37.40 comes into play. I had to jump out of my other positions before they turned more sour for me. So American Express, my worst trade of the day today. Nah, whatever, who cares? But this 37.40 level is what we've been waiting for. I've been screaming this level out all day, and it finally does come into play. Plumbus, wow, okay, a Rick and Morty fan in the chat over there. Let's see if we actually go to the south side off this level, or do we break it and continue making an ascent to the north side, at which point I think the market's going to 3,800 at that point, right? Like we're already up 2% here. Well, 1.72% on the S&P 500. Up, what are we up on NASDAQ? Up 1.4% on NASDAQ. UVIXI is slightly below VWAP at 1180, and VWAP is around 1187. We're down 2.8% on UVIXI today. This market's struggling to really go past 3,700 or 3,740, sorry, for right now. But let's see if we can actually manage to do that. And 3,700 is above VWAP and is where the 50-period EMA is on the market. So if we do have a healthy pullback to VWAP, that'll be something that I'll be very happy with to be a part of. Are they going to let me take another contract over here? I mean, if they are, I'm just going to throw an order right there, see if they fill me on that. Probably not going to give me the fill. And there's about 101 contracts of MES on 37.40, and that is the high day right now on this market. So we'll just have to be patient on this. waiting on confirmation to load up on SLB calls, says Enrique. So yeah, I mean, if you are bullish on that position, then like I said earlier, go for it. If you see a setup, that's all you got to do. Smash those setups and take advantage of it when you see them, right? Why wouldn't you get the fill? I mean, it depends. The stock has to go up to give me the fill. It still hasn't gone up, so I just took the fill myself, which is just punching out the liquidity.
AMD is just kind of flirting with my stop, so I'm just kind of watching with that. Some people are calling out Peggy. This is something we're actually looking at a little bit in our morning meeting this morning. The reason being is because if you look at the daily here, obviously Peggy has been having this huge run up, right? So ever since it broke out this 2, 3, and then 5 area, we're back above 5 again here today. It's just been having a crazy kind of move. But on the pullback, there has been less volume on the pullback, right? Today, however, obviously up 16% on very little volume as well. So, I didn't really get involved here on this one. Want to see it creep up closer to these 7 area and, see it touch new prices. I've talked about these small caps before and how, once they get involved in recycling these prices back and forth, it just seems like there's more games to be played, whereas opposed to when there's new prices being touched, there's more price discovery, right? So there's more uncertainty at those areas. So when it's kind of chopping around the same kind of prices, I'm not going to be too interested in it. So no trades for me today on Peggy. I did add to the Tesla trade in front of this 212 area. So, trying to build the position, churn shares essentially. So let me actually, this bid has been working for me in the 20s here. So let me continue to do that.
Netflix 118 lots, 283.50.
You want to cover that? Let's jump to Brad here and show that Netflix trade.
Netflix has 115 lots at 283.50 right now, which would be 11500 times 283.5. It's almost $3.2 million over there sitting on the ask for Netflix at 283.50, and the high day is 284.50. So might be time for some reversals coming in onto the market over here. And if Netflix has some size posted up there for $3.2 million, there's a good chance that we get a pullback on Netflix like that. Bang! Why didn't I just punch the short? Sometimes I'm so stupid. Like I see something and I just don't do it. Like what's wrong with me? But here comes the stock to the downside. Either way, though, we do have that position on the futures, which we're going to take advantage of. Currently 5 points in the money on that bad boy. Let's see if this market really pulls back to 3,700, which would be amazing. I think my first cover would be around this area, around 3,715, because there's a good chance we consolidate over here, and then maybe we really break down to the south side. So until I see 3,715, I don't want to take a profit. Actually, I want to throw out an order to take profit at 3,715 for myself on here. For some reason, our futures trades don't show up on the blotter, so I'll just have to tell you about it. But trust me, I'm taking the trade.
Guys, let's go here. So we put on this trade in front of this 50 level on SLB. There's about 3,000 lots there on 50. So, classic front run here. Now I'm about 34, 35, 40 cents in the money. And we're continuing to take profits on this one, So we're going to have to, crawling my butt back to flat here on the day is not bad here. Put on this trade real quickly. And, now it's working really well. So, my next target probably going to be in the 40s. Into the 30s, maybe. I want to see it test these lows, maybe make a new low here, a new recent low, at least if it breaks down the 50 area. So watching this one on my side screen, but still holding a quarter of that position now. I've taken out most of that position. So I hope some of the boys in the back had that one we were talking about earlier.
37.40. I told
AMD is now starting to work a lot better. So it was kind of flirting there with my stop in the 20s there, right? And it quickly fell back below 58, and we haven't really seen it in the 80s for a while, right? It was really kind of trying to figure out what it wanted to do with 58. But Luca was saying before it might be running a lot of stops around this 58 area. Probably a lot of people have their stops around here, trying to short this high a day, right? Like basically like I am, right? So you see some there. So some offers stacking up there on the ask. So this trade is looking a lot better now. I was trying to be patient with it. And just kind of let it do its thing. I wasn't going to add to this position, but now, it's looking a lot better. Only 10 cents out of the money on this one, and I'm going to continue to bid out this one and, try to churn some shares and better my average. Hopefully this one can get back to 57 and test that VWAP area again. I use the 50 and 200 EMA, guys, so that's blue and purple line on my chart here. This is the 3-minute chart. So essentially now looking for this 58 to hold and the market to continue to pull back. It looks like it is trying to, right? So we're not out of the woods yet on some of these shorts, but now at least they look a little bit better.
What is Michael Noss saying over here? Trader TV Live. I turned my camera on and tell you guys that it sounds too bearish over there. Turn the camera off and the market rips by. Not sure what he's trying to say over here. Oh, he's trying to pat his back. Okay, I'm a little confused over there with this tweet from Michael Noss. But yeah, market having about a 5-cent drop to the downside. We're 5-point drop to the downside off that 37.40 area. Would love a bigger drop to the downside, obviously, because we want to smash the short to the south side. That's what we want to do. EQT still going to the downside, but I'm already out of that trade. Let's see how much lower is it going. Not really. I mean, we got out at a pretty good spot. We had an order out there. The stock wasn't really doing anything for us to the downside. We still made a pretty good chunk of money on that bad boy. So thank you, EQT, for a good trade on the day like today. When the markets are absolutely booming to the north side, Metro booming, what's some mo? And the market clearly wanted some more, and they got some more. The bulls are in power today. The shorts or the bears have been in a little bit of a pain territory. And what is Lucas saying? Ian, buddy, let's go. Is it your Tesla shorts?
Ian may be
more. Oh, he's in this chat over here.
Oh,
he's
no,
like,
I didn't see
buddy,
that.
let's
Ian
go.
finally, okay, yeah. So I think he's talking about that AMD
Let's
short.
go.
But yeah, no, that one's starting to work a little bit better, right? Someone here added me in the chat. Maybe you are emotional about the Tesla shorts, a chance for a big rip, I think. I've been getting run over on this Tesla trade pretty much all day, right? So, I'm not, this is a smaller size position, guys. Essentially just risking high a day. Now, this is going to be my last shot on Tesla by any means. I'm still up on Tesla overall in the past 2 weeks. I've been doing pretty well on it. Yesterday was a little bit tougher. I can show you guys that. These fills back here, if they're still here. I had a nice front run off of that 205. Okay, so no, the fills aren't here, but basically, I feel like there's a lot of bidders on Tesla in the low 200s, like 205, 202. There was some pretty fat size there yesterday as well. So by any means, I don't know if this is going to retrace that entire move down there, but essentially, anytime you get down there, there's going to be buyers for sure, I think. And, I was thinking if we gap down below 206 today, that we were going to get more of a bearish day on Tesla. And it quickly reclaimed that level. And, unfortunately, I just kept trying to short it as it made higher highs, right? So, I'm liking the action here still around 212. It has been topping out, even though the market has been, kind of grinding up higher, right? So it hasn't really been able to show that much strength above this 212 area, right? So, I'm still liking this short here on Tesla. I want to bring up Amazon. Someone was talking about Amazon earlier, how they were kind of getting run over on that one. I actually haven't looked at Amazon at all today. It's doing about 32 mil volume. Today, I think in general is just a lower volume day. But look at this, like a solid trend up, testing this 118 area now. Just looking at the daily here. Let me zoom in there. It looks like 120, 118 to 120. That's like the top end of this like consolidation area. So, it's not a bad area to start taking profits if you are long. I'm assuming you were probably trying to short this name like I was on Tesla there. Sometimes you just got to kind of have it out, right? So, have a clean out. If it gets above this level, then, you're done with the names. Stop trying to short it. Your thesis is wrong on that one, right? So, maybe, definitely learn from your mistakes. And if you make a mistake during the day, as long as you learn from it, I think it's a good mistake.
Guys, if you want to short a tech stock and you're really itching to get short tech stock, looks like Google is the best one to be part of. This stock is struggling around $100 all day. It's still down on the day when the market's up. Google's down 0.15% on the day, and the high of day is 100.27. So if you get a fill around 100 and give it that risk of high a day of 100.30, I think that's an awesome risk to reward setup, because if this market actually rejects this 3749 area, then you will see that Google will follow through with it to the downside when the market pulls back south. So that's a setup that's actually screaming to me. I'm going to probably wait for it to pull up closer to 100. I don't want to get filled 20 cents under 100, because then I would have to give it way more than I wanted to on the risk side, because I have to give it up to the high a day. That's just how I trade. I wanted to give it to the high a day on that trade. So just staying away from it for this time being. Ooh, market's trying to move back up to 37.40. So let me go manage this trade over here.
Yeah, someone's saying Apple is making a new high a day, and it is here. So it just ticked high a day there, 146.14. The market is testing this 37.40 area, right? So we're not out of the woods yet if you are trying to short here. That being said, I don't know about taking a high a day break here. Maybe we are a little bit overextended to the top side, so it might be a little bit too late for the long. If you're trying to get long, you might have to wait for a pullback into this 3700 area, back to this 3680. I think that's a great level on that one if you are trying to find a long, right? So that being said, Tesla, I'm still in this trade here. That one is still really struggling with 212. I'm watching AMD. It's right back up to this 58 area, right? So clearly the market is at some sort of inflection point. We've been hanging around these prices for quite a while now. So AMD was originally testing 58 back at 12 o'clock, right? So it's been over an hour now that we've been at these prices. So really starting to figure out what it wants to do here, or are we just going to diddle here all day? I highly doubt that. Now Tesla's starting to push down a little bit here. I'm watching that one. That one's starting to push down a little bit into the 60s, into the 70s, and then right back up to 212, right? So this is why I layer my bids, right? So I'm managing a couple positions here. I'm trying to, kind of do it all on the fly here, and obviously, host the show as well, right? So, layer your bids so that if it does tick down there, at least you get some out, right? So that's exactly what I was doing here on Tesla, essentially bidding into the 30s area, the 20s area. So once it flushes down there, maybe very quickly, I at least get, a fill of some of my shorts or some of my shares out, right? And I could start taking profits on the position. Come on, Tesla, push down and, help me get some of my money back that you stole from me a little bit earlier.
I don't think that's how it works, mate, but for sure we would love it to work out that way. All you have to do is beg it, and well, you're not begging, but all you have to do is ask the market to give you what you want, and that would be amazing, wouldn't it? Looks like 37.40 broke only by 0.75 points, and now we're right under 3,700 again, so not sure what this market really wants to do just yet, but we're watching Google, we're watching all the stocks that we can watch. Did you ever sell your, do you ever sell covered calls on your stocks in your personal account? No, not right now. Maybe later on in the future. But right now, I'm just focused on my day trading. My long-term account is for 10 years. And then after 10 years, I'll watch it go to zero and I won't even complain about it because who cares, right? I'm a day trader first. Then I care about my long-term portfolio after. I don't even have like real money in there. I have like monopoly money realistically in that account. So whatever happens to it, happens to it. I'm not worried about hedging my positions using options. But coming back to the market over here, man, new high a day for the NASDAQ, new high a day for the S&P 500. This market looks like it's not done ripping just yet. We're at 11,255 on the NASDAQ. I think yesterday's high was 11,300, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 11,333 or so. It was yesterday's high on the NASDAQ. So if the NASDAQ wants to rip a little bit more, it could do so very easily. And if the NASDAQ rips, that means Apple is ripping with it. And if the Apple's ripping, then the S&P 500 is going to do that also, because Apple is one of the bigger stocks in the S&P 500 basket. So that will be moving the overall market with it. So keep in mind of all of these variables. You want to make sure that you're not risking too much on these trades if you're trying to short the market over here, because this market looks like it's not done anytime soon.
Yeah, exactly. Like I've been saying, we're not out of the woods just quite yet. I wanted to talk about SLB here because it's right back up to this 50 area. There's the size right there. You see it on 50. So there's still stacked offers at that 50 area. It hasn't really been tested. I saw, 98 on the offer and it didn't really test 50. This being said, guys, this is the third time that we're here now at this 50 area. That's why you don't see me adding to this position, right? So I got a solid winner off of there. Got about 40 cents on the win the first time, right? So that being said, I don't want to, technically add to this one once again, because I feel like the third time that we're here, there's probably a higher chance that this one breaks, a little bit more volume maybe or something like that. So you know what? I still have a little bit of peace, so I can still participate in the trade if we do pull back from here. And then you see, I'm also, layering my bids here to take profits out. Now there's some size there on ARCA, so that's just one gateway. So that's 100 lots at $49.99. So that's someone definitely trying to front run that size at 50, right? So that's someone trying to front run that trade right there. So same sort of trade here, guys. But like I said, maybe if it's coming here the third time, maybe you restructure it a little bit differently. Maybe you size down a bit on this one, because the third time it tests, likely it's probably going to break out, right? So don't put all your eggs into one basket on that one. But I just wanted to show that, guys, because
what if
that
you only have one basket and you don't have more than one basket?
What?
You said don't put your egg in one basket. What if I only have one basket?
Like I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Well,
like
you have a basket, you put your eggs in there.
I don't know, put them in your pockets or something. I'm wearing a hoodie, you got the kangaroo pouch, put them in here or something.
Put it in your sock, put it in your pockets.
Yeah, exactly. Get creative, guys, get creative. That's why sometimes you see us in multiple positions, because, sometimes we're hedging our positions too, right? I'm not gonna bank my whole day on one specific trade. This trade to me, obviously isn't a direct A+, right? So, obviously it's a technical trade, there is size there. So it's a good trade, right? Which is why I took it. But by no means am I risking for example, my entire shutdown on this trade. So I think that's what I kind of meant when I said don't put your eggs into one basket.
I'm just messing with you. I almost cursed there, because as soon as I see your face, I'm like, we're not even on the show. We're boys. I can say whatever I want to you. But then I realized, oh wait, I can't be saying half the stuff that I say out loud normally, because that's the way to get canceled, Pratty. But this market's pulling back, baby. Look at that.
We're pulling back a little bit.
That 3740 area is acting as a barrier still. Your shorts might be working right now on Tesla. Let's go, Ian. That's what I'm talking about. Let's make that cashish, baby, that cash moolah. Hit that Birdman. Brrr. Money, 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 money. What? I hit money, money, and the siren went off? Did you hit the siren?
I didn't.
Oh, that's
okay,
why.
so
that's why. I was like, I hit money, money, and the siren went off. I'm like, that thing's broken at the moment. But no, we got the market working out for us a little bit. We did get a nice little 4.5 point flush on the market, but I want a bigger flush to the downside so I can capitalize on my shorts, which I have multiple contracts off on the MES right now. So I want to take profits of it. Come on, market, just flush already. I've been waiting for 3740 all day. I don't know why I just didn't go long if I was waiting for 3740 and make the money on the long side to 3740 and then flip at 3740 to the short side, which should have been multiple points baggers on the upside and then some points to the downside too. But hey, no complaints about it. We are now in the level that we got, the level that we've been waiting for. Now it's time to manage the trade a little bit and see if it's going to actually pay us the profits that we're looking for. Apple might be coming down maybe. Apple hit a high of 146.21 today, and now Apple's looking to push down also. And like I said, if Apple's going higher, you can expect the market to go higher. If Apple goes down, then you can expect the market to go down with it. And Tesla also part of the market, bringing down the stock over there. You already saw how Netflix was paying out off of that level that I mentioned. Let's see if that size is still there. Nope, that size is not there anymore.
I'm watching Tesla here because now this one's starting to work a little bit better. We're about 50 cents in the money on this one. I'm bidding in the 30s, and it's really testing my bid here. It looks like it should fill. Like, come on, just fill me. I'm trying to sit passively. So there we go, collecting some fees. So, you know, this one turns into a winner. I've been milking this 212 here on Teslas, you know, so finally starting to, you know, turn some money turn some Tesla positions for me into some profits, and that continues to work now. So I'm going to try to be patient with this one. I might add again if we come back up to 212, but I feel like, you know, at this point, why don't I just get stopped out of there? Okay, SLB, so that finally broke out 50. Yeah, sure, go for it.
Because if I'm here, I'll cover my position, so I'm going to be back in a second.
Which is actually, that's not a bad strategy, guys. You know, sometimes we talk about that too. You get yourself into a good position and kind of just let it ride, right? Just kind of let it ride and, you know, see where it goes. Sometimes if you're in front of the computer, you might start pressing buttons and whatnot and, you know, make some rash decisions here. So interestingly enough, it looks like SLB, let me actually bring it up here because I want to see a little bit more details. SLB, interestingly enough, made a high there, 50.06. So it broke that size and then flushed right below, right? So it did take me out there. That was a quarter of my position. It's still a winner for me on the day, but it did break that high there and, you know, now flushed a little bit below. So you probably won't see that size there, guys. This is exactly what I was talking about though, right? So you see the third time it tests. I'll zoom out here so you can see. So here's the first test up here. It didn't quite get to 50. That was a good short if you were trying to, you know, get in front of that one, right? So, you know, that was a good front run. I had the front run the second time around in front of that 50 area. Come the third time, guys, like I said, it likely, you know, this is probably going to break out, and that's exactly what it did. I'm not saying to take that breakout long, because if you would have taken that breakout long, clearly, you know, that was just a liquidity hunt. That was just trying to run some stops, and that's exactly what it did, because right now we're right back below 50, guys. So, you know, that's how you kind of structure that trade. Hopefully some of you guys had that in the chat, and you were able to, you know, take advantage of that one. You know, pretty textbook front run trade. Tesla Twitter deal with Musk along with other ventures of the Tesla could be, yeah. So that was like kind of the news this morning. So apparently a lot of Elon's deals or something are going to be investigated, which includes this Twitter deal, right? So Twitter had that gap down overnight. Let's bring up Twitter here. So we're right back at this 50 area. Once again, right? So interestingly enough, I saw it down as low as like 46 or 48 overnight in after hours there. So we're right back at this 50 area. So we've retraced a lot of the move. You know, I've talked to Pratt a lot about this. I feel like I'm going to be hands off on Twitter until, you know, some concrete I don't know, some evidence or news comes out regarding this deal and, you know, whether or not it's going to be going through. I think obviously, you know, that's going to come on the 28th. I think we're all kind of waiting for that one.
That's the deal has to be closed before the October 28th date.
That's the next trial date.
So it doesn't mean
right?
the deal is going to close. Like, it cannot close.
It cannot close. Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong. Can he still back out of it? Like, there was that thing where he can pay $1 billion to back out of it. Yeah. Okay. So there's still that. So, you know, guys, like, depending on what you think or whatever, you know, maybe he backs out of this deal and, you know, Twitter goes all the way back to $35, probably lower actually, because, you know, I don't think it should be anywhere close to $54.20, but here we are.
Just want to take Elon's money and give him nothing but prison sentence. I mean, like, I don't want to get into it, man. We'll see what happens. Elon might just pay $1 billion and get out of it, like Ian was just talking about, or he will actually go through the deal at the last day before the thing. You never know. But, you know, apparently he wants to cut 75% of the workforce for Twitter when he does acquire them, and Twitter only has 7,500 people working for them. So 75% of Twitter, you're going to have nobody working for you. So what is your plans over there, my friend? But, you know, Bears versus Bull and I were talking about this too, you know, about how Elon could just start his own company and completely bury Twitter. But obviously Twitter has a lot of data, a lot of structure already built into it. So it's easier to buy a company that's already existing and work with that company, you know, fire the garbage people, bring in some new fresh blood who are hungry, some of the Elon cult maybe, and help boost that company even more to the upside. The futures are paying Pratty Daddy right now, baby. And guess what? Ian's getting paid on Tesla too. I'm just glancing over at his chart. I see the orders about to kick in. Let's go, Ian.
Yeah,
Ian's been smoking that.
I'm trying to sit passively here and collect some fees, you know, trying to be cheeky with Tesla.
Collect fees? What are you, collect 30 cents?
why not? Why not? You know, that's 30 cents in my pocket as opposed to the market's pocket. So, you know, whatever. I'm trying to sit here passively and wait and be patient with it. But that's something I've been working on too, right? So, you know, you guys have seen me trading on the show and whatnot quite a long time now. But I've been trying to work on my exits quite a lot, right? So, you know, it's one thing entries. Obviously, entries are going to be super tough. You know, you can tell by my Tesla chart here. I've been trying to short this one since 207, right? And we're all the way up here at 212. Finally got a decent short here on my hand. So, you know, I want to be patient with it and see if I can hold it and turn it into a bigger winner and maybe turn positive on the day on Tesla here. I'm actually now net positive on the day. So, you know, you can ring it up for that one. Starting to turn my day around. It was looking kind of bleak this morning, getting run over on Tesla constantly. But yet, you know, here we are. Persevere and, you know, keep through it. If you are, you know, trying to trade your plan and, you know, trade a certain thesis, just wait for a level or wait for that trade to set up for you. And that's exactly what I finally did here on Tesla. I was testing this 212 area constantly as the market was trying to grind up higher. And it just wasn't like, you know, it just wasn't claiming the level, right? So it did make a high at 212, like 51 area. It just ignored this high, 213.67. That's a dark pool wick. It didn't get up there. But regardless, you know, I really couldn't claim this 212 area. So that was my thesis around that one. And I was trying to churn shares into the 211s, the low 211s, right? So that's exactly where we are right now. We are bouncing off this 50 period moving average for now. But, you know, I'm still 50 cents in the money on this one. I'm not too worried. I've taken out, you know, a fair share of profits on that one.
Yeah, so I scalped some profits on futures over there, got some size out, and I still have some size left on this trade to see if it'll come back down. Basically, it's a free trade for me now. If it does pop back up, I can think about taking more size because I already have some money banked on the futures over here. Once it does pop up to 37.40, I can think about taking more size if I feel like it and try to make it work for me again without giving too much of risk. You know, I would love to take that fill again at 37.40, give it that 1 point of risk to the north side. If that gets burnt, I will still be profitable on my futures trades today, and I'll be able to walk away with a smile on my face, obviously. Brad, go long MULN, do it. Yeah, not happening. I'm not trading a stock that's under $1. If it does get above $1, I'll think about it, but I'm not trading a stock that's under $1. Sorry about that, my friend. But congratulations to anyone who did trade MULN today, because looks like that stock is once again acting up and going to the north side. It is up, what, 7% or something? Let me quickly go verify if it is. It's almost 7%. It's at 6% right now. Most likely we'll go see it test that 40-cent area if it wants to. If it doesn't, then, you know, I'm not surprised by that either. Prad shorted. I'm not going to do anything with MULN, guys. I'm not going to touch it. I'd rather watch it for you guys. It's just not worth my time, and my mental capital, my emotional capital is not worth dumping into a position like this. Just simply not. Add some juice to the future squeeze. Yeah, I mean, if you guys can squeeze these positions to back to 37.40 so I can pile back into it, that'd be amazing. So let's see if the futures can actually squeeze back into the higher day ranges for the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. NASDAQ up 1.4% on the day and pushing back to that same 12.6, 11.26, 11.25 areas, and S&P 500 doing pretty much the same thing. We did drop to 37.29 on the initial flush over here, which is where I kind of took profits. But look at it trying to move back to 37.40. No, don't turn back right here. Go back up, give me my fill, and then turn back to the south side. Don't annoy me. I hate when the market does these things. You know, it doesn't really move back all the way to the higher day, moves back slightly under the higher day, doesn't give me the price that I want, and then flushes again. I'm not going to chase it. I'm not going to chase it.
Man, we're right back here again on Tesla at 212.
Netflix too?
Yeah, I'll bring up Netflix in a second. I want to talk about that. Okay, so I just got that fill again at 212. So, you know, I'm going to try to continue to milk this one. This one might be a little too much here. You know, this is like the fifth time it's testing here, but it is bouncing off. So, you know, until this really starts to show evidence that it can really, you know, start to step up above 212, I'll continue to short it, right? I want to talk about Netflix here. as well, because Netflix is having a huge day. It's up 6% today. I haven't traded it at all just because the other day I had such a bad experience with it. I feel like it's a tough trade, right? It's spready. You can instantly find yourself out of the money very, very quickly. I think Luca took like a quick short or something on it earlier, and it was like it turned to a very, very quick L. So you know what? I think I'm just going to be hands off on Tesla or on Netflix here. Only 13 mil volume on the day. So it is overall like a lighter day on volume, for Netflix here. So, it is slowly grinding up. Obviously, it had a pretty positive earnings and whatnot. I wanted to talk about this channel that now has been, broken out of with Netflix. It was kind of topping out at 250. And then obviously after the earnings, it has really, broken out, and, we're really retracing all the way back to this like 300 area. I think that's going to be the next stop, so to speak, for Netflix to come up, right? So if you were in there long after this earnings play, I think you make that one of your targets. It's probably, attracted to that 30, and it's probably going to, closely, I don't know what I'm trying to say here, grind up closer to that.
Someone in the chat said it's Diwali Monday. Yeah, today morning I actually saw my dad bust out the Diwali box, and he was pulling out all the what are those things called where I don't know if someone in the chat could help me. Those little like cup things that you put oil and the cotton wick in that you light it. Maybe Raj knows. Diyas, yeah, thank you, Raj, for helping me out. He got all those Diya holder things ready, and I was like, what, is it Diwali already? And he's like, no, it's Monday. So shout out to all my Indians who are going to be celebrating Diwali.
All right. Yeah, shout out to Diwali. That's Monday?
Monday.
That's a huge party for sure. So, Chris L, by the way, thanks for the hookup here. Yeah, I don't want to break this, but can you see what this says?
I'm taking this one right
Hold
here.
on a second. You see what this says?
Soon.
500K.
Oh, I thought it said soon.
So it says 500K, and then Justin's going to come here, and then the next couple donuts says incoming. So 500K incoming.
Okay.
So thanks, Chris. These are absolutely awesome. There's what? That's like some bacon?
Pistachio?
Like, what is that? What is that
There's
stuff?
like bacon. I think there's like
There's an Oreo one there.
Pistachio.
I'm down with the
Do we
pistachio.
know what place this is from?
Yes, we do.
Dipped donuts in Kensington.
Dipped Donuts in Kensington. So thank you so much, Dipped Donuts. And thank you, Chris L. Do we have any more information? Just Chris L?
Just Chris L.
All right, thank you so much. These guys are going to mow one down. So do you know what?
Yeah, I want the Oreo one, obviously.
All right, so grab the K. The K looks big.
The K? I'll
K looks
grab the
bigger.
S.
Yeah, you're trying to go to the gym.
I don't want a big one.
All right, Ian.
Sure, I'll grab this one here.
All right, there you go.
Let's
There's
give
some
this one a
napkins
try.
right there. So yeah,
Okay,
go
perfect.
nuts. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Chris. This is why we have the best. Okay, Brad's enjoying that one. This is why we have the best, viewer base, fan base, trading community. It's all thanks to you guys, right? So we obviously really, really appreciate it. Let me actually take a bite into this one, Brad. There's filling on the inside.
Not on mine, there ain't.
Delicious, absolutely delicious. Now we're just like.
Yeah, guys, sorry, we're not going to talk for the rest of the show.
No, we're just going to enjoy the donuts now. No, but as always, guys, thank you so much. Let's do a quick like count, guys. We're at 3.1K likes. So what was it? What do we have to get to for Neil to wrap? Was it 3K?
We're already there. We're at 3K for Neil's wrap.
Okay, so.
What's that? Oh, it's not just the morning show 3?
Okay, so a couple things here, guys. Obviously, thank you for viewing the show today. Smash that like button, here if you haven't. We're at 3.1K likes, so, it's been a great show today. It's been a great trading day. If you haven't already, obviously hit subscribe so you can, you don't miss out on, there's Brad just like enjoying his donut. But so you don't miss out on any of the content that we do post. We obviously live stream every single day from 8:30 to 4. We post a lot of videos as well, pre-market videos. We do trade of the day every single day as well, plus videos on the weekend, right? So you don't want to miss out on any of the content that we do put out, right? So we do have a couple things here. If you do check out the channel, we have a store. I know Praz is talking about, the store is going to get revamped soon. So this merchandise here, you might not be able to get,
vintage.
Very soon. It might be vintage very soon, right? So I'm wearing the sweater here. I think that's, where is it here? I don't know if that's what. Oh, it's this one here, the black one. I'd rather be trading. You see Sean with the white one.
That's the one you have?
Yeah, this is the one I have. Sean has the white one, so it's the same shirt. And then he also has a hat too, right?
Today morning, I woke up, and obviously every morning I go through Twitter, I go through Instagram, and on Instagram, guess who I saw? I saw the big man Sean himself getting ready with his little coffee mug and his winter jacket, and he's like, I'd rather be trading. I was like, damn right, Sean, we do rather be trading.
In all fairness, I saw that after I had I've already left. I had already left, and I was like wearing the sweater. I was like, okay,
That's
I guess
okay.
we're matching.
You guys have different colors, you know?
Yeah. We're mixing up. We're mixing up.
And Sean has the netted snapback, whereas Luca has the non-netted snapback. So see, we rep our own gear. We love our own gear. But sadly, that might not be in there soon. So if you want to snag that vintage gear, do it before Justin and I revamp that store out there.
Yeah, exactly, guys. But, as always, thank you for your continued support, every single day. But like we said, guys, it's going to be a closing show in about 34 minutes. You are going to get transferred to a new show, so don't forget to smash that like button as well, if you want to hear Neil throw something down at the end of the day. What was I looking here again? Oh, yeah, I was looking at Tesla. Again, guys, and I hate to be talking about the same things over and over again, but these are things that we're currently in, right? So I'm trying to talk you through my thought process in the trade and trying to share my trading process with you guys, and maybe you guys learn something, right? That's something that we've always talked about before. If I help one person in the chat, then I think I've done my job as a host, right? Just not too long ago, I guess now maybe like what? I've been here how long? Like 9 months maybe? 10 months maybe. But the point I'm trying to make is that I used to be just like you. I used to be on the other side watching Prad every day, talk
I don't know
my
how you
ear
would do
off.
that. I wouldn't watch me to begin with. I'll tell you that.
The point I'm trying to make, guys, is that I was just like you, and eventually obviously get a little bit better, keep learning, keep trying to be better, and now here I am.
Yeah, Luca over here trying to show off his trade. He goes, Prad, show the stock on the show, man. Let him show him how smart I am, and especially for that person who was talking about the inverse Luca ETF. Well, yeah, there we go. Look at Luca over here, smacking the shorts on AMD. He was telling you the short's gonna be a banger of a short, so he got in at multiple times, and he's cover all the way to the downside for a quick scalp. So Luca, the scalp demon himself, smacking AMD in the mouth right now to the downside. Oh my gosh, she's so sweet, bro. She's so sweet, bro. Come on, you're telling me she's not sweet? Look at Silvana over here. Let me zoom in for Neil over there. Come on, Neil. I know you got connections with CNBC over there. Hook me up with Seema Modi or Silvana Hanau, man. Come on. He says, yeah, all right. Godfather 2, yeah. Oh, okay, let's go. I love that. She may be nice, but to me, it's just my wife and my life. Let's go. I love that, Neil.
You said daughter, wife and daughter.
Wife and daughter. Oh, I thought he was rhyming a little bit. I thought rapper Neil came out for a second, and he started rhyming on the dot. But the market did pop down again, but it didn't really do a whole lot of movement to the south side for me. So I'm a little worried about my trade. Maybe the futures do actually break 37.40 at some point later on today and rip for another leg up north. I mean, the markets are already up 1.6 for S&P 500. 1.3 for the NASDAQ. UVXY still down 2% on the day. Let me pull up UVXY on this chart for you guys. It's still down 2% on the day, but currently trying to bounce off of VWAP to the north side. So if UVXY bounces off VWAP, there's a good chance this market comes back to the downside. And also, I'm looking at USD JPY. USD right now going back north after the first drop that it had. When the USD dropped, the market kept going higher, but now that the USD is going up, there's a good chance that this market goes lower. At least that's what Neil told me recently. So I'm going to try and look at USD. What other currencies do you look at? Do you just look at USD JPY because Japan's kind of moving the market for us? For today. Yeah, because Japan is offloading and investing or whatever that they're doing, they are putting a big influence on the market today. So today's barometer will be USD JPY.
Yeah, that's a good thing to look at as well. I'm watching AMD here, and I'm like sitting, 10, okay, so 20 cents out of the money. So, guys, I'm not too, heard about this trade, obviously being out of the money on it. The thing is, though, is that it's just glued to this 58, and the more time it stays here, the more it makes me just want to be impatient with it and just cover, right? I just want to just get it off my blotter kind of thing, because it's not really doing anything, right? It's not really doing anything. That being said, if the market does break out here, break out at 37.40, since AMD has hung out here around this 58 area so long, I feel like AMD is just gonna, blast off and, rip my face off, so to speak. So I think I'm gonna start, bidding a little bit higher maybe into the 80s potentially, just because I wanna, maybe manage this trade a little bit better. It is gonna, ruin my P&L a little bit, but at least if I start getting some out, my average might be a little bit better and I might not be so far out of the money. That being said now, it's right back above 58, so maybe I just get stopped down on it. It is what it is. Tesla's right back to this 212 area again, and funnily enough, before I was trying to be patient with it and bid and collect some fees on the bid there with Tesla, and it ticked my bid and didn't fill me, and here we are right back in my price again. That being said, I don't think I'm going to add to this one just because I haven't had the chance to churn out the shares, right? So I don't want to add more than the size that I currently have on the position right now with Tesla here at 1:30 in the afternoon, right? So I'm going to be patient with this one still. My stop is in. If it rips off, rips up, and what's that?
NASDAQ broke higher day.
Yeah, so we are breaking higher day, guys. But
Just
at
for
the
NASDAQ,
same time,
not SPYs.
at the same time though, Tesla isn't really breaking out 212. So you know what? For now, I still like this trade.
Yeah, NASDAQ broke the high day over there clearly, but the SPYs are still playing with that same 37.40 level. So watching both these markets like an absolute hawk, and UVXY also pulling back below VWAP. So clearly, market wants to keep going higher today. This market's not done selling off anytime soon, apparently. And 11,300 could come into play on the NASDAQ at some point. We still got the power hour at 3 o'clock. Maybe the power hour kicks in and takes this market into new ranges to the upside. Finally breaking that yesterday's high and stop playing in the inside ranges over here. The market started off red today. I think when I woke up, the market was down almost 1%. The SPY were down 0.8. The NASDAQ was also down 0.8 if I remember correctly. But look at this crazy reversal action coming into the market. Kind of has me doing this emoji right here. Not emoji, but kind of has me doing this right here, which is exactly what the Maple Leafs GM, I think this is a GM, did when we got called out. He's the GM, right? Yeah, called out or did when the stupid call came for the hand pass, right? So yeah, that's basically what I'm doing. Is like this market, and I did that when I came in today morning. I sat down, I looked at the market green. I'm like, no way we're green.
Yeah,
no
I was super bearish coming into today too. I saw the gap down and I was thinking, I talked about this earlier, guys, this 3680 area, if we were going to gap down below, and I liked how it held overnight too. Like it literally tested it right to the T there and pulled back off of it. And then, we were flushing down. Now? We were flushing down, right? And I was thinking, okay, here's a short day, continuation day. But right here, right back again, the market's up 1.7%. We're testing this 37.40 area that Pratt has talked about. And now I see why you like this 37.40 area. It's because it's been like basically this resistance for the past week, essentially, right? So. We're gravitating towards this area, and like you, I'm also in the short, so I hope we do start to pull back from it.
Yeah, my buddy Raj over there, he was telling me earlier in the day, Raj goes, Prad, where's Free Fall Friday? So I told him, just wait for me to say bang. And when I say bang, we go short. So look at that. I said bang, baby. I even did the bang emoji, Raj. You better be short on that bad boy. As we're in the money again, 4 points we added to our short. We're riding it back to the south side. My buddy Raj said, we're going to flush now. So, hey, Raj, I'm listening to you, brother. I'm listening to you. Let's flush this market to the downside. Absolutely send it to the toilet bowl and make some profits over here. Make that money back that we lost on that stupid American Express stock. Look, that stock was working out for me for a long time today. Sadly, it burnt me, so I'm a little upset. I'm a little sour off that American Express trade. But this market allowed me to scalp some trades over here, constantly add some money, and then hold one for the dream. Get back in, scalp out for profit, and then hold one for the dream. And when the dream comes, we will enjoy that move to move to the south side. Google short, yeah, I still agree with the donut's trying to come back out right now.
Yeah.
It's trying to come back out right now. What the heck? But no, the Google, I still like the Google idea. You know, it actually did pop to 100. I think you should be shorting Google, my friend. I'm not, I'm okay with your Tesla trade. I'm okay with your AMD trade. But I'm really upset that you're not even looking at Google, which is down on the day. You know, Google helps with advertisements, right?
Yeah, Google
And
was part of the
Snapchat, Google, Netflix, they're all in the same advertisement problem basket. And Google's still down on the day when the markets are green, showing you that they're weak and rejecting that $100 level. I'm not sure why you're not hitting that short. But
Why aren't you hitting it?
I'll leave it up
Why
to
aren't you hitting
I'll leave
it,
it up
Brad?
to you. I'm dealing with the futures. I'm where the big boys play right now. I got my big boy pants on.
Okay there, Brad. Anyways, I was able to churn out some here on AMD. I am going to take the loss here on this first piece. That's okay. My price is basically flat now. So, my risk to reward, I guess, on the trade is a little bit better. That being said, I do have to hold these next pieces for a little bit longer. So I think my target's now going to be closer to 57.50, near the 200 EMA, and then again 57. I'm going to look to take out most of it there. I remember that's what Luca was also looking for as well. I don't know if he's still in this short. It's been hanging around here quite a long time. I know that's not really Luca's personality to be holding a position for this long. I've been in this position since literally 11:48, so that's almost like 2 hours now that I've been in this AMD position. So I'm really testing my patience with this one. Tesla, for me, my other position is still working, right? It's still working. It looks like I should have added, I guess, on this next 212 area. But again, guys, I didn't want to add more shares because I'm at my max position on this one. You got to be disciplined. You got to follow your plan. Just because it's back at your price, you don't want to just start loading the boat, so to speak, because if it rips up, then, all the work that I've done here, trying to churn shares back and forth, has been for nothing, right? So I'm just being patient with this one. Maybe if it gets down here and it doesn't want to hit my bid, I think I'm just going to, cross and get out some at the very least. But, this one continues to work. It does look like the market is really struggling with this 37.40 area.
Luis thinks we're paper trading. Hey, more shout out to you on that one. If you do really believe that, then yeah, for sure. We are if you believe that. But if you don't, if you know, then you know, right? But look at my screen right now. Can you show my screen? Are you excited to go watch this guy, Ian?
I actually am very, very excited. I don't know if anyone has, heard of this person in the chat. His name is Mark Ribier. I actually did not know him at all. Yeah. Until, you and Brankos kind of brought him up, and, here we are going to the concert on Saturday. So that's going to be fun, always fun to get out with the boys and hang out with the boys. But, it's going to be exciting. I'm excited.
It's going to be a great time. I bought a bathing robe, a silk bathing robe. I can't wait to be out there.
Yeah, bathrobe?
A bathrobe, whatever, man. I'm a bathing ape, so that's where I took the bathing word from, It's that's from Bape, if you know Bape. I know you know Bape, you little... what's that word again?
Hype beast?
Hype beast, yeah, there you go. You little hype beast over there. Did you get that Takashi Palm thing yet?
The shirts?
Yeah.
No, not yet. Not yet. I'm looking forward to that one though.
Yeah,
I'll bring it on the show and you guys can see it. But yeah, I'm always looking for these cool, very I guess niche things. I like to be super niche. Like my jacket, like that.
Beast.
That that camo Canada Goose jacket I have.
Yeah.
That was that's the only one I've ever seen.
Okay.
Really, and that's a Comme des Garçons collab. It's very low key, so to speak, but I've never seen another one. So I think it's pretty cool that I have.
Doesn't that mean I love boys? Isn't that what the company that translates to? Comme des Garçons?
To be honest, I don't know.
No, I think it translates to I love boys. I think it does. But I do I like your gear a lot, your swag a lot, and I shout out to you on that side. I can't wait to see that Takashi Palm shirt that you're getting soon. I currently am rocking the shoes that my boy Mikey Crahan sent to me, so thank you for these, Mikey. Sadly though, I do ruin these shoes every day by playing ball in them, but today I decided to rather rock it with my blue shirt over here.
Shoes are meant to be worn, right? I'm all for nice pair of shoes. Try to keep them clean for a little bit, but after a while, you know, just wear them. They're meant
Just
to be
wear 'em.
worn, you know, meant to be enjoyed, right? Just like a car, it's meant to be driven.
This market
right?
really popped back up right now? Are
Yeah,
you kidding
we
me?
are popping back up in that sense. I want to bring up Netflix again because some people are talking about it in the chat. We're now testing higher towards this 288 area, right? So, you know, please stop, you know, don't try to short this one. It clearly has the most strength that I've seen here in the market today. And it does seem like this 290 is incoming. It looks like it's incoming. AMD is right back up to 58, so I'm glad that I took some out there to churn some out. So that's my, you know, status on that one. Tesla is right back to this 212 area, and someone said it's been trading such a tight range, you know, for the last 2 hours or so, last hour or so, and yeah, exactly. You know, since basically 12 o'clock. It's been trading between 211 and 212 to the upside, right? So that's exactly what I've been doing here, just essentially just trading the range on Tesla. But here we are right back again at this 212.
Yeah, I'm just trying to throw a stop here. Can you go
It
for
looks
a quick
like
second?
Google is breaking out too. So you know what? Good thing I didn't listen to Pratt on this one because now it looks like Google is breaking out of this $100 area. Is this new high day? So high day on Google is 127. It looks like it wicked up there earlier this morning, basically right off the open and pulled back, right? So if you kind of look at this pattern, guys, I'll
You're
quickly
going to be
draw this.
upset saying that. Watch Google get back under 100 right now.
I'll quickly draw this trend line, guys. I guess it's like a, you know, kind of like a, what do you call it? Like an ascending wedge or like a, you know, anyways, we're making higher lows. That's the point I was trying to make. And, you know, the resistance is this $100 area. So if that continues to break out, you know, watch out to the upside. It's probably going to continue upwards.
Well, the one that at least when I drew that, Sharif was telling me that that's like a pattern that basically indicates a breakdown to the downside, I think, because we're tapping the resistance every time. And then eventually the resistance holds, and then it goes to the downside and breaks the trend line. At least that's what, if I remember correctly from what Sharif was telling me, that's what that was. But yeah, Google's above 100 right now, finally getting to positive for the second time of the day, I think. For the most part, it was red. This market's trying to stop me out. There we go. We're stopped out on the future shorts over here. It popped up. NASDAQ making still new highs of days, and S&P 500 breaking the high by only a couple points. What? Come on, market. That's not a clean break. You want to break and go. And since it's not breaking and going, I'm gonna jump right back into it because if it doesn't break and go, then I don't trust in the move yet. But the markets are telling you exactly what direction they want to go. Intel's popping up on the scanners on the races. Look at Intel now, up 3% on the day on Intel. Let's go, baby. I'm so glad on adding this position on the CPI day under $25. Now the stock is at $26, almost $27 coming into play today. So congratulations for anyone who did play the long on this one. For the shorts, you want to be careful. I think Intel could easily go up to 27, which is only a couple points away from where we are right now. I'm not sure why my scroll bar is not showing up. There we go. There's about 326 lots at 2680 to 89 on Intel. And let's see if there's anything on 27. Not really. There's more lots on 2689 than there are on the 27 area, which is pretty weird. Let's see if Intel continues going to the north side, breaks that 340 lots, and then goes and plays with the 27 area. If not, then that's fine with me too. NASDAQ still at the high day, but S&P 500, like I said, pulled right back into that 3740 and is now under 3740. So a little bit of a stop hunting might have happened over here. That's what I was waiting for. I was waiting for the market to hunt the stops, and then maybe it flushes if it wants to flush, that is. But you got to be careful. You got to keep your risk management very tight.
Yeah, exactly, guys. You know, risk management, I feel like should be number one always, right? Always, you know, risk management be at the top of mind, because if you can't manage risk, guys, if you can't keep losers small, if you can't be a good loser, essentially, you're never gonna, you know, you're never going to be profitable. That's for sure. Someone said Nvidia here is kind of making some moves, and it is testing. I guess the high of day was 124.44, so that was made when? Okay, that was made earlier this morning. But we are right, you know, near this 124 area again. You know, so clearly Nvidia a little bit stronger than AMD. You know, Nvidia is up 1.3%, AMD only up 0.3%. So that's why, you know, I'm trying to pick the short in AMD here. But look at this. Look at this. Look at this consolidation. You know, close to these tops as well. It looks very similar to the AMD chart, right, guys? So, you know, obviously there's going to trade very closely with each other, trade almost in sympathy with each other. But for now, it does look like Nvidia is a little bit stronger on that one. Guys, I'm actually trying to add to this Tesla short, just because I know the market is pushing up here, and Tesla is not. It seems like Tesla really wants to stall out at this 212 area. So I do want to add to this. I want to try and like parlay now. Prad's gonna like that one. I want to try and parlay the money that I made here on
Parlay
Tesla
Prad's
so far.
retired, bro.
You know, and try to turn it into a decent winner to the downside here on Tesla if we are going to pull back from this 212 area. Obviously, you know, if we break out 212 and it runs up, I'm going to be out of this one very, very quickly. But that being said, now it makes me like this trade a lot more, right? So I'm being patient here. I'm waiting for it to get to my price. I'm not trying to chase the move or anything like that, and ruin my average, right? So I still want to have a decent position here on the board, but I'm liking this Tesla short a lot more. The AMD short, I'm pretty much just disconnected with it completely because it's not really doing much for me, right? I was able to churn some out here, so my average is a little bit better. I was able to get some of the position out, right? So I'm not taking on as much risk anymore. So I'm kind of just letting this one go. I'm going to let my stops do their work. If it gets there, it gets there. I get stopped out and I take the L on it. But if it eventually grinds down like I expected it to do, what was that, like an hour and a half ago? Then we'll get this position into a winning position as well. I did just get the fill on Tesla, guys. More short now at 212.
Yeah, I mean, I'm watching S&P 500. Obviously, it made a new high above 3740 to 3743, but like I'm not really watching buyers coming in and smashing the ask, trying to push this the stock, or not stock, the futures up higher. And as Ian mentioned, Tesla's not going up higher either. Tesla obviously has a negative catalyst behind it, the earnings play. Let's go see what Apple is doing over here. If Apple is getting smacked, or if Apple is holding 146, then you might want to be a little careful with the shorts over here. It's always good to watch Apple, Microsoft, the top 3, 4, 5 stocks in the NASDAQ basket to see how they are doing. If they are getting pumped, then obviously you don't want to be battling the shorts. But Apple here struggling to hold 146, which is a good sign for me. We're trying to see if the tape heats up on the green side for Apple, and then if it does, then you want to be obviously out of the shorts for the futures over there, which are currently still playing in the high day ranges, or the recent high day that they made at 37.43. We're at 37.42 on the S&P 500 futures. NASDAQ at 12,265. Roblox over $43. Let's go check out what Roblox is doing. We only have about 13 minutes over here, guys. So while I pull up Roblox, there we go. Roblox is up. We have 1.27% on Roblox today. Monster move. I think yesterday Roblox was green too, right? Yeah, yesterday Roblox was green. Today Roblox is green again. Pretty surprising. Actually, not surprising at all, because I think their numbers that they came out were actually to the positive side. And so obviously they're pushing to the north side with that help. The metaverse stocks looks like they're kind of back in play a little bit.
Netflix just continues to grind up here. I'm seeing people talk about it more and more in the chat. I guess, Netflix is the one that is like truly dragging this market higher, because the market isn't really, I want to say, like accelerating aggressively to the upside, so to speak. But Netflix is just like slowly grinding up, slowly pulling it up with it. I'm watching Google as well. Google is struggling with that $100 level. It's kind of flirting with it, trying to figure out what it wants to do around this area, around this $100 level. So I'm watching a couple things here to try and add confluence to my trade. I'm basically more focused now on that Tesla trade. Tesla is still fumbling around with this 212 area. So I'm trying to, add to this position now. I got a bigger position on board here for Tesla off of this 212. So if it drops back down into the 50s, into the 40s, I'm going to bid out and get some here. You are seeing some people stack up here on the offer. I did see a, 100 lot order on the offer as well. So, clearly there are still sellers present here at the 212 area. If the market pulls back at any point here, like our boy Raj is saying in the back, then Tesla, I feel like, is going to start paying me a little bit better.
Yeah, I don't know about this market pull. I mean, UVXY is again at VWAP. So what does the market want to do is the question that everyone's asking.
I think if UVXY reclaims VWAP here and starts to test that 12 area, it could be interesting to the short side. I'll bring it up here, guys.
But NASDAQ keeps making new high days, though.
It is, but like I feel like it's on low volume, right? It's on low volume, right? Like I don't know. I don't know.
That.
If it's not broke, don't fix it. I've been shorting off of this 212 area on Tesla, like I said, for the past essentially 2 hours almost now, right? So if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Maybe I'm getting a little bit ambitious, adding to it this late in the day here, but we'll see. We'll see. Time will tell.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to see what the high yesterday was on the S&P 500 futures, and yesterday's high was 37.48. We're only 4 points away from that on the S&P 500 futures. Roblox above 43. Let's see if Roblox wants to continue going above 43, which would be pretty insane. Already up 1.2% on the day, but I guess not as insane as you would think. Yeah, there goes the market. Wow, this market wants to keep on breaking to the highs. NASDAQ still continuing, and S&P 500 basically at that 37.48 level that I was talking about just now. Let's see if we can punch above that 37.48 area, or are we going to reject from here? There's actually a couple lots on there. There's about 195 lots on 37.48 for the S&P 500 futures, and even 37.49. So 200 lots now. Okay, they keep on adding orders and pulling orders over there, which is pretty funny to me, I guess. But yeah, we'll just have to wait and see if the shorts ever do come into play today. For now, the shorts have not been in play unless you took the right stocks, such as, Uber is apparently pushing to the south side. Let's quickly head over to Uber. Oh, wrong chart. Uber on New York. Let me go here and then put that chart back on here so I can look at the tape. Uber, I typed it wrong. There we go. Uber on New York, apparently on the negative side catalyst. Yeah, down 5% today and not really pushing up with the rest of the market for some reason. Maybe the weakness in Uber is really still looming around over here from that, not the earnings report, but maybe it was the earnings report. Maybe quickly. Do you remember the catalyst for Uber was?
I do not remember, to be honest.
Forgetting what the catalyst for Uber was, but they do have a positive catalyst at least, which was they're now going to deliver marijuana in Toronto.
Oh, yeah. So that's what it was. That's pretty interesting there. I did get stopped out of AMD, guys, finally. So you know what? I am glad that I got some of the position out here at 57.80 because now this loss that I took on it wasn't as bad as it could have been, right? As it could have been. That being said, this Tesla position now, I guess it was a mistake here adding to that one because now it looks like that one's breaking out. Basically last line in the sand for me here on Tesla. If it cracks new high a day, I'm going to be out of this one, obviously. It looks like I'm likely going to get stopped out on that one. But that's okay. Sometimes it just isn't your day. It's been funny. I've had a really love-hate relationship with Tesla today.
You think NASDAQ goes to 11,300 and then we see the real rejection in the market?
I mean, I don't know, man. I've been kind of getting run over on the short all day, so, who am I to try and pick tops here? But what I was going to say...
That's your job!
What I was going to say, though, is that, I've had good trades on Tesla today, and I've also had bad ones. So, basically pretty much flat on it at the end of the day. It seems like I probably just should have not traded at all. But you know what? You got to try. You got to try.
Now, I knew I did not want to touch Tesla today after yesterday's bids kept showing up, which is the Kathy bids. And I was like, if she was buying yesterday, the chances she's buying today too. So I'm just going to stay away from it. I'm bearish on that stock because of the earnings report. So if I'm seeing those big Kathy bids coming on there, it's best for me to just stay away from it. S&P 500, very close to that 11,300 marker, which we were at not too long ago. I think yesterday we were actually slightly above 11,300. I think it was 11,330 or something. So let's see if the NASDAQ market actually is able to pull up to 11,300, and then maybe you see a little bit of a downfall on it. Let me quickly draw these, connect these bottoms over here. Not sure that even works out that way. Maybe you can connect these bottoms over here, something like that, but that trend breaks. And this is why I don't like trend lines. Trend lines are so it's so subjective. There is no real.
That's the thing, right? It's like, is the market? Yes, some people might have the same trend line drawn, but at the end of the day, it's just an arbitrary line that you drew on a chart personally, right? So the chances, obviously, if it's a big level or something, obviously maybe a lot of people are going to have it. But the less, I guess, I don't know what I was trying to say, but the less, popular it might be, or the less significant the level might be, you might end up being the only one with that line drawn on their chart, right? So you might obviously be wrong on that one.
Yeah, good. So very, very, very subjective over there. Always use the first two touches. I mean, like Ian just mentioned, though, I concur with Ian on that side. They are very subjective. There's no real science behind those trend lines. and it only depends if the big money or the majority of the money being traded is using that trend line. If majority of the money is not using that trend line, then it means absolute zilch to the market. The market will do everything it wants to, or anything it wants to. The market doesn't have to listen to you or your trend line. It only cares about where the buyers are and where the sellers are. Where is the liquidity for them to punch into a position or punch out of a position, right? They're always liquidity hunting as a market maker. A market maker's job is to look for where these levels are on the market and then go hunt for those levels, because they have tons of shares that they have to offload onto other people as their job. That's the market maker's job. So they're just looking to just dump positions. Here's the market now pulling back a little bit from 37.48. Not really doing a whole lot of pullback that I wanted to, but slight little pullback coming on the market exactly from yesterday's high.
Yeah, exactly, guys. So, I'm watching Tesla pull back all the way right here to 212. So, my stop didn't get triggered. It was very close to getting triggered there. Right here, we're right back at this 212 area once again, guys. So, do I manage this position now and take some risk off? Or is this a telltale sign that, Tesla can't really hold above this 212 area and we're going to start to grind lower? I'm trying to add confluence to the trade, so I'm watching Qs now. I'm watching UVIXI on my side screen to see if UVIXI isn't making any inclination that, it's going to start, really reclaiming VWAP and, start to push higher. Qs look like they're pulling back a little bit. I've been riding this short now for a long time. I've been in this short essentially for 2 hours now on Tesla. And, it's still showing me signs that it can potentially work. So I'm still being patient with it.
Yeah, patience is the name of the game, baby. So we are at a couple minutes left over here. So if you guys have anything to take a look at for us, feel free to throw it in the chat. We'll take a look at it. Let's quickly go check what the like count is at. We're at 3.2K likes. Awesome. Make sure that you also go hit the like button on the closing show, because Neil said they need 2K likes on the closing show for him to actually bust out some reps. So without hitting that 2K, we're not going anywhere we're not getting some bars out of Neil today. So make sure you're smashing that like button. For the 32% of you who's not subscribed, go hit that subscribe button too. Every single button, every single count adds up to the YouTube algorithm. You saw those donuts, right? Those donuts basically saying 500K soon. So that's our goal. Let's get it to 500K, then 1 million. And we wanted to keep on increasing this family, this community that we enjoy trading with every single day. Thank you guys. Glad to see you are learning every day. I mean, yeah, that's the job. That's the point of it. With trading, it's such a sick job that you're forced into learning every single day. And if you're not learning every single day, you're not growing. And if you're not growing, trust me, the market will take you out, absolutely take you out. So you're constantly growing, you're constantly evolving, adapting with the market environments. Look at that. We're only 10 points away now on NASDAQ to hit that 11,300 marker. So NASDAQ really crushing itself or pushing itself to the north side to go see how it wants to trade near 11,300. But S&P 500 not really able to break that 37.48 area. We're still at 37.46 on S&P 500. Yesterday's high 37.48.
Yeah, exactly, guys. We're just about wrapping up here on the midday show. It's been a great day today, guys. It's been a great trading day. Whether or not you're profitable, as long as you're able to stick to your plan, trust I guess, your trading plan and trade it properly. I think it's been a successful day. Always learn from your mistakes, guys. As always, it's been a pleasure to be on the show and share some trades with you today here on the midday show here with Prad. Prad, I gotta say you're looking really good for the haircut with your haircut today. My hair hasn't been looking the greatest, guys. I'm trying to. I was telling Brankles I'm trying to figure it out. Maybe I start to grow my hair a little bit and change it up a bit, but we'll see on that front. Anyways, Prad, any last words before we go?
Yeah, hit the like, sorry, without fail, and we will see you Monday. I almost forgot what day. Monday, 11 o'clock, same time, same place. Luca will be back on. Sharif's still on his vacation, so we'll wish him the best. Have some fun over there in Egypt, and we'll have you when you're back. Have fun on the closing show, guys. Ciao.
Hey guys, Friday afternoon, welcome in. 2 o'clock, that means a couple hours left, not only in the day, in the week. Yeah, it's a negative one. Unfortunately, we are still going to be, there is a chance, but a very slight one, that we get back to green for the week. But here's how things look. Nice day anyways, let's talk about that. Because it's a positive one, finally, 1.93 for the S&P, 2.